Chapter 3986. The first is more. Howl. Jiao, that clip with a strong cosmic law and the shocking sword of the new will power, cut off. The moment when this sword light appeared and was ruthlessly cut, even if it was the ancestor of the star demon, its mind and body could not be shuttered. There was an unprecedented death crisis that shrouded the hearts of the star demon ancestors. The ancestor of the star demon is desperately desperate, and the vast black divine power on his body has swept wildly. He has exerted this special power he has mastered to the extreme, and he has also done his best to exert his current fighting power. Bang rong. I saw a huge cosmic black hole appearing out of thin air. This cosmic black hole directly occupied half of the battlefield, like an open mouth, and wanted to swallow the sword light that was cut off directly. Regarding volume, the sword light developed by Jian Wushuang is smaller than this black hole in the universe. The moment that sword light came into contact with the black hole in the universe, the horrible power broke out instantly. This huge cosmic black hole was ruthlessly chopped down, and a large number of special black divine powers, like the tide, went crazy around. After the cosmic black hole, the figure of the star demon ancestor emerged, but at this moment he was frightened. After the stunned sword light with the power of will cut through the cosmic black hole, he cut it directly on him. Suddenly, this body of the star demon ancestor collapsed. Although the body collapsed, the most important core of the star demon ancestor was his soul, which was his root. After the body collapsed, his soul would have a chance to escape. However, the ancestors of the star devil were horrified that the horrible sword light that Jian Wushuang cast out, and the willpower contained in it, also contained an incomparable special power, which was cut and defeated by Jian Guang at the same time as his divine body. Jian Guang also cut off his soul in an instant. The ancestor of the star demon was completely annihilated. He felt that his soul had collapsed, and even his consciousness began to blur. No. I can't die. How could I die? Am not willing. Sword unparalleled. If my state has not recovered to the highest level, if my many treasures were lost when I escaped from eternal dark prison, how could you kill me? Do not. There was a burst of hysterical roars in the god's ancestor's body. These roars carried an unprecedented dare and resentment, but the voice had gradually weakened. The entire soul body of the star ancestor was cut in half directly. It is impossible for him to survive such injuries. You're right. If you have recovered to the highest level, or if all your treasures have not been lost, use your means and the whole cards, even if I now have all my cards out and I want to kill you. I am afraid I have not so easy, but unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world, and you can only blame yourself for having bad luck. Jian Wushuang muttered. He also had to admit that the star demon ancestor was indeed terrible. His method is too incredible. If he had not lost all of his treasures in the space channel in order to escape the eternal dark prison, then with the star power of the ancestor, and with the many treasures in his hands, Sword Wushuang returned, there is no absolute certainty to kill it. Even now, the reason why Jian Wushuang was able to kill the star demon ancestor so cleanly is because of the new will power given by the laws of the universe. The new will power given by the cosmic law is completely different from the previous one. Not only is the willpower will be 10 times stronger, the most important thing is that there are some special things in the willpower, which can directly attack the soul of the ancestor of the star demon. Like the sword just now, when the star demon ancestor body was directly defeated, the soul of the star demon ancestor was also destroyed. And Jian Wushuang estimated that if the ancestor of the star demon had been differentiated, his divided soul would probably be directly destroyed. To pursue this special power is like cause and effect. He can kill his soul through the body of the ancestor of the star demon, or he can kill all the souls he has formed through his soul. What Jian Wushuang did not know was that the ancestor of star demon did indeed have a differentiated soul body. This differentiated soul body was left by the star demon ancestors before the outbreak of this war. He also prepared a way for himself. In case of any change in this war, his plan did not succeed, but instead after being beheaded by the Lord of the Clouds or Wushuang's sword, at least he will not actually die, and a differentiated soul body will survive, and there will be a chance of rise in the future. But now, Jin Wushuang's sword is cut off, and the differentiated soul body that he hid in the void of the universe is also annihilated. The ancestor of the star demon is really dead. Thoiron, although it is not very clear what the special power entrained in this will of power is, anyway, this ancestor of the star devil is really dead, and the crisis of the world in the beginning is also truly lifted. Master, what you want me to guard, I guard. Wu Jinsho clenched his hands tightly. His eyes flashed with strange light. Followed by Jin Wushuang laughed abruptly. He was very happy, very wanton. He is not alone. Many powerful men in the early divine realm are all ecstatic and excited at this moment. Dead. This star demon ancestor, really dead. Even the soul is annihilated. The dead can't die anymore. Ha ha. The crisis of the world in my early days has finally been lifted. Victory, this battle. I was too early in the camp of the gods. I won. Win, haha. The entire Tai Chi God Realm camp, those who are invited to come are okay, but those practitioners who are themselves from the Tai Chi God Realm cannot help themselves at this moment. He is like a mysterious Shinto man and a master of space and time. Their eyes even faintly appear in the mist. They are crying with joy. There is no way. After the Lord of the Clouds took over Taichu God Realm, Taichu God Realm has been on the edge of the cliff, and they have been working for Taichu God Realm. Once, they also thought that in the early days, the divine world would one day relieve the crisis and become like the ordinary astral world. But this step has been extremely far away. Even before the outbreak of the war, although they were fully prepared, they still did not have much confidence to win, especially the appearance of the ancestor of the star demon later, and their horrible devouring ability made them almost despair. I did not expect that in such a situation, Jin Wushuang could stand up and kill the ancestors of the star devil and use his own power to turn the tide. Chapter 3987. Second more. I won. With the sword Wushuang slaying the ancestor of the star demon, in the beginning, the realm of the gods really won the war. After the battle, the lord of the demon star died, the ancestor of the demon star has already died, and the army of the demon star has also been defeated. Now the pre-god world has returned to the self-control of the will of heaven. Sun Taikis' greatest crisis in the world has been lifted. Countless practitioners from the early world of the gods are all surprised at this moment. They won, which means that the gods were robbed in the beginning. They don't need to abandon their hometown and wander in the void of the universe. The universe was empty, and Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. At this moment, he only felt that everything around him was very beautiful. He glanced at Taichu Divine Realm in front of him, smiled slightly, and then walked directly towards Taichu Divine Realm. In the early Tai camp, a large number of figures immediately moved forward to greet him. Fu Jun. There was tears in the coldness of frost, and she ran to Jin Wushuang in the first place and rushed into Jin Wushuang's arms directly. Wu Jinshuang also opened his hands and hugged his wife. Before that, facing the star ancestor, he was almost determined to die, and he had made a final farewell with his wife. But now he has survived and came to his wife again, hugging him. With his own breath, Jin Wushuang couldn't calm down for a long time. Heavenly friend, Wu Xin Shinto, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of the Heavens and the Celestial Alliance also all looked at Jin Wushuang at this moment, and their emotions were very complicated. These emotions have excitement and admiration, but more of them are gratitude. They are grateful for Jin Wushuang's slaying of the star demon ancestors and saved the early gods with their own power. I can say that Jin Wushuang is the savior of the early gods. Without him, the ending of the early gods can only be perished. Wu Jinsho looked at the Shinto people and then grinned. Dear people, the world is too safe. Am safe. The simple 3 words made the smiling faces of countless strong people in the early world of God. Half a day later, in the 3rd heaven of the Tai Kingdom, there was an old nest of 3 holy places, but now it is the gate of the 7-star Xuanzong, and a huge feast is here. This feast is naturally a celebration feast. On the grand square, there are countless practitioners sitting densely. These practitioners are all the heroes who directly participated in the war. Not only is there a master, but also a lot of rulers. They are all in this square. Up there is a place. On the high platform in front of the square, a throne stands. These are the top powers of the early gods' camp. Among these thrones, a throne is particularly prominent. Bujin, this throne is not only larger than other thrones, it is also the most central and core position. There are two people sitting on this throne. It is Jin Wushuang and his wife. He and his wife sit together on this throne, and there is a lot of attention around them. The status of a person must be won by his own strength. In this battle, Jin Wushuang is undoubtedly the first hero. That is, he killed the star demon ancestors with his own power at the last moment and turned the tide, and in terms of strength, he is now in this star field the strongest player. So this celebration party, he is definitely the protagonist. Wu Xin Shinto, the master of space and time, they directly held the sword Wushuang in the highest position. I initially refused this sword Wushuang, but the Xian Shinto people repeatedly demanded that they would sit on this largest and most conspicuous throne with the helplessness of the sword. This throne alone has proved the supreme status of Jian Wushuang. Although in his heart he respected the leaders of the Xian Shinto, the lord of time and space, who were the early gods, but the latter did not regard him as a practitioner of the same level. You all. Jian Wushuang, who sat on the throne at the top, suddenly stood up, and Long Rushuang next to him stood up at the same time. The whole banquet was quiet, and countless eyes brushed and solidified on Jian Wushuang's body. With a smile on his face, Jian Wushuang held a glass of wine in his hand and said, "This battle, all of you present are heroes. It is because of the concerted efforts of everyone that I won the final battle in this world. Victory, just for this victory, everyone, toast. Cheers." Numerous practitioners at the banquet held up wine glasses and drank this glass of celebratory wine. Haha, happy. Xian Shinto laughed directly after drinking a glass of wine. I haven't had such a pleasant drink for a long time, but I have never encountered anything before, and I always have a thorn. Existence is the existence of this thorn, which has made me sleepless, but now I can finally drink this glass of wine. That's right, it's not just you. We are all the same. Before the beginning, the divine world was in dire straits. I, as one of the leaders of the early divine world, have never dared to let go of the slightest slack, but now the crisis finally, it was lifted up. My world was finally settled in the early days. A few of us were able to fall asleep. I can see with my own eyes that the world in the early days has reached this stage. Even if I die now, I can all stare. The palace master smiled heartily. Haha, in the beginning, the world finally settled down. I haven't really lived a few days before, but you can't die like this. The celestial leader also joked. Several other top powers in the early world of God also smiled very happily. Even the 13 Emperor 13, who was extremely indifferent on weekdays, frequently smiled at this celebration party. Master, I wait to congratulate the Master for breaking through the Master and showing your power and beheading the star demon ancestor. Those slaves brought back from eternal dark prison by Jinjian Wushuang have been killed by many star demon ancestors before, but many are still alive. They are now led by the Lord Dragon to toast to Jian Wushuang. Thank you all, Jian Wushuang responded with a smile after drinking. You can rest assured that my previous commitments will never change, and I will definitely give you freedom within 100,000 years. And now the kingdom of God has won a great war. It won't be long before the realm of the gods will completely calm down, and I do expect you to use it at that time, so I may release you in advance. Chan ahead? The Dragon Lord's eyes lit up immediately, and Jian Wushuang did not lie. He had enslaved the demon dragons before them to prepare for the battle with Demon Star. Now the war is over. In the beginning, there should be no crisis in the world of God. With his current strength, these slaves will not help him. So even if they are given freedom in advance, it is nothing to Jian Wushuang. Influences. Chapter 3988. The first is more. At the feast of Qing, there was a laugh and laughter. As the protagonist of this war, Jian Wushuang became the focus naturally. In the early days, a top power in the world of toasted to Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang did not decline. After 3 wine tours, the celebration party was still lively. Fu Jun, you are afraid that you have not been so happy for a long time. Lung Rushuang looked at Jin Wushuang and smiled. Indeed. Jin Wushuang also nodded. Except when you revive the divine body and reunite it with me, I haven't been so happy for a long time, but it's normal. Before that, I had been shouldering the burden of saving the early gods. I see A&T relax at all times, and now that the crisis of the world has been lifted, just like the mysterious gods, I have really relaxed. I am so happy to be so relaxed. Nang Fujin, when are you going to take over the princely world? Lung Rushuang asked suddenly. Win the house? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. Shuanger, honestly, I'm hesitant now. Why hesitate? Cold as frost wondered. I'm hesitant. Do I want to take the house of God from the beginning? Jian Wushuang said positively. If before, when the crisis of the early world was not resolved, he would not hesitate to take away the world of the early world. Only in this way could he protect the world of the early world. But now it's different. The Lord of the Demon Clouds has already died, including the ancestor of the Star Demon, and the power of the heavenly will in the early divine realm is not controlled by anyone at all. It is self-running at this time. Nothing affected it. So Jian Wushuang was wondering if he shouldn't go to the house, and it would be up and running by the will of the heavens and heavens in the early days. No one intervenes again. No one controls the will of heaven, just like the normal astral world. Fu Jun, this question, would you like to ask Xinshin them? Lung Rushuang said. Well, I'll ask and see. Jian Wushuang nodded, even if he asked directly at the banquet. Of course, although he asked, he blocked the space and time around him. He could not hear the conversation between Xinshin and others. Tianho Xiaoyu, are you hesitant to take the house of God from the beginning? Wushuan Shinto, the Lord of time and space, the Lord of the heavens and the heavenly ancestor, and several other leaders from the beginning of the world all looked at the sword unparalleled. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. What do you think? Xin Shinto asked. I don't want to take the house. Jian Wushuang said directly. In the early days, the realm of the gods was originally a side of the astral universe. It should have operated in accordance with the laws of the universe and should not be subject to any external factors or interference. Before, there was no way. I had to lose the house to be able to save the early gods, but now, since it is no longer necessary, it is naturally better not to lose the house. I heard the words of Jian Wushuang. In the early days, the leaders of the gods looked at each other with smiles on their faces. When I saw this bald head, Jian Wushuang still didn't have the slightest selfishness. He didn't want to rely on taking away the early gods to improve his strength. Obviously, he was really good for the early gods. This made Xian Shindao people very satisfied and very comforting. Tianho Xiaoyu, the Lord of Time and Space, said, you obviously can easily take away the early divine realm and get endless benefits, but you don't have any selfishness. You want to let the early divine realm of the heavens and heavens will evolve and operate by itself. This lets me you will be very pleased, but pleased to return, you still have to win. Why? Jian Wushuang frowned. First of all for you. The Lord of Space and Time solemnly said, Tianho Xiaoyu, you have excellent talents and unlimited potential. You are like a Qianlong, which is basically the beginning of the divine realm and even this star field. You should go to the deeper part of the more vast universe, where is the place where you should stay, and if you take away the original divine realm, this will have endless benefits for you, your future growth more space. Sword without double-sided color unchanged. It was indeed a great opportunity for him to win the house of God, but he didn't care. After all, he was born to this day. Why did he get more than once or twice? Nothing else to say. Ling Yunxing and Hong Yun alone are all great creations. Maybe for others, it is absolutely rare to be able to take over the astral realm, but Jian Wushuang really doesn't care. He believes that even if he didn't take over the early world, he can still set foot on the top of the universe. Perhaps you don't care about this opportunity, but you have paid so much for the gods in the beginning. Of course, I have to wait for you. Of course, there are more important reasons. The Master of Space and Time laughed, Tianho Xiaoyu. Although now the crisis in the early gods is indeed lifted, but if I am not wrong, there are still many hidden dangers in the early gods. Hidden danger? Jian Wushuang frowned. Yes, This hidden danger comes from the various means deployed by the demon lord to control the three sacred realms and which gods at the beginning, and these means were used to accelerate the evolution of the gods in the early stage and squeeze them to the maximum extent. In the beginning of the divine realm, although these three methods seem to have temporarily stopped since the destruction of the three sacred realms, who knows what the three sacred realms have squeezed the primal realm? And what measures did they put in at the beginning? Whether those measures will continue to crush the Taizhou divine realm in the future, we do not know these, and we cannot go with the heavenly will of Tai Di divine realm communication. Even if the current divine realm is still damaged, we do and know. Wu Jin Wushuang was silent. It is true that after the battle of the Lord of the Demon Clouds, the divine realm in the early days was already full of sorrows. Although the divine realm has been redominated by the will of the heavens, but no hidden danger exists in the divine realm in the early days. After all, they were unable to communicate with the heavenly will of the gods in the early days. If you want to truly eradicate these hidden dangers, and want to make sure that the realm of the early divine realm is safe and sound, you little friends, you must take away the realm of the early divine realm. There are really many hidden dangers in the divine realm in the early days, and you can also solve them. The words of the Lord of Time and Space Palace immediately attracted the approval of several leaders around. Obviously, they also think that Jin Wushuang should seize the kingdom of Taichu. Besides, there is one more point. The Lord of Time and Space continued. Although I now seem to be safe in the first place, what about the future? Heavenly friend, you will definitely go to the depths of the universe in the future. At that time, if I encountered any crisis in the realm of the gods, even if you knew it, you would not be able to get back in time, or even help you. But if you lose your house, it's a completely different world. End of this chapter. Chapter 3989. Second more. If you have lost the pre-god realm, then even if your deity is in the deepest part of the universe, you can still block all my strong enemies that can threaten my pre-god realm, all outside the pre-god realm. Tianho Xiaoyu. This is the way you really protect the primordial world. Sighed the Lord of Time and Space. Yes, the heavenly will of the gods in the early days will only run on its own in accordance with the laws of the universe. It is really in a big crisis. The heavenly will of the gods in the early days will not play any role, in order to be able to shelter me from the beginning of the world. Xin Shinto and others also nodded in approval. Hearing what they said, Jin Wushuang was obviously also moved. Sure enough, the Lord of Time and Space is very justified. Regardless of the hidden dangers in the early divine realm, or the calamities encountered in the future, he can only solve it by taking away the heavenly will of the early divine realm. That being the case, when this celebration feast is over, I will go and win the house. Jin Wu's eyes were full of light, and he had already made up his mind. Seeing this, the Xin Shinto people and the Lord of Time and Space all laughed. Qi Qing's feast is still going on. After all, this is the great victory of the whole Taiji kingdom, and this war actually started from a long time ago. Until now, the Taiji kingdom has really won, and this kind of special victory has continued. Time is naturally longer. The Feast of Qi Qing was held for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended. The powerhouses of all parties in Taichu Divine have dispersed. As for those who have been invited, they have all received the treasure they wanted, and then they have left the kingdom of Taichu Divine. The void at the top, the leaders of the gods in the early days, gathered here. Heavenly friend, go. Xin Shinto smiled. Wu Jinso nodded his head slightly, and immediately under the gaze of these people, directly into the surrounding void. Jin Wushuang itself is a practitioner of perfect life level. After the strength breakthrough reaches the dominance, he can very clearly sense the existence of the heavenly will of the early gods, and because of the experience of refining the ancient chaotic world, Jin Wushuang now wants to win. Shi Taichu was also very relaxed. Everything is as expected by Jin Wushuang. Only a dozen attempts. By the 17th time, Jin Wushuang successfully refined the heavenly will of Taichu Divine Realm. At this moment, Jin Wushuang truly mastered the entire Taichu Divine Realm. And after really mastering the early world, Jin Wushuang knew that he could gain the benefits that he could gain by giving up the early world. There are 2 benefits to this. One is that Taichu Divine Realm is a universe of astral nurtured by the universe. It has a complete heavenly cycle. Jin Wushuang can feel the existence of this complete heavenly cycle through the heavenly will of Tychus. This has incredible help for his cultivation. Second, it is more useful. In the beginning, the heavenly will of the kingdom of God was fully operated in accordance with the supreme rules of the universe. After taking away the kingdom of the early heavenly kingdom, he could communicate to the vast universe through the heavenly will of the early heavenly kingdom, and he could sense the universe extremely clearly. The existence of laws, not only the laws of the universe, but even the power of the universe, the many things contained in the universe, have helped him too much. I now understand that the Lord of the Nebula is not going to be very good tomorrow, and he was forced to wander outside only when he was forced to do so. But why the power can be improved in a short period of time after taking over the gods of the early days. Many, and finally even realized a trace of the law of the universe. Jin Wushuang could not help but sigh. Can feel the complete heavenly cycle at any time, can even clearly sense the laws of the universe, and even communicate with the vast universe. Under such a priori advantage, even mediocre people can be greatly improved in a short time. If I had taken away this early divine realm earlier, I would indeed need to go through the darkened realm to experience life and death, and finally rely on the nucleus fragments of the undead horror to comprehend such traces of the universe's laws, and I would directly enlighten myself. I am afraid can easily understand a trace of the law of the universe. Jin Wushuang secretly said, imagine that even the Lord of the Clouds relied on the heavenly will of the early gods to realize a trace of the law of the universe. His talents and understanding are many times stronger than that of the Lord of the Clouds. It is natural that he must understand the law of the universe. Easy. And now that he has realized the laws of the universe, and has really stepped into the threshold of the laws of the universe, the speed at which he now communicates with the universe and understands the laws of the universe will naturally be faster, and that speed is definitely dozens of times, even above 100 times higher. I know the benefits that I can gain from taking over the early world of God. Although Jin Wushuang is quite happy, he is not too excited. Then, he immediately dominated the heavenly will of Taichu Divine Realm and began to explore the whole Taichu Divine Realm. With the will of heaven, Jin Wushuang soon covered his consciousness in all corners of Taichu Divine Realm, and everything in Taichu Divine Realm was seen by him. Sure enough, Jin Wushuang found several huge hidden dangers in Taichu Divine Realm. The hidden dangers are called hidden dangers because Jin Wushuang can obviously feel that these places have been causing damage to the early Divine Realm. There is one place Jin Wushuang is extremely familiar. Reincarnation Sect, Reincarnation Tianyu. Jin Wushuang's eyes stared straight. In the early days of the world, the reincarnation sect located in the second heaven, once Jin Wushuang went to this reincarnation to fully understand the rules of reincarnation, and in the reincarnation field of the reincarnation sect, Jin Wushuang found a shocking secret. He discovered at the time that the bottom of the reincarnation heaven domain contained the horrifying two forces of life and death, and perfectly blended together forming a huge vortex of life and death. At the time, he also encountered the consciousness left by the reincarnation ancestor. The reincarnation ancestor told him that this vortex of life and death is a complete life and death cycle. Jin Wushuang at that time was really startled. After all, life and death reincarnation, but it only belongs to the legendary existence. However, at first he was too weak to really participate in the reincarnation of life and death. He could only leave, but he never went there again. But now, after Jin Wushuang dominated the heavenly will of the early gods, he discovered that the life and death vortex hidden in the bottom of the reincarnation heavens, whereas the reincarnation of life and death, that is a huge law circle, which can continue to crush the potential of the divine realm, which has a great influence on the early divine realm. Obviously, this vortex of life and death was one of the means laid out by the three sacred realms at first, but was discovered by the coincidence of the reincarnation ancestor, and thought that the treasure is still thinking about refining, and the reincarnation ancestor will also be reincarnation. Zhong's old nest was placed there. Many readers said that when the world was saved in the beginning, it could be finished, but I do indeed think it is complete. After all, So much has been written about the universe. Ling Yunxing, Red Cloud, Life Palace, and pits have been dug. So many. How could it be possible to finish the copy directly? Wouldn't it be the same as the eunuch? So, the universe chapter must be written, and there is still one of the biggest pits left. You can continue to open it patiently. No surprise tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. There are big surprises waiting for everyone. Chapter 3990. The first is more. It is ridiculous that I really thought that the heavy law formation and even a great opportunity, but it was a huge hidden danger. The chill in Wu Jian's eyes was cold, and when he saw his body dazzle, the next moment was already appearing in the second heaven, which was before the sect of the reincarnation. He now dominates the will of the heavenly world in the early days of the kingdom, and can easily appear in every corner of the early world of the heavens. Looking at the huge gate in front, Jian Wushuang directly released the might. Although his strength could not be fully exerted because of the relationship in the early world of God, even Shenwei only barely revealed part of it. But this part of Shenwei is already shocking to the reincarnation. Throughout the reincarnation sect, countless practitioners began to tremble under this might, and the reincarnation lords and the elders of the reincarnation sect appeared in front of Jian Wushuang at the fastest speed. Meet the Lord of the Blood Sword. The reincarnation lord and those elders spoke in unison, with great respect. I don't know why the Lord of the Blood Sword came to my reincarnation sect. The reincarnation lord was very worried. He knew the strength and status of the sword unparalleled. In a word, the entire reincarnation sect was estimated to be overthrown. Reincarnation sovereign, many of the elders in the reincarnation sect have also participated in the battle with Demon Star, and we should also know the hidden dangers of the mythical world in the beginning. Jian Wushuang stared calmly at the reincarnation lord in front. No, the samsara nodded. Well, look at this. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, directly driving the consciousness of the samsara masters and those elders, and looked at the bottom of the reincarnation heaven domain. I soon reincarnate the suzerain, and they see the huge vortex of life and death at the bottom of the reincarnation heaven. Oh my God! What is that? The reincarnation sovereign and the elders were shocked. Thoiron, although the reincarnation's old nest is above the vortex of life and death, the reincarnation heaven domain has always been their treasure, but the huge birth and death vortex under the reincarnation heaven domain, they did not know. It was a heavy law formation. This law formation was the former 3 sacred realms. The law formation laid out to squeeze the potential of the mythical world in the early days was later discovered by the founder of the reincarnation. Thinking that this law formation is a good opportunity, you will set up your old nest of reincarnation here. Jian Wushuangdo, is that so? The sovereign suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang with him. The Lord of the Blood Sword, are you coming this time to destroy this law formation? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. But your reincarnation is above this circle. If I try to destroy the circle, your reincarnation will also be destroyed. So I will now specifically come to your door to inform you. After all, you are in the reincarnation. It was also contributed in the previous war. Naturally, I will not directly destroy your reincarnation, but I hope you can move the reincarnation to another place as soon as possible. Understood. The reincarnation master took a deep breath. He knew that since the law formation was harmful to the gods in the early days, it was definitely going to be destroyed. Now Jian Wushuang found them and asked them to move the ancestors. This was already considered for them. The Lord of the Blood Sword, one of the ancestral gates, needs to be relocated, and more or less preparation time is required. The reincarnation lord frowned. I know, I will give you 1 month, and I will shoot after 1 month. Jian Wushuangdo, a month? The samsara master nodded slightly. 1 month is a bit short, but it is enough to let many disciples of samsara relocate to other places. Also, the reincarnation master is also very clear. Since the war is always harming the early gods, the sword Wushuang naturally will not let it continue for long. I can give them 1 month, and Jian Wushuang is very kind. Thank you, Lord of the Blood Sword. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and left immediately. Next, Jian Wushuang went to several other places with great hidden dangers. Those few places are not the old nests of some ancestral gates, but they are also extremely remote, and some are still in some Jedi dangerous places. However, for the current Sword Wushuang, any dangerous place in the world in the early days would not pose any danger to him. He easily reached the places where there are hidden dangers, and immediately shot directly, using the thunder method to bring the three holy realms. The means and arrays that were laid out were defeated one by one. After 1 month, Jian Wushuang returned to the reincarnation sect. At this moment, the reincarnation sect has almost migrated. At least those strong disciples have left. Wu Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to shoot directly. Only one sword destroyed the huge vortex of life and death. Since then, the three sacred realms in the Taichu divine realm were all erased. At that moment, Jian Wushuang clearly felt that Taichu divine realm seemed to be relieved. The whole divine realm in the beginning of the early years began to change in a good direction. I believe that it won't take long before it will fully return to normal state. The crisis of the world, including hidden dangers, was all relieved. I was outside the realm of God in the beginning and in the vast universe. Wu Jianshou stood there with both hands on his back, and in front of him stood a respectable master. These masters are naturally the prisoners that Jian Wushuang brought back from the eternal dark prison. Although in the previous wars, these prisoners were swallowed by more than 10 ancestors, but there are still 20 the coming is alive, like the Lord of the Dragon, Lord of the Scorpion, and Lord of the Martian are still alive. According to what I said before, I will set you free in advance now, but after you set free, you'd better leave this star field immediately. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't leave, but I don't want anyone in this star. It's a crime in the field, otherwise, I will shoot directly, but it will be more than just enslaving you directly. I will kill him directly. You should understand that I have this strength. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Hearing the words of Jian Wushuang, these slaves were all in shock. If it was said that in the eternal dark prison, they were forced to surrender to Jian Wushuang, and their heart was somewhat unconvinced. But now, they saw how Jian Wushuang had killed the ancestors of the Star Devil before their own eyes. The terrifying strength was the top of the 4th rank. The current Sword Wushuang, to kill them, is really no different from killing chickens. Naturally, they dare not have any doubts about the Sword Wushuang. Okay, go. Qi Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and instantly recovered his imprint in the origin of these slave souls. Knew these servants were shocked in shape, with ecstasy on their faces. I followed them all to pay respects to Jian Wushuang, so they left. Chapter 3991. Second more. In the early days of the Divine Realm, one party had a special time and space, and it was hidden in the triple sky. Turasu, this special time and space, is an endless sea, and in the center of the sea, there is a giant island. Dal-Yur, this island has many fairy lakes, spiritual trees, and various kinds of fairy birds and beasts. There are also exquisite manors on the island. The mansions are full of flowers and beautiful, just like a fairyland on earth. This island is called Immortal Island. From today, our family lives on this immortal island. Jian Wushuang stood at the very center of the manor, next to his wife, and next to his parents and loved ones. Here, it's so pretty. A girl with a beautiful face in red looked around the manor and said in amazement. Near this girl in red is called Zhua Yi, the granddaughter of Jian Wushuang's elder brother Zhuapa. If he is called Jian Wushuang, he must be called Grandfather 3. After all, in Zhua's family, Jian Wushuang is the 3rd best. I built this island with a lot of cost. Of course, it's beautiful. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at the girl in red with a touch of pampering. He was a man of 2 generations, of which his parents were his first son, and although he reunited with his wife, he had no children under his knees. On the contrary, he is the 2nd son. He is the 3rd son of the Zhua family, and his elder sister Zhuabing and his 2nd brother Zhuapeng have been married for a long time and have a son. After so many years, the son has multiplied. There are tens of thousands of members in the direct line, but the tens of thousands of Zhua family can really come to this immortal island, but very few, and only the most direct 4 generations of members can come here. As for this immortal island, Jian Wushuang did build it intentionally. In the beginning, the realm of God was completely settled. There will be no crisis in the future, and there is no burden on him. In the next time, he wants to talk with his wife, and on this immortal island. My loved ones live together. The immortal island name is actually eternal. He hopes that he can stay with his loved ones forever. As for the universe, maybe he will be too boring in the early days of the divine realm and will go to the universe, but now, it is still very early. I finally managed to resolve the crisis. Of course, Jian Wushuang wanted to live a stable and peaceful life. Fu Jun, cold as frost, suddenly spoke. Well, what's wrong? Jian Wushuang looked coldly. Also, tell you one thing. Long Rushuang sneaked into Jian Wu's ears quietly and said softly, I have? Has it? Jian Wushuang wondered and did not respond immediately. What? What did you say? Lung Rushuang whitened Jian Wushuang a glance. Wu Jianso suddenly understood that his eyes were rounded instantly, staring coldly at Frost. Shuanger, are you serious? Jian Wushuang's voice trembled a little. Of course it is true. Lung Rushuang smiled. Haha, yes, we have. Jian Wushuang smiled. He seemed a little silly. He didn't seem to be the master of the beginning. The strongest person in the entire star field was like a child. What's the matter? Shuanger, what are you smirking? Jin Nantian also came over. Father, mother, me, I am going to be a father. Jin Wushuang was excited and didn't know what to say. What? The people around him were surprised for a while, but followed by a surprise. Am going to be a grandpa? Jin Nantian's eyes widened. Nantian, are we going to have grandchildren? Ji Wuming was also a little dazed. A moment later, the entire immortal island was in an unprecedented joy. Time passed and 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Immortal Island, inside the manor. Father, you do and Tino. My brother's talent in Kendo is incredible. It is definitely the strongest Kendo talent I have ever seen. I think you can consider him as a disciple. A Kendo genius. If it is missed and taken away by others, it is a shame. A young man with a silver robe stood on the manor's open space and described in that section. And at the stone table in front of the young man in silver robe, Jian Wushuang and cold as frost sat down face to face casually. Jian Wushuang was lazy and drank with a pot of wine, as if he had not heard the young man in silver robe. Look like. As for the cold, frosty smile, Chinger, how long did you go out to practice? And you have met several geniuses, and you just want to take your father as a disciple? The young silver-robe youngster whom Long Rushuang called Chinger was her son and Jian Wushuang, named Jianqing. Jianqing grew up on the immortal island from an early age, and because of his parents, he was born with extremely high talents. In addition, there are countless resources on the island, and Jian Wushuang has personally taught him that he has reached the undead saint in just over 10 years level. And when Jianqing was 16 years old, Jian Wushuang allowed one of them to roam in the early world of God. Although only one person is fighting, Jian Wushuang has left several methods on Jianqing. These methods are only triggered when Jianqing encounters a life and death crisis. Once they are excited, let alone the early gods, even if they are in this star domain, no one killed him, and Jian Wushuang naturally felt extremely relieved. After 4 years of smashing in the realm of the gods in the early days, Jianqing is back here again. When he came back, he told Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang how good his Kendo talent was. Jian Wushuang didn't take it seriously. Joke, this Jianqing only went out to practice for 4 years, and it was just the level of the undead saint. How many geniuses could he meet? Even if he said that the friend's strange height in the Kendo talent battle, this so-called strange height is also for the ordinary strong. Perhaps the master of the rules, or even the master, will be impressed by such a genius. Yun Ke's strength reached the level of Jian Wushuang. It was too difficult to find a genius that satisfied him and made him a disciple. When he heard the words as cold as frost, Jianqing poked his lips and didn't say much. He has stayed on the island for so long. Although he still doesn't know his father's true strength and identity, he knows one thing. That is, his father is very, very powerful. He was the ruler of the top power in the early world of God. When facing his father, he had to kneel down. Even if he was the master, he had to respect him before his father. Chinger, how long do you plan to stay here? Jian Wushuang finally glanced at the sword. He'll come back and see your father and mother. You will leave soon. Jianqing rode. When are you going to come back again? Jian Wushuang asked again. A few months later, when my sister is born, I will return. Jianqing rode. Jian Wushuang could not help but glance at the cold frosty abdomen, where he slightly swelled, which made Jian Wushuang smile inside. Yes, he and the cold second child have been pregnant for 3 months, and Jian Wushuang knew long ago that this second child was a daughter. No surprises, there will be surprises tomorrow. Everyone will wait and see. Chapter 3992. The first is more. 7 months later, Jian Wushuang's daughter was born, and Jian Wushuang named him Xin Er. Regarding talent, Jian Xin'er is not under Jianqing at all, but compared to Jianqing, she is more obedient and sensible. Wu Jianqing belongs to the more public and incapable character. In addition, there is the father of Jian Wushuang, who is wandering around in the early world of God. Of course, trouble is returned to trouble, but Jianqing's nature is very kind and not bullying. This is also the sword Wushuang and cold as frost to teach from childhood. Jian Xin'er, very clever from an early age, is very disciplined, and Jianqing belongs to 2 different personalities. Jian Wushuang also taught them how to be human when they were young. As for how they acted in the early world of God, regardless of asking, he lived on the immortal island with frost like cold, occasionally walking around, traveled all over the corner of the early world of God. The life is extremely happy. However, while living a happy life, Jian Wushuang's cultivation has never been pulled down. I must know that he is now the dominant Taoist will of the Taichu shooting world, and he can use the Taoist will to enlighten him at all times and even stir the universe. In addition, not long after he broke through and became the master, his strength was already in an explosive phase. With such a huge innate advantage, his speed of progress is certainly extraordinary. However, no matter how great his progress is and how powerful he is, there is no room for him in this star field. The years are ruthless, and time is passing. Blink of an eye. From the end of the war, the divine realm was completely settled in the beginning, and 36,000 years had passed. Immortal Island, inside the manor. Jian Wushuang sat there casually, and in front of him was a sturdy young man nearly 2 meters tall, waving a big axe and practicing axe there. Although it was on the island, the strong young man never exerted his magical powers, but only applied the mystery of the artistic conception of the axe. But the axe was displayed one after another, but the momentum was still extremely amazing. After half a ring, the strong young man stopped the movement in his hand, stood there straight, and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly, saying, "It's not bad to be able to reach this step in 30 years, but your axe Tao's perception is still too weak, and it has been improved a lot." Yes. Zhuangshua youth focused heavily. Father, Bei's previous mystery was extremely special. The mystery was too narrow. Many practitioners didn't have much research on the axe. Although Bei was the strongest in that mystery, he didn't get any before guidance. Only by his own ability to reach the point to reach that step. He started very late on the axe road, plus this is only 30 years. I see his progress has been very good. He said. Jian Xin'er completely inherited the beauty of her mother. She was born in the same country, but the difference was that her mother was cold and frosty. It was Jian Wushuang who opened her window, but Jian Xin'er was not in a good mood. Indifferent. Zemo, why, I just agreed with you. And you are so anxious to speak for him? Jian Wushuang glanced at Jian Xin'er. Where is it? Jian Xin'er looked flushed and bowed his head in shame. But the strong young man touched the back of his head and showed a thick smile. I saw the coldness of frost beside me. When I saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled. Wu Jiangshuaner is the pearl of their palm. Jian Wushuang has seen it very seriously since he was a child. Until 36,000 years ago, Jian Xin'er and Jianqing broke through and reached the rule of the rule. And Jianqing had married his wife and had children a long time ago, and now even grandchildren and grandchildren have a lot. But Jian Xin'er, his vision is very high, and he has never looked after a suitable husband. Until 100 years ago, the Jian Wushuang couple took Jian Xin'er and saw this Bei while playing in the secret world of one side. At that time, the secret world of heaven and earth just happened to face the crisis of life and death, and the situation was almost comparable to that of the early divine realm 36,000 years ago. In the crisis, bald heads, it is the first strong man in this secret world that is recognized as the first shot. Abandon one's own life and fight fiercely with strong enemies. In the end, he beheaded the enemy, but he fell into desperation and almost died. Jian Wushuang saw Bei, and when he thought of the crisis in the early world, he also held a mortal heart. If he wanted to fight the scene with the demon ancestor, his heart touched, he shot and saved this Bei. Zhibei returned to the Immortal Island. Since then, Bei has temporarily lived on Immortal Island. At the beginning, it was nothing. Who had thought about his daughter Jian Xin'er and saw with his own eyes the scene where Bei gave up his life to meet the enemy for his hometown. This Bei has generated great interest. Wu Jiangxuaner often came to Bei, and the two of them came out with affection. Until 30 years ago, the two completely established the relationship, and Jian Wushuang did not object and agreed directly. I have nothing to oppose. Bei was saved by Jian Wushuang himself. There is absolutely no problem in character. As for the strength, Jian Wushuang doesn't care, as long as his daughter likes it. From that day on, Jian Wushuang was also teaching Bei to enlighten the axe. Huh. Jian Wushuang's look suddenly moved and waved his hand, saying, Xin'er, Bei. The two of you are coming to the side first. Your uncle God is here. Uncle Xin? Jian Xin'er heard it with joy. She is the daughter of Jian Wushuang, which is equivalent to the princess of the early Taishan world, and the leaders of the early Taishan world, like the Xinshan Taoist and the Master of Space and Time, are very fond of Jian Xin'er. Soon, the mysterious Shinto man appeared in the manor, and one person accompanied him. Shun Yun dominates? Jian Wushuang showed surprise. Have seen the Lord of the Blood Sword. Shun Yun dominated standing in front of Jian Wushuang, but his expression was extremely humble. In the battle that lasted 36,000 years ago, Shun Yun, the master, has been watching in the surrounding void and has seen everything in his eyes. He saw Jian Wushuang break through and reach the with his own eyes, which led to the coming of the law of the universe, and then directly killed the demon ancestor by thunder. After that, he also knew that Jian Wushuang took away the early gods. I must know that before, Jian Wushuang realized a trace of the cosmic law at the level of the master of the rule. In addition to being a special life, these 2 points are already incredible geniuses. The potential is inestimable, and the Emperor Pavilion attaches great importance. But then Jian Wushuang won the other astral world? That potential is even greater and more scary. He even ordered the senior staff of Judy Pavilion to personally make him as good as possible with sword unparalleled. Obviously, Judy Pavilion paid more attention to Jian Wushuang, a super genius. Chapter 3993. Second more. Shun Yun, did you want Xin Shun to bring you? Jian Wushuang looked at Shen Yun as the master. Yes. Shen Yun dominated his head and nodded. It's true. I'm here today because I got a message. This news should be very important to you, the Lord of the Blood Sword. Oh. Jian Wushuang looked. His name has been included in the list of 9 emperors. In the future, Jade Pavilion can ask him to do one thing. Zhou Judage will pay attention to some information related to him as much as possible. Obviously now, the master of this Shen Yun knows that one thing has something to do with him, so he came to look for himself. In terms of a news, you just need to send me a message directly. Where else do you need to take a personal trip? Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. I'm afraid it's hard to talk about this by just messaging. I can only come here in person. Not to mention, Lord of the Blood Sword, you should look at this yourself. Shen Yun, the master, took out a sign and directly guided the message contained in the symbol. Jian Wushuang also carefully read this message immediately. Well, the reward? Jian Wushuang showed surprise. The order that Shun Yun dominates is a rewarding order. This reward order was issued from a force named Thunder God Palace in a star field named Jiuyao. The Jiuyao star field is a large star field, and the Thunder God Palace is one of the 4 strongest forces in the Jiuyao star field. Of course, these are not the most important. The important thing is that behind, the Lord of the Blood Sword, you carefully look. Shen Yun dominated. Wu Jianso continued to watch. In the reward order, there is a column of reward. There are two kinds of rewards. One only needs to provide the specific location of the other party. After it is confirmed to be true, you can get 100 rewards for the source stone of the universe. The second type is to kill the opponent or capture the opponent, and you can get a treasure of the rule of Chinese goods, plus a reward of 500 source stones. I have to say that the reward is very tempting. Wu Jianwushuang knew the value of the source stone of the universe very much. At the time, he sold an inferior rule of treasure in Judi Pavilion and only got 150 source stone. And now, as long as the specific position of the rewarded person is provided, 100 cosmic source stones can be obtained after it is true. This is already the possession of many 4th-level masters, and even some of the poor 5th-level masters. It is estimated that all net worth is only about 100 source rocks of the universe. Roll if you kill or capture the opponent, the reward is even more amazing. A piece of middle-class rule is a treasure, plus 500 cosmic source stones. This reward is enough to make the 4th and 5th series masters crazy. After all, many 5th-level masters do not have a rule of treasure, let alone a rule of treasure of the middle-class level. What kind of resentment actually makes this Thunder Palace release such a high reward? Jian Wushuang wondered, and then he continued to look down. However, when he saw the name of the person being offered a reward, he froze. I was rewarded by a person named Xuani. Xian Yi? Jian was double-body trembled and frowned. Is it just a coincidence? The universe is too vast, and the number of practitioners is endless. There are naturally many people with the same name and same name. If the name like Sword Wushuang is put into the universe, I'm afraid I can find out 180,000. There are certainly many people in the natural universe with the same name as his master, Xian Yi. Wu Jianshuang's subconscious thought only coincidence, but when he saw a lifelike portrait at the bottom of the reward order, Jian Wushuang stunned himself. The portrait shows a middle-aged man in Xing Yi. This middle-aged man has a slender figure and a handsome face. He looks very warm when he looks at it. Unbridled temperament. He is like a fairy on earth, standing on top of a mountain, overlooking 10,000 beings. He is like the sea without bounds, tolerating everything in the world. This is a person who looks admiring and fascinating. He painted a picture of him with a simple smile on his lips, as if the entire universe was in his grasp. No matter how fascinating this person is and how unique his temperament is, this is not the key. The real key is that this person, Jian Wushuang, is really too familiar. Whether it is the look in the portrait or the unique temperament, it is exactly the same. This person is a master of sword, unparalleled, Xuani. It's master. It's him. Jian Wushuang was so excited that the whole body shuddered. Xian Yi? Xian Shinto was also stunned. Thuiran, although he arrived with Lord Xinyun, he has not seen this reward before, and he does not even know the purpose of Lord Xinyun to find the sword. So now seeing the reward order, seeing the portrait of the reward order, he is also a little embarrassed. He naturally recognized that the person in the portrait was Xuani. I can't be wrong, and the name of this rewarded person is Xuani. Name, appearance, and even temperament are exactly the same. This can never be two people. Really, master, it really is him. He is not dead. He is not dead. Jian Wushuang was already excited and didn't know what to say. With his current strength, especially in this star field, there is almost nothing that can make him so excited. Even if the incomparable laws appear in the 3 major battlefields, he is only at most slightly pleased. But now it's different. That's his master. He is a human being. If his parents are not mentioned, his most grateful and respected person must be his master Xuani. He is like a father, and even to a certain extent, he is no different from his father in his eyes. His master died. This is the scar that Jian Wushuang couldn't make up for, but Jian Wushuang couldn't help it. After all, his master had died before he was born. He had always been in contact with only his teacher, a consciousness left by Zun, and the only thing he can do is to complete his mission to explain his master and protect the pre-God world. As a result, he did it. In the beginning, the world was completely settled. But now, at this time, Xin Yun's dominance arrived, and he even saw him a reward order to reward his master. When was Shen Yun overwhelmed? When was this reward order issued? Jian Wushuang stared at Shun Yun overwhelmingly. After I got this reward order, I have already asked about it. This reward order was issued thousands of years ago. It is said that the people who offered the reward made a huge storm in Juyo's star region thousands of years ago. The palace offended miserably, and the Thunder God Palace offered a reward to reward him. Shin Yun dominated. Surprise is here. Chapter 3994. The first is more. 1,000 years ago? Jian Wushuang ecstatic. The bounty order issued only 1,000 years ago apparently made Master Zun appear in the Juyao starfield 1,000 years ago, and it also caused a huge storm. Sir, his master Xian Yi is really alive. I thought, Master, he is dead? Jian Wu's body trembled. Many years ago, in the first war between the world and the magic cloud star in the early days, the magic cloud star was defeated and the seven-star Xuanzong was destroyed. His master was also killed in that battle. Even the corpse is still in the chaotic world of ancient times. When he was refining the chaotic world of eternity, he saw the consciousness left by Xian Yi, and Xian Yi himself told him that he was dead. This made Jian Wushuang no longer doubt, and always thought that his master was dead, and what he had encountered before was just a remnant of his master. However, if you think about it, Jian Wushuang can find something wrong. First of all, it is his master's means, which is too strange. You should know that his master Xuanyi is not only the first perfect life born in the beginning of the world, but the most important thing is that he can only create the second perfect life in the state of only the residual soul after death. Is the sword unparalleled? Creating a perfect life. At first I heard Xuanyi said that it seemed that it took some twists and turns, but also some luck. But in fact, how good is a perfect life? On the degree of rareness, it is even rarer than the super genius that the ruler of the universe realizes a trace of the universe's laws. Such a life, even the vast universe, has bred very little over the years. Shinkek Xuanyi created it by himself and succeeded. There is also the heaven spell. This is an extremely powerful magical power. Even if it is of great help to Jian Wushuang now, he is able to make special life play his inherent advantages more. This mystery is equally terrible. Qi Jian Wushuang has seen blood waves in the world of blood waves, and the blood waves come from the Temple of Life, which is a top power alliance of special life gathering in the vast universe. And even if it is the top power in the universe such as the Palace of Life, only their powerful palace master has created a life magical power that can maximize the special advantages of life. And the palace master created when life was supernatural. It took a long time to study it, but it was hard to create it. On the level, perhaps the sky-cutting technique is not as good as the magical power of life, but the nature of the two is extremely similar. Even the blood wave, when I first knew that Xian Yi created the sky-cutting art, it was incredible, because in the blood wave, let alone the master of the rules, even the master, even the supreme, cannot come out of those secrets. But Xuanyi did it. In addition, there is that chaotic world of ancient times. His master Junyi was defeated in the original battle, but he exerted great means to completely ban the seven-star god realm, and through the transformation of the matrix, he gradually transformed the seven-star god reality into a complete heavenly cycle, and finally let the sword unparalleled recognition. So Dawn, this method is equally incredible to Jian Wushuang. Creating perfect life, creating sky-cutting technology, and transforming the ancient chaotic world into a complete heavenly cycle. None of these three things can be done by ordinary strong people. He is like a sword unparalleled in swordsmanship. On strength, now he should be far better than the peak period of his master, but if he was allowed to do all three things, he would not be able to complete one of them. This is for sure. But his master has done it all. Master respects him. Maybe his combat power is really not strong, but the method is the one I know. The most unpredictable person, even the star demon ancestor with special divine power and special devouring power, follows the division. Compared to Zun, they are all far away. Jian Wushuang muttered. I previously thought that his master was really dead, and Jian Wushuang did not really think about it. Only that he felt that his master had obtained a special opportunity and only resorted to it. But now when I think about it carefully, Jian Wushuang found out that these methods of his master were not really able to be performed and completed with ordinary opportunities. There is no doubt that there must be a big secret in his master. Even the origin of his master, I am afraid, is not as simple as Jian Wushuang knew. Even the gigantic corpse that is still lying in the chaotic world of ancient times, Jian Wushuang is not sure now whether it is really the body of his master. Master, what is the origin of him? And what did he do? What is the purpose? He is alive, but why should he say he is dead? Wu Jinshuang frowned, now quite confused. He had too many puzzles, too many doubts. Alas, no one can answer him. After half a ring, Jian Wu's eyes suddenly gave out a fierce look. Frost. Jian Wushuang looked at the cold frost next to him. I decided to go to the universe and go to Zhiyao Starfield. Huh. It was cold as frost, but I was not surprised. She has been with Jian Wushuang for so many years, and it is very clear how important Jian Wushuang's affection is to his master. Jian Wushuang thought his master was dead before, so he has nothing to worry about. Going to the universe, but staying in the early divine realm, has been with her to live a happy life. But now knowing that his master is still alive, and after Zhiyao Starfield, Jian Wushuang can no longer sit still. Dad, are you going to the depths of the universe? Jin Shinner Lu Mei tufted up and immediately came over, followed directly and said, I want to go too. Funny. Jian Wushuang rebuked in a low voice. You Santi play when I go to the depths of the universe? The universe is vast and the crisis is serious. Although I am invincible in this star field, but in the vast universe, I can't even count it. What? Even if I go to the depths of the universe myself, I have to walk on thin ice and be cautious everywhere. How can I protect you comprehensively? Going to the universe this time, will be with you and your mother. As for you and Chinger, you will stay in the realm of God in the early days and be your company for your grandparents. Jian is not bilingual and cold, and there is no room for negotiation. It is impossible for him to take Jian Shinner or Jian Qing to the universe. As for his wife as cold as frost, it is also because of cold as frost because of the relationship between the hearts of the astral world. The strength has not improved greatly in these years. Dominated by the second grade, it is extremely close to the third grade. In addition, she was inherited by the Miss Supreme, and her combat power is extremely arrogant. She is no less than the third grade. Cold as frost with him. Otherwise, he didn't want his wife to follow his own adventures. Chapter 3995. Second more. When I heard Jian Wushuang's words, Jian Shinner bit his lips tightly. Although he knew what his father said was reasonable, he still felt uncomfortable. Looking at his daughter, Jian Wushuang softened his heart and said, Xian heir, obedient. Although Dad and Yang will leave the early divine realm and go to the depths of the universe, both of us will be left consciously. Now, you can still come and talk to us at any time. The consciousness is the same as the deity. Can it be the same? Jian Shinner's eyes were red. Wu Jian Wushuang helpless, still as cold as frost came forward, so that he said, only to calm down Jian Shinner. In fact, Jian Shinner has been very obedient since she was a child. But this time knowing that her father and mother would leave the early world of God and still have to venture into the vast universe, she was naturally worried. Shinner, go to Chinger, and your grandparents call them. Cold as frost. Jian Shinner nodded and immediately called. Dominated by Shen Yun. Jian Wushuang looked at the dominated Shen Yun in front of him, and his expression had become dignified. I want to know the detailed star map leading to the Zhiyao Starfield, and there are also about Zhiyao Starfield. All. No problem. Shen Yun nodded his head. When I came, I had sorted out the star map and the information in Zhiyao's large star domain. In this jade book, you the Lord of the Blood Sword. You can check slowly. Shen Yun dominated and handed a jade chain to Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang took it, consciousness browsed. Well, so far? Jian Wushuang frowned. So Shen the first thing he looked at was the star map of the route, which marked the star fields that he was going to pass on this trip, and the approximate time it would take. According to the estimation of Shen Yun's domination, if he was traveling through the void of the universe at his own speed, it would take millions of years to reach Zhiyao from this star field, which is still not all the way. Whenever you get into trouble, it's just the time it takes to get on the road. No way, The universe is too big. The Juyao star field is not the most marginal part of the universe. It is indeed far away from the star field where they are now. Of course, Juyao's large star field is still not the depth of the universe. If Jian Wushuang wants to go deeper into the universe, the distance will be longer and the time will be longer. It will take millions of years to rush the road alone, Zura. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but admire. After all, he has only been training for about 300,000 years. Fortunately, there is a shrinking cosmic boat in the hand of the demon star. After I killed the ancestor of the demon, the cosmic boat fell into my hand, and I used the cosmic boat to hurry in the void of the universe. The speed, at least it is more than 100 times the general domination, millions of years of time. Saves 100 times, that is tens of thousands of years, at most about 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang secretly said. For nearly 100,000 years, it is not short anymore. But there is no way. If Jian Wushuang is going to Juyao Starfield, this is the only way. If he still wants to save time, he can only spend a lot of money to ride the cosmic passages, but one star field and one star field cosmic channel can be transmitted. The cost is extremely high. Dida when arriving from this star field to the Juyao star field. If it is completely riding the cosmic passage, the cost is high, and Jian Wushuang cannot afford it. No way, most of the star fields I can only ride on the cosmic boat. There are only a few crosses between the star fields, but I can pay the price to ride the cosmic passage. This will also save a lot of time. Jian Wushuang murmured. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's look moved again. He also saw a star field on the star map that Shen Yun dominated there. Fang, this square star field, named Ziwei star field, is a medium-sized star field. In the vast universe, star fields are indeed divided into different sizes. Among them, what can be called a large star field? The first thing is that there must be a first-level astral space in this star field. The first-level astral field is much stronger than the second-level astral field. Generally, if the first-level astral field grows to its peak, it can breed a large number of masters, even like the third level and the fourth level. The number and even the fifth-level masters are countless. Even if the first-level astral world grows up, there will be an ultimate level of domination. If it is in the depths of the universe, the first-level astral world is even home to the supreme strong. In addition to the first-level astral level, the second-level astral level in the large star field is rarely said to have dozens or even hundreds. As for the third-level astral level, there are thousands of them. Only one first-order astral plane, dozens or hundreds of second-order astral planes, and a large number of third-order astral planes can form a large star field. There is a first-level astral universe in the large star field like Juyao. The medium-sized star field is much worse than the large star field, but there will still be several second-level or even dozens of second-level astrals, and there are a lot of third-level astrals. As for the small star field, to be able to become a small star field, at least there must be a secondary star field. The star field where the Magpie star was originally located is a small star field. And this star field, like the beginning of the divine realm, is at the edge of the universe and the most barren. There is not even a second-level astral field, and there are only dozens of third-level astral fields. Star field. Because of this star field has not even had a name so far. The reason why Jian Wushuang will pay attention to this purple star field is because he had previously received news from Judy Pavilion. Knowing that the star Luo ruled, she came from the purple star field. Master Xing Luo, cold master like snow. The battle with Demon Star 36,000 years ago, the Lord of the Star Luo also appeared. But when the Lord of the Star Yun died, the Lord of the Star Luo immediately fled, and even Jian Wushuang did not know her where he went. He could only seek the of Shen Yun to investigate, before he knew the existence of Ziwei Star Domain. And Jian Wushuang, if not guessed, then the Lord of Star Luo should have returned to the purple star field. And that cold as snow, 80% is also on the purple star field. Cold as snow, after all, is a consciousness differentiated from cold as frost. Her existence, whether it is for Jian Wushuang or cold as frost, is a thorn. Of course, if you have a chance, you have to solve this matter. And now Jian Wushuang found that on his way to the Juyao starfield this time, he just passed the Ziwei starfield. Exactly when I arrived at the Ziwei starfield, by the way dominate Xinglua, and the coldness like snow was also solved. Jian Wu's eyes showed a faint coldness. Soon after, Jin Wushuang set down the banquet and invited many of his relatives and friends in Taichu Divine Realm. At the banquet, Jin Wushuang also explained his upcoming departure from Taichu Divine Realm. In this regard, these relatives and friends of Jin Wushuang have also been psychologically prepared and can accept it. After the feast was over, Jin Wushuang explained Jian Xiner and Jian Qing a few words, and then set off with Lung Rushuang. The 24th volume of The Beginning of the End of the Lord. The 25th volume, The Universe chapter, will open tomorrow. Everyone will wait and see. Chapter 3996. The first is more. Fan Jin Wushuang said goodbye to his relatives and friends, and immediately left the incarnation of consciousness with Long Rushuang at the same time, and then they left the early world together. He left the divine realm in the early days, but the two of them did not leave this star field directly to go to the universe, but went to the three battlefields. First, they went to the Red Cloud realm to say goodbye to that misty man, and then they went to the special time and space of Moyangu. In that special time and space, Jin Wushuang saw the Wind Demon again. After learning that Jin Wushuang had swallowed the psychic Baodan, and already knew that he had deliberately lied to him before, Feng Ma was quite embarrassed. I knew that Jin Wushuang was about to go to the universe, and the Wind Demon only sent the words Jin Wushuang. Be careful. I bid farewell to the Wind Demon, Sword Wushuang, and Cold as Frost, then really started to leave. Hurry on. At the extreme edge of this star field, in the vast universe, there is no darkness and no light can be seen. Jirda, a huge cosmic boat, hurried through the void of this universe. Yurdo, this cosmic boat was obtained from the Lord of the Nebula, but it is an incomparably complete cosmic boat, which travels through the void of the universe, much faster than the master-level practitioners. In the cosmic boat, Jin Wushuang sat side by side with Cold as Frost, and a guard stood behind them. This guard is the magic flame. At first, in order to kill the Lord of the Demon Stars, the demon flames used the strongest killing trick at any cost. The 20% gold-swallowing body that finally condensed collapsed again. However, after the Sword Devil slayed and killed the Star Demon Ancestor, he also got the Demon Star, a treasure of the Lord. After that, he went to the Judy Pavilion to exchange a lot of treasures and repair the body for the magic flame again. I want to know that the last time Jin Wushuang went to Judy Pavilion to exchange special spar. The reason why it was extremely expensive was because Jin Wushuang wanted Judy Pavilion to be delivered within 500 years. But this time it doesn't need to be so anxious, so the price must be a lot on the ground. In these years, the magic flame once again relied on devouring special crystals to restore the body. Until now, it has also restored 20% of the body. It will take some time. The most important thing is that Jin Wushuang's current net worth cannot support the magic flame to recover to 30% of the body. However, even if it is only 20% of the deities, the magic flame only returns to the third level to dominate the peak, but its combat power is undoubtedly the fourth level. This time to travel to the universe, Jin Wushuang except with himself beside his wife. There was a demon flame around him. Frost, you are about to leave this star field. Can you be ready to smash the universe with me? Jin Wushuang glanced at his wife. Of course. Cold as Frost smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go. Wu Jinsho laughed loudly, and immediately under his guidance, the cosmic boat broke out in a horrible speed, instantly passed through the cosmic void ahead, and left the range of the star field, heading for a more vast and vast cosmic void. From this day, Jin Wushuang and Cold as Frost also really began the wandering journey of the universe. Wandering in the cosmic void, the hardest part is boring and boring. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang didn't have to rely on his own strength to rush on the road and took the cosmic boat directly, and his wife was always with him on the cosmic boat. But in the vast universe, most practitioners have just left their hometown to drift in the cosmic void, but that is the boundless darkness. This wandering is generally tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even some practitioners wandering in the universe for tens of thousands of years can't meet other practitioners. These lonely and boring days are the real hardships. In a blink of an eye, the sword unparalleled has driven the cosmic boat, and it has been shuttled in the cosmic void for 3,000 years. Inside the universe boat, fortunately, We didn't let Qinger and Shinner follow them together. Otherwise, with their temperament, they have been wandering in the universe like this for an entire millennium. I'm afraid they can't stand it anymore. Lung Rushuang laughed. Although they have been born for almost 40,000 years, they have not experienced as much as we have, and since they were born, it has been smooth sailing. We have always been by their side during the week. Now, if they were allowed to wander in the void of this universe, hee. Jin Wushuang also shook his head. These 3,000 years that he and Long Rushuang drifted in the cosmic void, they are accompanied by each other, but they are not alone, nor do they feel tormented. Master, according to the guidelines on the star map, we are about to reach Ziwei Xinghe, Moyan said suddenly. Ziwei Xinghe? Jin Wushuang looked. The Xinghe River appears only in the dark and void of the universe. Generally, the Xinghe River is extremely vast and huge, connecting different star fields around it. Jin Wushuang had seen the star map in detail long ago, and knew that they were going to the Zhiyao star field, and they definitely passed the Ziwei Star River. Although Ziwei Star River was connected to a large number of star fields, there was only one medium-sized star field, Lagerstremia Indica. Because of this date, this galaxy will be named Lagerstremia Indica. Before going to Zhiyao Starfield, we have to go to Ziwei Starfield first, and Ziwei Starfield is at the very end of Ziwei Xinghe. If we want to go there, we have to cross the Ziwei Xinghe completely. Novel. I am afraid that the process will take thousands of years. Jian Wushuangdo. The universe is too vast. Even if they are riding a spacecraft, they are already much faster than ordinary practitioners, but it still takes a lot of time to get on the road. For such 1,000 years, it is already relatively short. Yin Jian Wushuang was talking, but the spacecraft had already reached the edge of the vast Ziwei Xinghe. That's Xinghe? Wu Jianwushuang is still sitting in the spaceship, but can see the vast and magnificent river in front through the spaceship. This galaxy is colorful and exudes a dazzling light. It is gorgeous and dazzling in the void of the universe. So beautiful. Cold as frost couldn't help it. It is very beautiful, but there are many crises in Xinghe. Jian Wushuangdo. He carefully looked at the star map and some information given by Xinyun, and mentioned the danger in Xinghe above. In the vast universe, the endless universe of darkness and emptiness is actually extremely safe, because the darkness and emptiness of the entire universe is too large, and there is no light to see. Although many practitioners leave their hometown, they must be in the darkness of the universe. Drifting, but this kind of wandering is very difficult to meet other practitioners. Like Sword Wushuang, they drifted here from their hometown, relying on the cosmic boat to travel through the darkness of the universe for 3,000 years. Although they passed many star fields, they did not encounter the existence of a practitioner. But the universe galaxy is completely different. Chapter 3997. Second more. The cosmic galaxy is extremely dazzling, and it is eye-catching in the cosmic void. The most important thing is that the universe's galaxy is vast and boundless. It connects the constellations of stars. The practitioners who communicate with each other in these constellations almost have to pass through this galaxy. After all, although the practitioners can also rush to the dark space for other star domains, there is no light in the dark and void of the universe, and there is no material sign. The practitioners are roaming in the void of the universe, and it is easy to get lost, but it is different in the galaxy. I can say that Xinghe is an important link for communication in this constellation. Therefore, the number of practitioners who come and go is very large. And because there are too many practitioners coming and going, some of them are evil-minded people who have started plundering business. These people are called star thieves. Stinging in Xinghe, the star thief is like the Ziwei Star River in front of it, hiding a few star thieves, and even a large number of star thief forces, specializing in looting practitioners. There is a large number of practitioners around the vast Ziwei Xinghe River. Most of these practitioners are only the masters of the rules, and a few dominate them. They all stood outside Xinghe in pairs, forming a large gathering place for practitioners. Humming. Luan exudes an ancient atmosphere and looks extremely towering. As soon as it appears on the edge of the Star River, it immediately attracts the attention of a large number of practitioners around it. Here, Many people? Nigh in the spacecraft, Jin Wushuang sat side by side with cold as frost, watching a large number of practitioners outside the spacecraft. Before we drifted in the darkness of the universe for 3,000 years, we did not see a practitioner. But now here, there are so many people all at once. They should all drift here from their hometowns? Sighed. Should be. Jin Wushuang nodded. Under normal circumstances, as long as the ruler of the rule, there will be capital to survive in the darkness of the universe. There are many rulers in the universe. After reaching a certain level of strength, they will leave their hometown to go deeper in the universe, and some will come to the universe after becoming masters. These people, maybe there are not many one or two star fields, but countless star fields from the edge of the universe come together. There are more people. As the statue is now, there are nearly 10,000 practitioners gathered around this galaxy. Wu Jinshuang and Long Rushuang were talking. All of a sudden, many practitioners gathered in the crowd towards the cosmic boat. They dare not stand in front of the spacecraft, but just come to the spacecraft. The mediation soon passed in. Could the adults in the spaceship take me for a ride? I would pay enough. And me. Master, take us for a ride. This way came into Jian Wushuang's ear with a voice of imploring. Jian Wushuang's brow frowned. Master, if I'm not mistaken, these people gathered at the edge of Xinghe. They should know that there are a lot of star thieves in Xinghe. They are afraid to go in alone, so they stay here, wait for more people to come, and then form teams go in again. Of course, if there is a strong person who also wants to enter Xinghe, they will try their best to tie it up. After all, if they are led by a real strong person, they will be easier to cross the Z-Way star field. Magic Hamura said, These people think of us as strong? Jian Wushuang frowned. Of course, you are the owner of the spaceship. You can have a complete spaceship in the universe. This has already fully demonstrated your identity. If you are the owner of the spaceship, you can travel directly into the galaxy, even if you encounter stars along the way. Pirates, most of those star pirates dare not come forward to disturb. Mo Yin said, The sword is unparalleled. He can also understand that the cosmic boat is very precious. Those who can have a complete cosmic boat in the universe are not weak enough. For example, this cosmic ship was originally owned by the Demon Star, and the Demon Star is a second-level astral master. Its strength has reached the 4th order level, and the 4th order dominator is at the edge of the universe. Is already a top powerhouse. Such powerhouses have to cross the galaxy. Under normal circumstances will not encounter any trouble. After all, the star island in the purple microstar domain is estimated that the strongest is only the 3rd level. It is difficult to say whether there is a 4th level. Father, do we want to bring these people? Said coldly. Ma'am, I advise you not to. Jian Wushuang has not spoken yet, but the flames have already spoken. Why? Long Rushuang looked at it. It's very simple. The universe is dangerous. Devil Flame said lowly, Madam, you and your master will be in the universe in the future. You must remember these 4 words, so that you can live longer, and in the universe, there is no kindness, there is compassion, and some unnecessary trouble. Don't get into trouble. Magic Flame is right. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Since these people have decided to leave their hometown to venture into the universe, they should already be sufficiently mentally prepared. This is their own choice and has nothing to do with me. Wu Jianwushuang has obviously experienced a lot and has no pity for those begging practitioners outside the universe. Maybe if there was no such life and death crisis in the early world of God, he might come to the universe when the ruler of the rule, and his experience at that time will probably be glanced at with those practitioners. But what about that? This is their own choice. What does it have to do with themselves? Let's go straight into the Xinghe. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and had directly driven the cosmic boat towards the vast Xinghe. In front of it, a large number of practitioners around the spacecraft. Seeing that the spacecraft only paused slightly, they continued to move forward, all anxiously. Master, take us for a ride. Master, show mercy. One practitioner is shouting, hoping that Jian Wushuang can stop the spacecraft and let them go up. Unfortunately, the spacecraft never stopped and soon entered the galaxy. Seeing this, these practitioners are also helpless. Entering the Xinghe, the people on this spacecraft haven't been able to get us up. It's a pity. It's a pity that for such a complete cosmic boat, the man it controls must be a top powerhouse. Such a powerhouse is roaring in the galaxy. How can an ordinary star thief dare to provoke? You say, how powerful is the owner of this spacecraft? I don't know, but according to my estimation, at least it must be dominated by the third grade, it may be dominated by the fourth grade, and it may even reach the fifth grade. Many practitioners outside of Xinghe are talking about it, but they did not complain about Jian Wushuang ignoring them and directly entering Xinghe. After all, they also know that the universe is dangerous, so the other party is the most correct choice. The universe chapter has begun. Ask for all kinds of support. Ask for everything. Chapter 3998. The first is more. The magnificent galaxy is beautiful. The ancient cosmic boat, shuttled in the galaxy, is still extremely fast. Chan, the shuttle between the galaxy, is obviously different from the shuttle in the darkness of the universe. The number of practitioners in this galaxy is very large. They are driven all the way by Jian Wushuang, and they can easily meet other practitioners. Also, these practitioners are almost a team of dozens, or even hundreds of people. As for a single person, it is rarely seen. Wu Jian Wushuang drove the spacecraft into the second year of Ziwei Xinghe. Boom! The starry sky in Hanoi is shaking, and there is a faint wave of divine power transmitted from the void in front. Some people are fighting in front, and watching this wave of fighting, the number of people fighting is still quite large. Moyan said, "Father, should we go around?" Lung Rushuang asked. "No need." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "Let's go straight." Wu Jianshou did not choose a detour, and there was no need to detour. Thoiran, although there are many dangers in this galaxy, as well as the existence of a large number of star thieves, these star thieves can only threaten a large number of rulers and some weaker ones. He could reach the level of Jian Wushuang. He could almost walk sideways in this class of galaxies, not to mention that he was still riding a cosmic boat. This alone made most star thieves' gang dare not come to their trouble. The spacecraft continued to move forward, and soon came to the edge of the battlefield. Through the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang could see the scene of the battlefield ahead. This fierce battle is simply a one-sided fierce battle, which can even be called a slaughter, because there are more than 200 practitioners on one side, of which there are more than a dozen masters alone, including 3 second-level masters. As for the other side, there are only less than 50 people, only 6 masters, and only 1 master in the second rank. The difference in strength is too big, leading to a team of more than 50 people, without any ability to resist, was swept directly. Only a moment from the battle to the present, this team has died most of the time. The rest are fleeing frantically. Kill them all. Haha, when we met us a star, even if we didn't ask for forgiveness, we didn't even want to pay for the toll. It was really a death. I thought that with the second-level dominator sitting in town, you can safely walk through Ziwei Xinghe? Really a joke? A gigantic laughter rang through the battlefield. Wu Jianwushuang understood it immediately. The team of more than 200 people should be a star thief, but also from a star thief gang named One Star. As for the other team, apparently passing by, it was intercepted. Because it could not afford it, it was directly slaughtered by the star thief gang. Only a moment later, the slaughter was over. Only 2 or 3 of the 50-person team escaped, and the others died in the hands of a star stealing. This is the star thief? It's really cruel. Cold as Frost frowned. It's normal, let alone the vast universe. Even in the early world of God, there are also a lot of bandits in all important places of trade and exchange. Those bandits are similar to these star theft methods. The difference is the star stealing strength. Stronger. Jian Wushuang is still extremely calm. He experienced too much in the early world of the gods and saw many. Like those bandits, he also dealt with a lot. So this scene, he is already numb. Let's go. Let's continue on our way. Jian Wushuang drove the cosmic boat and continued to move forward. On the battlefield just now, those star thieves are busy collecting loot. But at this moment, Khan, look there. An exclamation sounded suddenly. Many star thieves all looked up at the same time, and immediately saw an ancient and huge cosmic boat coming out. With this scene, these star thieves have changed their looks. Hurry up, Get out of here! The leader of the Star Thief shouted. Suddenly, more than 200 bandits rushed towards the surrounding void, giving way to a wide road. The spacecraft passed unimpeded, passed directly through the center of the battlefield, and then disappeared into the sight of these Star Thieves. Seeing the cosmic boat disappearing, these Star Thieves were relieved. It's dangerous. The leader also sighed. Boss, the spaceship just now is obviously just passing by, and it doesn't mean to stop. We don't need to be so nervous, right? A Star Thief couldn't help asking. What do you know? The leader glared at the Star Thief. This is a complete cosmic boat. In the universe, if you can have such a complete cosmic boat, the strength is bound to be extraordinary. It is likely to be the first the masters of the 4th grade or above, or the kind of people with large backgrounds, no matter what kind, are not something we, a small Sing Island gang, can provoke. And we are lucky. The people on the spacecraft just didn't hit us. But we need to know that there are a lot of weird people in this universe. They behave weirdly. They all rely on their preferences and don't need any reason at all. If you encounter such a person, it's very likely that because we are standing in front of us, we will kill all of us directly. Or maybe it's the kind of little guy who just started to venture into the universe but has a big background. This kind of little guy is even more terrible. They have never experienced the cruelty of the world. They often show kindness and jealousy. They see us. These Star Thieves are killing passersby practitioners. It is equally possible that they will kill us. Even if they can't kill themselves, they will instruct the surrounding guards to kill us. We have no chance to struggle. On weekdays, if we, Star Islands, encountered such a complete spacecraft in the Xinghe, we would have hid far away and would not dare to appear in front of the spacecraft. But this time it is just in the process of interception it was not discovered in advance. If it was discovered in advance, I would have stopped you and let the road come. Is that so? I heard the leader's words, and the surrounding islands were secretly glad. Sir, and the fact is true. If Jin Wushuang intended, he could easily kill all of these Star Thieves. But as long as these Star Thieves didn't come to provoke him or block his way, he would be too lazy. The spacecraft continued to roam within the Ziwei Xinghe. They often saw Star Thefters plundering along the way, but just like the magic flame said, this spacecraft existed, and the Star Thieves passing by saw it. They will frighten away immediately. No Star Thief would dare to plunder. In this way, the cosmic boat has flown unobstructed in Ziwei Xinghe and has exercised for 300 years. Chapter 3999. Second more. Xinghe Hanoi is still eye-catching and beautiful. It seems that the crazy killing in this galaxy just adds a little more color to this galaxy. The spacecraft is still moving forward, but at this moment in the void ahead, a killing is in progress. Star Thief again. Cold as frost glanced indifferently, looking at the battlefield ahead. Ping Xing Hanoi has been driving down for 300 years. It is similar to the scene in the front. They have encountered many times before. Every time I see Star Robbery plunder, it is usually those practitioners who suffer. Of course, some practitioners are indeed strong enough, or the strong ones are particularly powerful. Instead, Star Robbers suffer. But this is only a minority after all. And like Sword Wushuang they ride in the spacecraft, no one dares to provoke it in Xinghe. Seeing the battlefield ahead, Jin Wushuang did not intend to ignore them, but at this moment, Fujun, look at that. Lung Rushuang suddenly spoke, pointing in one direction. Wu Jinshuang followed the guidelines and immediately saw a spot on the battlefield where two figures were being besieged by 6 and 7 Star Thieves. These two figures are the masters themselves, but now they are also the masters. Xiaoye, you are ready. I will fight to create a chance for you to escape. You must seize this opportunity. The stern man in a white robe holding a spear snarled. His eyes were scarlet one slice. No, Brother Yun, let's go together. If you die, I won't live. Standing back to back with a cold man is a woman in red. The woman in red has a decided face without any desire the idea of escape alone. What stupid thing to say. The cold man scolded. The Star Thieves who besieged him also laughed when they heard the conversation between them. It is really a pair of life and death. Don't worry, you two will die together. We promise. Ha ha, kill them. Each of these star robbers has cold eyes, soaring into the sky, and the strength revealed is also extremely remarkable. Suddenly, the cold polyman broke out. Obviously, he was performing a special secret technique, and in a short time, his strength reached a new level. Fast, Satsuki! Run away! Run away! The stern man shouted wildly. No, die together! The woman in red was absolutely incomparable. This scene was completely watched by the sword Wushuang on the cosmic boat. Jian Wushuang saw that the cold man and the woman in red should be a husband and wife, and they joined the universe together. Unfortunately, they were intercepted by a star theft. Although the cold man desperately wanted to create an escape for his wife opportunity, but his wife was unwilling to abandon him and leave. No surprise, the couple's final outcome should be killed here by these star thieves. Fujun, do you remember what you said to me when you were going to swallow the elixir and fight with the ancestor of the Star Devil? Lung Rushuang looked over. Of course I remember. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. At that time, he was holding a mortal heart and desperately wanted to do something with the Star Demon ancestors. To some extent, he wanted to fight with the Star Demon ancestors. At that time, he said to the cold, if the Star Demon ancestors were not dead, let her leave the early world. He answered coldly, saying that if he died, he would not live. Wu Jianwushuang remembered that the coldness at that time was also as determined as this woman in red. Fujun, this couple is very poor, let's save them. Lung Rushuang suddenly spoke. Wu Jianshou glanced at it as cold as frost, but nodded slightly. Jerdal he knew that the coldness of frost moved the heart of Recluse, because she saw her original self from the woman in red. And Jian Wushuang did not refuse. Let's go. With an idea of Wu Jian Wushuang, the cosmic boat that had slowed down or even came to a halt instantly broke out at an amazing speed and shuttled the Xinghe River and landed in front of the battlefield in a blink of an eye. Buzzing. The emergence of the huge spacecraft instantly frightened the powerful men who were fighting on both sides of the battlefield, especially those star thieves, who couldn't help stopping at this moment. Cosmic boat stopped in the void around the couple. You two, come in. Jian Wushuang's voice came from the spacecraft. Are you talking about the two of us? The cruel, grim-looking man first frowned, but followed with ecstasy. Xiaoya, let's go up. The cold man took his wife and immediately swept towards the spacecraft, and a space channel appeared in the legal array on the spacecraft, allowing the two to enter the spacecraft. As for the star thieves, they all watched the scene, including the 6 masters who had besieged the couple before. Although they were anxious, they did not dare to come forward. A stout old man over 3 meters walked over. 13 leaders, what should I do? The 6 masters who besieged the husband and wife all began to ask. Spaceship? This elder old man was the leader of the Star Pirates robbery leader. His eyes were as big as Tong Ling, staring at the spacecraft in front of him. His face was extremely gloomy. Hesitating for a moment, the old man with great strength went straight to the cosmic boat. My Excellency in the cosmos, I am the 13th leader of the ancient star. Just the 2 of them are the prey of my ancient star, please also return them to us. Road. By saying this, many star thieves from the ancient Yuan Xing were shocked, and all of them immediately stunned. In the cosmic boat, Jian Wushuang passed through the cosmic boat and overlooked the magnificent old man. The master of a second-level peak. Dare to run over and let me make friends? Jian Wushuang also had a hint of surprise in his heart. Under normal circumstances, since they rescued the couple and took the cosmic boat, these star thieves should be aware and obediently give way. But the strong old man did not, but instead ran over to let them pass. Fun. Jian Wushuang smiled. He didn't know that although this strong old man knew that it was possible to have a cosmic boat in the universe, the ancient Yuan star in which this strong old man was located, even in the Ziwei Xinghe, was even the top 10 large stars. The robber gang is very powerful, with ancient Yuan Xing as the backer, and he also has a hint of confidence in his heart. The most important thing is that he was not willing to go to the meat of his mouth and was taken away by others. At this moment, Sword Wushuang opened his mouth. The 13 leaders of the ancient Yuan Xing, right? I don't care where you come from, anyway, just now that couple, I saved, and the acquaintances, just go away, and dare to say a word, you all, stay here. Wu Jianwuishuang was too lazy to talk nonsense with these star thieves. Chapter 4000. The first is more. The 13 leaders of the ancient Yuan Xing, right? I don't care where you come from, anyway. Just now that couple, I saved, and the acquaintances, just go away, and dare to say a word, you all, stay here. The chilling voice came out of the cosmic boat, with a sense of violentness. When the old man heard this, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He stared at the cosmic boat in front of him, with a hint of anger hidden in his eyes, but no longer dared to attack. He could only hold back and retreated to the side. There is no way. After all, he is only a second-level master. After facing the mysterious powerhouse who owns the cosmic boat, the only thing he can do is to move out of his ancient Yuan star and see if he can deter the other party. It turned out that the other party didn't care about the ancient Yuanqing at all. The opponent is extremely tough, but he has to make concessions. It's pretty familiar. Wu Jian sat on both ends of the spacecraft with a cold glance at the old man, and then the spacecraft continued to move forward and soon disappeared from this battlefield. In the cosmic boat, the couple previously rescued by Jian Wushuang has appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Thank you, Lord, for your salvation. The stern man took his wife to salute Xiang Jian Wushuang. He is very clear. If this mysterious strong man had shot before him, he and his wife must have died in the hands of the star thieves. The other party did save their lives, but he did not know why the other party saved them. Get up. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and asked, how long have your husband and wife been in the universe? Master, it has been more than 100,000 years. Of course, these 100,000 years have been spent in the dark void, and only recently came outside the Ziwei Xinghe. The cold man answered, more than 100,000 years? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. In fact, if he does not have a spacecraft, it will take tens of thousands of years, or even longer, to come from his hometown to the outside of the Weiwei star domain. Where are you going? Jian Wushuang asked again. We want to go to the wings of Mars, and one of my seniors is there. The cold man said, unfortunately, to go to the wings of Mars, we must pass through the Ziwei Star River, but there are countless stars stealing from Ziwei Star River, my husband and wife. They also knew the danger of Ziwei Xinghe, so they waited outside Xinghe until they joined a team that was not weak, and then entered the Ziwei Xinghe. They thought they could walk safely to the wing Mars, but who ever thought? Qilongjuan did not continue to say, but Jian Wushuang already knew. The team where this couple is located is indeed not weak. They are dominated by dozens of people. In this Ziwei Xinghe, the General Tsingtao group is not willing to provoke, but the ancient Yuan star they met this time is very obviously it was a huge Tsingtao gang that dared to kill and plunder. The destination of my spacecraft is the Ziwei star field, and I will pass by the wing Mars field along the way. Your husband and wife can choose to stay on this spacecraft and wait for passing there before you leave. Jian Wushuangdo. Thank you, master. The cold man and the woman in red were very happy. The team where the two of them have been killed has escaped. Although they are still alive, if they only rely on the strength of his couple, they have no ability to survive in this galaxy, and they will be easily stolen by the stars. Kill. But if I could take this spaceship, it would be totally different. Lung, this cold man, is also the master. Although he has just left from his hometown, some elders of the division have been in the universe for a long time. He also knows something. He knows very well that he can own a cosmic boat. This alone, this person can almost walk sideways in the purple star field. He was able to follow such an adult to wing Mars, and his husband and wife were of great joy. Not so polite, my husband and wife have just been out of their hometown for a long time, and they have been a bit boring along the way. Now that you two are on this boat, they can just be our partners. Cold as Frost said, you guys are also husband and wife? The cold man and the woman in red seemed to understand why the owner of the spacecraft would save them. Zai Wushuang drove the cosmic boat, while continuing to roam in Xinghe. Somewhere in the Ziwei Xinghe River, a piece of land was quietly suspended. You must know that in the universe, there is no astral world and no land exists. The reason why a land appears here is because a strong practitioner has forcibly placed a land here. On this side of the land, there are also numerous dense palaces and lofts. Here is the old nest of the ancient Yuanqing. The ancient Yuan star, among the countless star-stealing gangs in the Ziwei star domain, is strong enough to rank in the top 10. Huh, 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 huh. A large group of figures, under the leadership of the 13 leaders, that is, the strong old man, returned to the ancient Yuan Xingshithan 13. Why did you hunt back so soon this time? A hearty laugh sounded, and a silver-haired robe met the middle-aged. There are 17 leaders on the ancient Yuanqing. The ranking is based on strength. Like the thirsty old man in the 13th rank, his combat power is at the top of the 2nd rank, but he is only in the 13th rank. One of Yuan Xing's leaders ranked 10th, and it is clear that he is already a 3rd-rank dominator. Don't mention it, obscure. The strong old man was a little impatient. Darkness. The middle-aged silver-haired robe couldn't help wondering. What's going on? During the hunt, did you encounter Hardstubble? That's not it. The strong old man shook his head. Don't you know that I'm acting? Before trying to work on a team, you will first find out the specific strength of the other party. If you have a certain grasp, you can do it again. This time is the same. Although the lineup I met was good, those people I could take out could be slaughtered cleanly, but the result was on the way. But something changed. What happened? What happened? The middle-aged silver robe asked. While we were slaughtering that team, a spacecraft approached us directly and landed on the battlefield, taking away the 2 masters of that team, who were already our lips. Meet. The strong old man was a little unwilling. Spaceship? The silver-haired robe middle-aged was stunned, but followed in earnestly, 13, but 2 general masters, it is not a big deal. Since there are strong men who own spacecraft to come forward and take them, just take a step back. Chapter 4001. Second more. I know that the strong man who owns the spacecraft is not easy to mess with, but I still don't want to be close to the flesh of my mouth, so I flew. So I came forward to negotiate with the strong man in the spacecraft, and even moved out of my ancient Yuan Xinglai, but whoever thought that the other party didn't care about my ancient Yuan Xing directly, and even said that he wanted me to get away, and then said a word to kill us all. The strong old man clenched his hand, and said in a deep voice, no matter how, it also grabbed the meat from our mouths, and it was so overbearing that I didn't put my ancient Yuan star in my eyes at all, which of course made me angry. I couldn't swallow in this tone. Naturally, I didn't have the mood to continue hunting. Is that so? The middle-aged silver-haired robe nodded slightly, but then smiled. Why? Aren't you happy in your heart? Do you want to slay out the strong man in the cosmic boat and kill it? When the old and strong man was stagnant, he shook his head immediately. I'm not stupid. How dare you shoot directly? Even if you are angry, you can only hold it back. You know just fine. The middle-aged silver robe laughed. In the universe, someone who can have a cosmic boat can already explain his identity and strength. Such a person, unless we can absolutely figure out his true strength and means, otherwise we should not easily provoke it. I know, but this person has been hiding in the cosmic boat and has not shown up. The existence of a legal array on the cosmic boat has blocked my sole investigation and made me unable to find out his true strength, so I dare not act lightly. But the more so, the less I will be reconciled. If the other person is really a powerful person, showing up, or showing a little power or breath, it can really scare me. Then I am scolded by him like this. Even if the person in the spacecraft is not a great powerhouse, he just poses in the spacecraft, then I will become a joke. Said the old man. In the universe, people who rely on cosmic crafts are not without them. Because everyone knows that they can own a spacecraft, it is unusual, and naturally, few people dare to provoke it. But the size of the universe means that there are weaker people, because by chance, they have obtained the spacecraft. Not to mention, in the purple star field alone, there have been several times when the other party took the spacecraft, but its own strength is very ordinary, and even a ruler once also took the spacecraft. Lao Shi, do you say that the person I met this time is really a strong one? Or is it just a person who poses with the help of a cosmic boat? The old man asked. I don't know. The middle-aged silver robe shook his head and said, the cosmic boat is difficult to get. There is no doubt about this. Under normal circumstances, the person who owns the cosmic boat must be the real strong man or have some background. People, of course, there are some people with great luck. They are not strong but have the chance to get such a cosmic boat. But this is rarely the case. But after listening to what you just said, the other party is always from beginning to end. It's a little weird not to show up, not even showing the power or breath. Do you find it strange? Zhuangshuo's eyes brightened. It's a bit, but I can't be sure. The middle-aged voice of the silver-haired robe was dull, but his eyes suddenly looked at the strong old man. 13. If you are really unhappy, you feel cramped and can't swallow this breath. You can try to test the spacecraft, but do and show up in person, just send someone to test one or two, or use other methods to find out the strength of the strong in the spacecraft. What level is it, and then you decide not to shoot. Haha. The old man with a big smile laughed immediately. They'll wait for you. It's true. I already had this plan, but I don't need people to test it. I just need to be quiet. Just wait and wait. I already knew that the couple rescued by the strong man in the spacecraft was going to the wings of Mars, and when the people under me used to fight this couple, they still use some special means can be used to sense the position of the couple. Unsurprisingly, this couple should have been on that cosmic boat. When they reach the Wing Mars domain, they will come down from the universe. We just need to go to the Wing Mars domain in advance and wait until the couple leave the universe. Zhou, we immediately shot and grabbed the two of them, and then we can know the information of the strong man on the cosmic boat from the mouth of the couple. This is a good idea. The middle-aged in the silver robe could not help nodding. But after all, the couple were riding in a cosmic boat. The speed of the cosmic boat traveling through the cosmic void is not at all comparable to us. Whether we want to rush to the Martian field in advance or catch up with the cosmic boat in the future, I guess I have to use those cosmic channels in my ancient star. The old man frowned. Universe channel, the cost of creation is extremely huge. However, as the Zhui Xinghe Hanoi can rank among the top 10 large star thieves, there are indeed several hidden cosmic channels in Zhui Xinghe alone, but they are rarely used on weekdays unless there is a big deal. This cosmic passage is extremely expensive to use once. Although I am also a leader of Gu Yuanxing, after all, the ranking is relatively low. If I want to use the cosmic passage, I have to agree with those few people. You have to help me talk about it, said the strong old man. Okay, wrap it on me. Wait for the strength of the cosmic boat to be clear. If the other party is really pretending, I will go with you to clean up the person. If it is not enough, call Shang Lao 7 and 5. Silver-haired robe middle-aged. Haha, thank you so much. The strong old man finally laughed. Zhui Xinghe, the speed of the cosmic boat cannot naturally be as fast as that in the dark and empty universe, and because it often encounters the relationship of star theft, it will be affected more or less, but the speed is still very fast. At least it's faster than those who practice it. I do and know how many times. Wu Jinshuang and Long Rushuang have been staying in the spacecraft, along with the couple. Fuqi, the couple have only spent 40 years on the spacecraft, and they have reached the edge of the Milky Way near the Wing Mars. Two of you, good luck to you. The laughter of Wu Jin Wushuang passed out from the spacecraft, and immediately the spacecraft accelerated and swept directly towards the galaxy in front. Suddenly the grim man, the woman in red, and the husband and wife were grateful and watched the spacecraft leave. After the spacecraft completely disappeared into their sight, the couple also set out to leave Xinghe and head to the Wing Mars domain. However, they haven't been away long. Huh. A large number of star thieves suddenly appeared, blocking the couple's way. Remember mobile website URL, page 1/1, bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 4002. The first is more. The huge cosmic boat, with the purpose of the purple star field, continued to travel in Xinghe. Qi Jin Wushuang was on the spacecraft and spent a lot of time with his wife, but he never left in practice. In recent years, because of the refining of the heavenly will of the early gods, with the help of this heavenly will, whether he is aware of the rules or the laws of the universe, his speed is extremely fast, especially the laws of the universe, and he has made rapid progress. I was in the state of epiphany, and at the same time realized the rules of gold and the rules of darkness. Among them, The rules of gold have been perfectly integrated with other rules, so I broke through and became the master. This dark rule, although I understand, but I haven't been able to truly merge. I have learned a lot of the 7th and 8th rules in these years, but the dark rules have not been fully integrated, and I still feel a little worse. Jian Wushuang sat alone, there, groaning secretly. The promotion of the dominance of the puppet is determined by the rules of fusion. He previously fused the 5 rules. In the realm, he can only be regarded as the 2nd-level master. Although he understands the 6th rule, even the 7th and even the 8th rules, he has learned a lot, but as long as he does not merge, that's still just the 2nd level. In recent years, Jian Wushuang has also tried to fuse the dark rules, and has found a way to fuse, but the distance is still a gap, but still a layer of window paper. Wu Jianwushuang himself estimates that this layer of window paper may be broken at any time. At that time, his 6 major rules will be merged, which is dominated by the 3rd level, and the overall strength will also skyrocket. Under normal circumstances, the more the rules are fused, the more difficult it is to integrate. Most of the masters in the universe need to stay at one level for a very long time before they can reach the next level, but for me, there are, in the beginning, the help of the heavenly will of the kingdom of heaven helped me to integrate the rules, which is much easier than the others. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Don't look at him doing nothing in recent years, but in the invisible, he got the early world of the kingdom a lot of benefits, and the overall strength has been increasing rapidly. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang looked up. He is in control of this cosmic boat, but the power of his soul has been pervasive. Because the breakthrough has become the master, his soul has also been transformed. Now the scope of soul power's investigation is extremely wide. He can now sense that a large area of strong breath ahead is rushing towards the cosmic boat. Looking at this posture, it seems to be star thieves. These star thieves came to me? No? The sword has no strange double-sided color. Under his induction, the star thieves were closer to the spacecraft, but they still did not stop, but continued to swipe straight towards the spacecraft. Did you really come to us? In the cosmic boat, Jian Wushuang has gathered with his frost and magic flame, and the 3 of them are quite strange at the moment. Under normal circumstances, there is no such thing as star thieves who don't open their eyes to look for spaceships, but these star thieves. Moyan frowned. Jian Wushuang noticed that there was a lot of familiarity among the star thieves, among them the 13 leaders of the ancient Yuan Xing, that is, the existence of the strong old man. It seems that we saved such a couple last time and caused some trouble. These star thieves are from the ancient Yuan Xing. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. The spacecraft has stopped in the galaxy, and those star thieves have come to the front of the spacecraft, and I saw a large number of star thieves gathered there. At a glance, there were no less than 200 people, and among these star thieves, the master occupied almost half, although the most are only dominated by the 1st rank, but the 2nd rank dominates still more than 20, and even the 3rd rank dominates, there are as many as 3. The 3 3rd-level dominators are obviously headed by this. In addition, the strong old man also stood with them. This is the spacecraft. The strong old man stared coldly, staring at the spacecraft that had stopped in front of him. Well, this cosmic boat is not small, and the value is probably not low, so I didn't have to wait for me to ride here on the cosmic passage. Among the 3 3rd-level masters, a black warframe man smiled evilly. Road. Don't be too happy. Wait until the people in the spacecraft are killed. The silver-haired robe middle-aged said. Zhongduo many star thieves from the ancient Yuan star, at this moment are staring closely at the spacecraft in front of them, with a trace of hotness in their eyes. In the cosmic boat, Jian Wushuang did not appear in a hurry, but said coldly, Dare to block my way? Are you impatient? Boy, don't pretend to be ostentatious. I have already figured out that there are 3 people in your spacecraft. 2 of them are only the 2nd level to dominate the level, and 1 guard may be stronger, but it is estimated that the 3rd level dominates the combat power. In this strength, dare to say that we are impatient to live? The old man with a strong hummed. Oh! Jian Wushuang frowned. Jinru, since entering the Ziwei Xinghe, he has never shown his face to the outside, nor has he shown his breath of divine power. You have to know that there are legal arrays on the spacecraft. Generally, the exploration of the soul of the strong is blocked. What level of strength comes? But Kuzhuang, the old man, knows it and also tells their truth and accuracy. It's the couple. The sword did not sink. The couple betrayed us? Lung Rushuang frowned. Should be, but there is no hidden feeling, then it is difficult to say. Jian Wushuang shook his head and followed the figure, but walked directly out of the cosmic boat. The demon flame originally wanted to go up, but was ordered to stay in the cosmic boat by Jian Wushuang. The cosmic boat door opened, and Jian Wushuang slowly walked out of the cabin and appeared in front of the star thieves. These star thieves immediately fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang originally only integrated the 5 rules and was dominated by the second grade. The oppression brought by the people was also dominated by the second grade. At the moment when the leaders saw Jian Wushuang, they immediately saw Jian Wushuang's realm. The couple didn't lie. The owner of this spacecraft is indeed the second-level master. The big old man's eyes brightened, and his face became a little stunned. The 3 third-level masters next to also laughed. Under normal circumstances, they would not dare to trouble the strongest on the spacecraft, but when they learned that there were only 3 people on the spacecraft, and they were dominated by 2 second-order series, and one suspected of having a third series when they dominated the combat guards, they couldn't help it. Chapter 4003. Hey, the second is here. Boy, are you the owner of this cosmic boat? The old man with a stern face stared at Jian Wushuang. I am. Jian Wushuang nodded. What about the couple? Dead, the strong old man said directly. Dead. Jian Wushuang frowned. Well, the couple didn't know at all. When I was fighting with my men before, my men left a special mark on them. As soon as they left the spacecraft, they were immediately caught by us. I forced them to tell the information of the strong man on the cosmic boat. At the beginning, they were very hard-mouthed, but you also know that they are husband and wife after all, and they are also very loving. I just want to hold them against each other. Compromise, and after knowing your information from their mouth, they are useless, naturally killing. Zhuangshua old man sneered. Qi Jian Wushuang was silent, and his heart was also secretly shaking his head. He didn't blame the couple. After all, even if he changed himself, if he knew that his life was cold, he would probably compromise. However, the star steel of this ancient star is not weak. Not only can he kill the couple so quickly, but he can also catch up with his cosmic boat. It seems that there are some hidden cosmic channels in this star river, and there must be several such cosmic channels in the hands of the ancient Yuanxing boy. You think you are lucky and you do indeed know where to get a cosmic boat? You can run wild in this galaxy? Today I want you to taste the consequences of pretending to be in front of me. Old 10, Old 7, the 5th child, I leave it to you. The strong old man said. The 3 third-level masters glanced at Jian Wushuang. Just dominated by the second grade? Such waste is not eligible for me to shoot. Old 10, you shot him and kill him. Lao Wu said. I'm a bit interested in the guard next to him. He'll leave his guard to me later. Lao Qi said. None of you shot, then he'll do it. The middle-aged and 10-year-old in the silver-haired robe smiled and was ready to shoot. There is no need to be so troublesome. Jian Wushuang's voice suddenly sounded, this voice with a trace of cold, and at the same time a black magic sword appeared in his hand. As soon as this black Excalibur appeared, it immediately spread out with a domineering breath. This is Xing. These star thieves from the ancient Yuan star immediately showed shock. The rule is precious. It turns out to be the rule of treasure. The 4 leaders of the ancient Yuanxing all showed ecstasy, and the eyes of the oldest 5 and the oldest 7 who were just not interested in Jian Wushuang were not yet interested. Wu Ke didn't wait for them to take action, but Jian Wushuang had already shot it. Howl! Wu's sword Wushuang does not need any gimmicky action at all. It is simply waving the Wu Cry Excalibur in his hand. A simple wave, an understatement, and there is no breath of breathtaking power. It's weird. The sword Wushuang only waved that sword. But at this moment in front of the ancient Yuan star and more than 200 people, there was a dazzling sword light at the same time. There were more than 200 star thieves, and a sword light appeared in front of them. This sword light seems to be the focal point of the universe, completely attracting the attention of these star thieves. Each of these 200 star thieves had their eyes widened, including those leaders, even the 3 third-level masters. At this moment, they are staring with wide eyes and full of fear. They stared at the Jianguang appearing in front of them, trying to resist, but found in horror that their shape could not move at all. No, it's not that they can't move, but they move like snails. I was too slow, to the extreme. Of course, in fact, it is not that they are too slow, but that the sword is too fast, and they have no chance to resist. Huh. Laugh, 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 laugh. The sound of the swords entering the body almost sounded at the same time. These star stealers also wore body armors. Most of these body armors were top level, peak, and treasure levels, but a few were wearing the strongest treasures. However, at the moment, these armors are all cut away from them. What peak level, the strongest level of the treasure battle armor, in front of Wu weapon sword, are no different from paper. It was only momentarily that more than 200 star thieves, including nearly half of the masters, including the 3 third-level masters, their sights were dimmed. Their bodies also fell relentlessly, wandering in the galaxy. The entire universe, the galaxy, is completely silent at this moment, extremely dead. More than 200 star thieves from the ancient Yuan star, all of a sudden, have disappeared. Of course, one of these star thieves survived. The person who survived was the 13 leaders, that is, the strong old man, who had just wielded his sword, and Jian Guang appeared in front of all the star thieves at the same time. But there was no Jian Guang in front of this strong old man. Wu Jianshou deliberately left a glance at this strong old man. Alas, although this strong old man is still alive, at this moment, he has been completely frightened. At that moment, the sword was still in his mind, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes were staring at the young man holding the Excalibur in front of him, and his eyes had already become shocking. Just now, he was extremely confident, but he was a master of the second series. He could not make any big waves in his hands after killing this person. The cosmic boat will be his. But whoever thought that in just an instant, in a blink of an eye, the 3 third-order masters he invited, as well as the many ancient Yuanqing strong men he brought with him, died clean, leaving only he is still alive. After slaying the strong men of ancient Yuanqing, Jian Wushuang took back Wu crying sword. With a wave of his hand, all the treasures left by the strong men of ancient Yuanqing were collected into the ring, but immediately returned to the spacecraft. I watched Jian Wushuang enter the cosmic boat, but the strong old man didn't dare to move, for he was afraid that he would kill him directly. At this time, you also come in. Jian Wushuang's voice came out from the spacecraft. The sturdy old man shivered and his heart was full of bitterness. At this moment, he really wanted to escape desperately, but he knew very well that since the other party had not directly killed him, he must have a special intention. If he chose to flee at this time, I'm afraid he would be killed immediately. He didn't think he could escape in the other's hands. There was no way. Although the strong old man had 10,000 reluctance in his heart, he had to follow Jian Wushuang into the cosmic boat honestly. Mobile website reading URL. Chapter 4004. The first is here. Inside the universe boat. Master, your strength has improved a lot more than before. Mo Yin looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Okay. Jian Wushuang just smiled slightly. Zhang the strong old man who came in with Jian Wushuang. But he smirked. With a single sword, more than 200 strong men were killed by Gu Yuanqing, including 3 third-level masters. What a terrifying strength. But this person just said it was okay? He didn't know that since the end of the war with Demon Star, Jian Wushuang's progress in the tens of thousands of years in the early days of the heavenly will of the heavens, Jian Wushuang's progress has been extremely amazing. Now he is much stronger than when he first broke through the Dominator and killed the Star Demon ancestors. I want to know that the ancestors of the Star Demon at that time were already extremely terrifying in the 4th-level master, but Jian Wushuang can kill him relatively easily. Dosra it was like that then, let alone now. The current sword is unparalleled. The master below the 4th grade, He is too lazy to look at it. Even if the master of the 4th grade, then only those who are at the top of the rank are eligible to make him pay attention to 1 or 2. As for the star thieves of the ancient Yuan Xing, the strongest is the 3rd order to dominate. Killing them, to Jian Wushuang, is no different from killing a group of ants. Qi Jian Wushuang has already sat down on the throne above. His gaze is overlooking the trembling old man below. How do you want to die? Master, forgive me. Master, forgive me. The strong old man knelt down in fear. Rao life? Jian Wushuang's mouth was awkward. From the moment you brought the ancient Yuanxing Xingdao to the door, you were destined to die. No one could save you, let alone you killed me. That couple is even more terrible. The only thing you can ask for now is to die happily. The cold frost sitting between Wu and Sword Wushuang stared coldly at the strong old man. The reason why they rescued the couple at first was because the other side lived and died together in the crisis, which gave them a touch. Although they didn't have much friendship with that couple, they had the same thing on them. In the end, the couple was killed directly by the strong old man. Destined to die? Zhuangshua old man looked pale, no trace of blood. Frankly, answer my question. I can make you die happily. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold and asked, Your ancient star, there should be many cosmic passages in this star river, right? There are a few. The strong old man's expression has become a little dumbfounded. His heart is determined. At this moment, he is only answering Jian Wushuang's question subconsciously. Are there any direct access to the end of this galaxy, that is, the universe channel of the purple star field? Jian Wushuang asked. This isn't true. The strong old man shook his head. The top bandit forces in the purple star field are not only one of my ancient Yuan stars. Each of the top bandit forces has their own territory. Although my ancient Yuan stars are powerful, the universe channel extends the range cannot cover the entire galaxy, and the farthest one can only reach the vicinity of the demon star field. Demon field? Jian Wushuang looked. He has a complete star map of Ziwei Xinghe, which he also knows. This demon star field is also a star field that he will pass by during this trip, but he is still a long way from the demon star field. Even if you are on a cosmic boat, it will take 200 to 300 years to reach it. It is not bad to be able to directly lead to the Thur, Moa, Xing, year. At least it can save me 200 or 300 years. Jian Wushuang smiled. Master, do you plan to go to ancient Yuan Xing and use their cosmic passage? Moyan looked over. Just borrow it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Besides, there was no resentment between Gu Yuanxing and me at first, but the leaders of this ancient Yuanxing actually brought people to kill me directly. There are many ancient Yuanxing. You have to give me some explanation, right? Demon Flames raised his eyebrows and already understood the meaning of Jian Wushuang. Not only must they explain to the master, but they have to pay a heavy price for this. Haha, let's talk about this at that time. Jian Wushuang smiled, and then continued to ask, how many leaders do you have in ancient Yuan Xing? What are their specific strengths? Master, there must be 17 leaders in Gu Yuanxing, and the higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. Starting from the 10th leader, they are all dominated by the 3rd rank. As for the strongest, it is our boss of the ancient Yuan Xing, a 4th level master. The strong old man answered truthfully. Oh. Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the leader of a star thief in Ziwei Xinghe was actually the 4th rank master. You know, the 4th order dominator, placed in a 2nd order astral world, can become the master of this side of the astral world. There can be 17 leaders, and there are 4th level dominators, and they can even create a cosmic channel. Although this cosmic channel only covers a part of the purple star field, it is quite enough. Such a star stealing forces, plundering and killing in Ziwei Xinghe for a long time, may have a lot of wealth. Jian Wushuang's mouth showed a cold smile, and then said coldly, Take me to the nest of your ancient Yuanxing. The old man of Zhuangshua was startled, faintly already guessing what Jian Wushuang wanted to do, but because of his life, the old man of Zhuangshua didn't dare to refuse, and immediately began to lead the way. Immediately under the guidance of the strong and old man, the spacecraft immediately changed direction and drove towards the old nest of the ancient Yuanxing. Although this mighty old man originally intercepted the sword Wushuang from the old nest of ancient stars is a cosmic channel used directly, but that cosmic channel can only be used only once, or he begged for a long time. Ancient Yuan Xing's higher-ranking leaders agreed. Therefore, this strong old man cannot return to the ancient Yuan star directly through the cosmic channel, and can only rely on the cosmic boat to travel all the way. After traveling for more than 30 years, the cosmic boat arrived near the old nest of the ancient stars. Master, the old nest of the ancient Yuanxing is in front of it. Are you there? Jian Wu's eyes looked away. Sure enough, there was a floating landing ground in the void ahead, and there were many practitioners' breaths on the land. You, go in and tell me the purpose of the arrival of Gu Yuanxing. Jian Wu Shuangdo. What? Zima what? Unwilling to go? Jian Wushuang glanced at the strong old man. Yes, of course. The strong old man was ecstatic. He had been staying in this spacecraft before, and there were special law arrays in the spacecraft. He was under great restraint and could not do secret communication. But now that he is outside the old nest of the ancient Yuanxing, the owner of the cosmic boat wants him to enter the ancient Yuanxing and personally report to the leaders of the ancient Yuanxing. Chapter 4005. Hey, the second is here. I must know that for more than 30 years on the spacecraft, the powerful old man was not afraid of it for a moment, because he knew that the owner of the spacecraft would kill himself sooner or later. But now, the other party went to let him enter the ancient Yuanxing. After he entered the ancient Yuanxing and saw the leaders of the ancient Yuanxing, the cosmic boat master may not have the opportunity to kill him. Master, I will immediately inform the leaders of Gu Yuanxing. Fearing that Jian Wushuang changed his mind, the strong old man immediately left the spacecraft and galloped away towards the ancient Yuanxing. Wu Jianwushuang watched this strong old man leave, but only smiled slightly. He is not worried about the trick of this strong old man. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any means of conspiracy is futile. Wu Jianwushuang continued to wait on the cosmic boat, but the strong old man had already entered the ancient Yuan star, and soon the ancient Yuan star became lively. 13. What is going on? After you went out with the oldest 5, the oldest 7, the oldest 10 of them last time, why did you suddenly lose track and not even a message? A dark-skinned evil man stood in front of the strong old man. This evil man is the second leader of the ancient Yuanxing. The specific situation will not be clear at 1:30. In short, the old 5, old 7, and old 10 are dead. All the people who went out for hunting with us all died. Only I survived and killed them. Man, it's outside now. The strong old man mumbled. What? The two chiefs were startled, and their faces became cold and vain. Out there? Did you bring him? Ignore this first, and quickly assemble everyone. The strong old man yelled. The two leaders frowned. Although he still had many questions, he knew that the powerful enemy had already come out, so he didn't dare to delay, and immediately began to assemble many powerful men from the ancient Yuanxing. I saw a powerful breath rising, and the leaders of Gu Yuanxing who stayed in the old nest quickly gathered together. A large number of figures gathered over the ancient Yuan star, and their eyes could clearly see the huge cosmic ship not far from the ancient Yuan star. Spaceship? The leaders of the ancient Yuanxing were astonished. Under normal circumstances, their ancient stars did not dare to provoke the strong who own the spacecraft. But now, the other party has come to kill him. There are only 3 people on the cosmic boat. The strongest is the owner of the cosmic boat. He is a second-level master, but his real combat power is extremely terrible. Die in his hands, said the old man Shinsheng. Right, boss? The old man looked around, and suddenly found that although the leaders of the ancient Yuanxing had gathered, almost the strongest leader, that is, the real boss of the ancient Yuanxing, never appeared. You also know that the bosses closed the door not long ago, and instructed us not to disturb him unless it is extremely important, said the 2 leaders. What's the matter today? The old man with anxiety looked anxiously. Hurry up, call the boss. Only she can compete with this spaceship master. 13. You may be too ambitious for others. You just said that the strongest cosmic ship is only dominated by a second ranker, even if he can kill the old 5, old 7, and old 10. That's nothing. Where does the boss need to take his own shot? A ugly-looking young man with 2 pairs of wings behind him scorned. This young man is the 3rd leader of Gu Yuanxing, and his combat power has reached the 3rd level peaked. What do you know? The strong old man was extremely anxious. Sun Ke didn't wait for him to narrate that in the universe boat, Jian Wushuang had slowly come out. With the appearance of Jian Wushuang, the leaders of Gu Yuanxing immediately fixed their eyes on him. 13. This person is the master of the cosmic boat, you said? Indeed, look at the breath on your body. It is really only the 2nd level master. Hee. A 2nd level master dominates. It is necessary for you to, is it terrifying? The 3rd leader still scorned. The strong old man was short of breath. And Jian Wushuang still spoke, and his gaze was staring at the strong old man, the 13th leader. I wonder if you told the other leaders of Gu Yuanxing the purpose of my trip? When I heard this, the leaders of Gu Yuanxing looked at the strong old man one after another. Sirthan 13, this person is brought by you. What is he going to do when he comes here? The 2nd leader Shen Sheng asked. His purpose. The old man with a strong face looked down and said, he came to the ancient Yuan Xing. One was to borrow the cosmic passage of my ancient Yuan Xing to rush on the way. The other was because Lao Qi and Lao Shi intercepted him. He asked me Gu Yuanxing to give him an account. What? The leaders of Gu Yuanxing suddenly burst into anger. Killed the 3 leaders of the ancient Yuan Xing, even dare to come upright and ask me to explain? Bold. This person, I did not take my ancient Yuan Xing into my eyes. These leaders of the ancient Yuan Xing are all angry. He froze coldly, all staring at Jian Wushuang, the 3rd leader, and a terrible killing appeared in his eyes. Why? Didn't you tell them the purpose of my trip? Jian Wushuang did not pay any attention to these leaders. I saw he was still chuckling. Well, I straight say, I have no injustice with Gu Yuanxing, but you Gu Yuanxing dared to send someone to rob me, and I really do want to know whether to die or not. This matter, let the big leader of your ancient Yuan Xing come out and obey me, and be prepared to be good. Would you like the leader of the ancient Yuan Xing to come forward to make atonement in person? Have a great gift? The leaders of the ancient Yuan Xing were even more angry. Look for death. The 3rd leader didn't hold back. He just shot. He saw the 2 pairs of wings behind this 3rd leader, like an eagle above the sky, swooping down on his prey like a sword. Stop, come back soon. I saw the 3rd leader suddenly shot, and the strong old man was anxious. He has personally seen that the owner of this spacecraft has revealed his strength. Although the strength of this 3rd leader is not weak, and the proper 3rd order peak of combat power, it is definitely not enough in front of this spacecraft owner. The entire ancient Yuanxing, and only their big leader, may contend with this spaceship master. But the 3rd leader didn't take his words to heart at all. His speed increased instead, and a powerful burst of killing burst out from him. Chapter 4006. The first is here. Whatever, it's just a 2nd level dominator. But where can it go? The 3rd leader thought so. It is true that he knows that the owner of the spacecraft killed the old 5, old 7, and old 10, but these 3 people are only the 3rd level to dominate the combat power, and he can kill the same. I naturally didn't take Jian Wushuang very seriously. He didn't know one thing. Jian Wushuang did not kill the 3 leaders one by one, but killed them all with a single sword, and took more than 200 powerful men with Gu Yuanxing. If this 3rd leader knows this, I'm afraid he won't dare to take such a shot. But now that he's already shot, he can't back off. Wu Jianwushuang glanced at the 3rd leader. He didn't even bother to use Wu Cry Excalibur, just raised his hand, and a sudden surge of swords surged up. Howl! Wow! 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 I saw countless sword shadows forming out of thin air. These sword shadows rushed together, and in the blink of an eye formed a huge sword net, directly covering the 3rd leader. The 3rd leader did not hold the sword net in his heart until the moment the sword net appeared in front of him and covered him. What? The 3rd leader only felt that everything around him was blocked, and the countless sword shadows in the sword net madly attacked him. He exerted all-out resistance, but those sword shadows were all ridiculously strong, which could seriously hurt him. So many sword shadows came to kill at the same time. Huh. Laugh. Laugh. Di Thun, this third leader's body was smashed by the sword shadow smashing, and the vitality was cut off instantly. Before he died, he did not know that he clearly had the combat power of the third-level master. But why was there no room for struggle in the presence of a second-level master? And he was instantly killed. Horrified, many leaders in the ancient Yuanyu and Star were shocked to see this scene in front of them. How can it be? The third child has the third level of peak combat power, but even was killed instantly? Is this really just the second series master? The heads of these ancient Yuan stars are incredible. Only the strong old man said Shen. I said, the entire ancient Yuan Xing. Only the big leader can fight against him. The owner of this cosmic boat, although on the surface is only a second-level master, however, his combat power is extremely high. Before that, he killed the old 5, old 7, and old 10, including my ancient Yuanxing, more than 200 strong men, with just one sword. So many people died. Only I survived. This strength is definitely the fourth level and even stronger. One sword. The leaders of these ancient Yuan stars are a little dreadful. They thought that the owner of the spacecraft killed the 5th, 7th, and 10th after a great battle, but did not expect this to be the case. Quick, call the boss. Come on, please, the big boss. No one except my ancient Yuanxing can compete with this spaceship master. The entire ancient Yuanxing was frightened. The leaders of the ancient Yuanxing felt an unprecedented pressure. This pressure came from the void ahead. The young man who seemed to be only dominated by the second grade. Suddenly, when the entire ancient Yuan star was in a state of panic, a domineering breath rose suddenly inside the ancient Yuan star. The ancient leader of the ancient Yuan Xing, out of customs. Buzz. A white robe, over 5 meters tall, with fair-skinned and snow-white skin, was extremely beautiful and holy, and appeared in front of the leaders of the ancient Yuan stars. Big boss. Big boss. When I saw you, many of Gu Yuanxing's strong respect saluted, including those leaders, as well. Wu, the 5-meter-high holy woman, is the leader of the ancient Yuan Xing. Although there are so many leaders in the ancient stars, in fact some lower-ranking leaders do not have much voice in the ancient stars, and they are often changed. Even if it is the second or third leader, sometimes change the ranking. However, only this big leader, from the founding of the ancient Yuan Xing, until now, has been replaced for a long time. This big leader is the real leader of Gu Yuanxing, and her strength naturally surpasses other leaders. No doubt, she is a master of the 4th series, and it has been a long time to reach the 4th series. The combat power is very strong among the 4th series. This big leader, is also the real reliance that ancient Yuan Xing can rank among the top 10 among the stars of Ziwei Xinghe. The 25-meter-high holy woman, with a cold face and no emotion, did not care about the leaders around her, but instead looked straight at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stood there quietly, and behind it was a huge cosmic boat. Although the breath emanating from Jian Wushuang's body was only the second level to dominate the hierarchy, somehow, the holy woman felt one from the other. The stock is extremely stressful. Sir, you have killed 4 leaders of my ancient Yuanxing. Have you enough? The holy woman stared at Jian Wushuang. She came out after receiving a rumor from the second leader, and at the same time when he went out, he also learned from the second leader's mouth and naturally knew that Jian Wushuang killed the 4. Things about the leader. The holy woman was known to have killed the 3 chiefs, including Sword Wushuang and 1 sword. Anyway, the third leader also has the 3rd level peak combat power, but the opponent did not even take out the magic soldiers, just to kill them with just a wave. This strength, this holy woman naturally also don't dare to have a small bite. She knows that the opponent and even a true strongman are not weaker than her, and may even be stronger. So even though Jian Wushuang has killed the 4 leaders of Gu Yuanxing, this holy woman has nothing to want Xing Shi Sin. Conversely, if the other party is willing to retreat now, she is very willing to accept it. I did not expect that the leader of Gu Yuanxing turned out to be a woman. Jian Wushuang was surprised to see the holy woman who suddenly appeared, but followed with a smile. I came here for a long time to let your one the 13th leader told you that I need you to give me a satisfactory account, and I need to borrow your cosmic passage of the ancient star. The holy woman Lu Mei frowned slightly. Borrowing the cosmic channel is not a problem, but Jian Wushuang has to explain. The four ancient leaders have already died, and they will have to explain to each other. If it is passed out, I am afraid it will become a big joke of Ziwei Xinghe already. Chapter 4007. Hey, the second is here. You do and T think you are too much? The 5-meter-high holy woman made a cold voice, echoing in the void of the universe. Excessive? Oh, the people of your ancient Yuanxing knew that I was riding a cosmic boat and dared to come and plunder me directly. Then they should have thought of this consequence. Jian Wushuang smiled sneer, not to mention, as long as you give me a satisfactory account, and you don't take the direct action to destroy your ancient star, it is very polite. That is the case, then I, as the big leader, seems to have to take the initiative to teach your means. The holy woman's eyes were cold, and a blue sword appeared in her hand. This holy woman is obviously also a Kendo practitioner. However, although she is the 4th-level master and the chief of the ancient Yuanxing, there is no rule treasure in her hands. The magic sword she now takes out is just the strongest magic sword. Seeing this holy woman take out the Excalibur, Jian Wushuang still looked at it with a smile. I'd like to see. Why did you dare to tell me the ancient Yuanxing? The holy woman gave a low drink, and the holy breath on her body suddenly skyrocketed. Humming. I saw the bright holy light rising. The entire universe is dyed white by this holy light, and this holy woman is like a goddess falling from the sky, but this goddess is holding a long sword, and her eyes are full of amazing radon, which is a goddess of war. The holy woman's body suddenly became bigger. It was only 5 meters high, but it suddenly rose to tens of feet in a blink of an eye. The magic sword in her hand was also infinitely enlarged. Then she saw her jade hand wave. Howl! The mighty and mighty, a holy and extremely shocking Jingguang, suddenly cut off. This sword light seems to split the surrounding galaxy directly, and the power is outrageous. Yes, this sword alone is the 4th-level combat power. It is definitely not the ordinary 4th-level elementary combat power, but it has reached a high level, and it should be considered very strong even among the 4th-level advanced masters. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. This holy woman was able to create a star island power like Gu Yuanxing in one hand, and she has long been vertical and horizontal in Ziwei Xinghe, and her strength is truly extraordinary. However, the strength of this holy woman is much weaker than the demon star master who killed the world in the early days. After all, although the Lord of the Clouds has just broken through to the 4th level, he has the rule of treasure, and he also realizes a bit of the law of the universe, and the power of combat is about to reach the peak of the 4th level. However, even the demon star master in the peak period can easily kill after Jian Wushuang broke through and became the master, not to mention that he now controls the heavenly will of the early gods, and with the help of the heavenly will, he practiced for tens of thousands of years, strength has already reached a whole new level. Take me a sword too. Wu Jian Wushuang also directly took out the Wu weapon sword, but then it was a simple wave. With this sword, he cast it very casually, and did not even use the laws of the universe, just using his own understanding of the origin of the Kendo universe, and the new will power given by the laws of the universe. Although Jian Wushuang is only dominated by the 2nd series, but because of the perfect life relationship, his divine power is not weaker than that of the 3rd series, plus the share given by the law of the universe is soaring tenfold. The power of willpower, which makes him purely in power, is not weaker than the ordinary 4th-level master. In other words, in divine power, he is the same as this holy woman, except for swordsmanship and the perception of the origin of Kendo universe. Woohoo! A random sword, Jingguang is not dazzling, but at the moment when Jingguang pulled out, a suffocating killing breath rose from the sky. In the eyes of the holy woman, the sword that swordsman Wushuang cast at will seems to represent the complete Kendo. The rich origin of the Kendo universe flooded the entire world, making the entire void of the universe seem to be tangled into a huge Kendo ocean. Even the sword that she cast herself was greatly affected at this moment. Zama, how is that possible? The holy woman showed shock. The opponent's attack clearly hadn't collided with her, but she still felt that her swordsmanship was collapsing and it had begun to disintegrate. This is purely influenced by swordsmanship and collapses. Boom! The sword light that Wu Jinshuang wields out finally swept away. In just a moment, it was a smashing and violent sword light that crushed the holy woman. The holy light around you also dimmed. The holy woman's body returned to 5 meters in height, and her figure burst into the back with great embarrassment, and finally got back to her feet. And the eyes of this holy woman are already in shock. So terrible sword. It is clear that the power of the sword is almost the same. His sword is not a terrifying sword skill, but the sword meaning is unbelievable. The sword meaning directly affects my sword skills. His understanding of Kendo is simply incredibly. The understanding of the origin of Kendo universe is far more than me, and even more than all the Kendo strongmen I have met before. It is terrible. The holy woman stared at Jian Wushuang in horror. Also a strong person who is good at Kendo, this holy woman has just played against Jian Wushuang. From the sword cast by Jian Wushuang, she has already seen the completely insurmountable gap between her and the opponent in understanding Kendo www. Novel. According to her estimation, although the owner of this spacecraft is only a second-level master, but in the understanding of Kendo, it far exceeds the 4th-level master. I am afraid that even in the 5th level among the masters, I am afraid that few people can find him comparable to him. The other party's understanding of the origin of Kendo is too high. Sir, this time, it is all my ancient Yuanxing's past. My ancient Yuanxing is willing to give you an explanation and is willing to pay the price to calm your anger. The holy woman said quickly. When she said this, Gu Yuanxing was suddenly shocked and upset. But everyone was relieved. Gu Yuanxing's strong man is not a fool. They just saw that scene. It is clear that their big leader is not an opponent of the other. Even the opponent is much stronger than their big leader. Basically 2 different levels. Such powerful people are not what they can provoke. Therefore, at this time, they don't care about their faces anymore, but must try their best to calm the anger of each other. Otherwise, the other party's own strength can directly sweep them away. Chapter 4008. The first is here. It was so long ago, there was no need to be so troublesome. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and took back Wu Chang's Excalibur. The holy woman had a bitter heart. Although she knew that Jian Wushuang dared to come directly to explain to her, she must not be weak, but she did not expect that Jian Wushuang's strength would be so outrageous that she was obviously dominated by a 2nd-level player. A shot made her the 4th-level dominator helpless. I didn't know the true strength of Jian Wushuang before. Naturally, she didn't want to simply bow her head, but now that she knows the strength of the opponent, of course, she only has to compromise. Sir, I don't know what I am going to do to ensure your satisfaction, the holy woman asked directly. It's very simple. Take out 100 cosmic source stones as a gift, and this matter is over. Jian Wushuang said directly. 100 universe source stones? The holy woman stared. Many leaders of the ancient Yuan Xing also showed horror. Why? Your ancient Yuanxing has been in this Ziweixing Hanoi for so many years. I do indeed know how many strong people were plundered on the way. I should have accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. Are there 100 ancient source rocks of the universe? Can't take it out? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The face of the holy woman was a little ugly. 100 cosmic source rocks, which has exceeded most of the 4th series, dominated all net worth. Even if some poor 5th series dominated, all net worth is estimated to be only about 100 cosmic source rocks. The ancient Yuan star, although it is a star-stealing force, and has existed in Ziwei Xinghe for so many years, has indeed accumulated a lot of wealth, but all these wealth add up. It is estimated that there are only a little more than 100 universe source rocks. Now that the sword is unfolding, it will take 100 cosmic source stones. Even if the ancient Yuan star can get it, it will hurt his bones. 100 source stones of the universe, no problem. The holy woman suddenly spoke, and her gaze was a little firm. This holy woman was able to create the ancient Yuanqing in one hand. Not only is she very powerful, but most importantly, she is not only small. She has 100 cosmic source stones. For the entire ancient Yuanqing, it really needs to hurt the muscles and bones, but it is not it's the kind you can't afford. This holy woman pondered in her heart, knowing that there are 100 source rocks in the universe, and she bears the anger of the owner of the space boat in front of her. I also need to borrow the cosmic passage of your ancient star. Jin Wushuang opened his mouth again. This is not even a problem. The holy woman readily agreed. Well, do these two things well. Before you Gu Yuanqing offended me, I will not pursue it, but those who offend me will have to die. Jin Wushuang said coldly. No problem. The holy woman nodded again, but her eyes were directed at the ancient Yuanqing strong. The strong old man looked at it. The other leaders of the ancient Yuanqing also looked at this magnificent old man. This look is extremely cold, and even has a bite of teeth. They all knew that it was this strong old man who did not know how to provoke each other, and brought this great disaster to them. Not only did they lose several leaders, but they also had to pay 100 universes. The price of the source stone can calm the other's anger. This strong old man. Really it? No. Big boss, save me, save me. The strong old man was crazy at the moment. He thought that as long as he returned to the ancient Yuanqing, there were ancient Yuanqing strong men, and the big leader shot himself. Jin Wushuang could not kill himself. But now? Yes, all the strong men of his ancient Yuanqing shot, including the fourth leader of the fourth series, but the result was suppressed by the other one, and now the ancient Yuanqing, oppressed by the other's own power, had to bow his head. The other party is going to kill him now, and his ancient Yuanqing can't stop it at all. Humph! There was a cold hum, but the holy woman shot at herself. She directly performed swordplay. The strong old man had the second-level peak combat power, and there was no power to fight in front of the holy woman. Her Excellency, those who offend you have been executed. Holy woman said. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. Take me to the cosmic passage of your ancient stars, and the 100 cosmic source stones are ready. Natural. The holy woman nodded. It was only half an hour later that the ancient Yuanqing handed over a Qingkuan ring to Jin Wushuang. Within this ring, there are only a few cosmic source stones, most of which are cosmic crystals, and various resources and treasures. All of them add up to the value of 100 cosmic source stones. After Yuan accepted the ring, the ancient Yuanqing opened a cosmic channel. This cosmic passage leads to the Xinghe near the demon star field. You, the ancient Yuanqing, don't have to give it away. Jin Wushuang smiled, took his wife and the magic flame, and directly entered the universe channel. The leaders of the ancient Yuanqing are very respectful on the surface, but they secretly gritted their teeth one by one. But they were helpless. Until Jin Wushuang completely disappeared in the cosmic passage, these strong men of ancient Yuanqing only relieved. This guy, finally gone. My ancient Yuanqing is anyway that this galaxy is enough to rank in the top 10 Tsing-Tao forces, but it was suppressed by this man's own power, and he had to bow his head to pay for his sins, and he was only a second-level master. It was spread out that my ancient Yuanqing was scared to be a joke. This is the case, although this man is only the second-level master, but his combat power is really terrible. All the powerful players of the ancient Yuanqing are talking about, well, shut up. A cold humming sounded suddenly, and the holy woman looked coldly, looking around. The powerful men of the ancient Yuanqing were scared to speak immediately. The holy woman said lowly, this time, my ancient Yuanqing suffered a big loss. Not only did I lose several leaders, but I also paid the price of 100 source rocks of the universe. It was definitely a bruise, but fortunately this person there was no further oppression. My ancient Yuanqing lost a lot this time, but the foundation is still there. I can still find ways to make up for these losses in the future. But one thing you have to keep in mind. Yiho, in the future, if you hunt in Xinghe, you can score clearly, and your eyes should be brighter. Don't try to provoke some people who can't even provoke it. Like this time, the other party was obviously on a cosmic boat. It was doomed to be extraordinary, and my ancient Yuan Xing went so far as to provoke it. It was foolish. I hope that such a thing will not happen again in the future. Did you all understand? The holy woman glanced around coldly. Yes. The leaders of the ancient Yuan Xing all bowed their heads in fear and did not dare to look directly into the eyes of this holy woman. Chapter 4009. Hey, the second is here. Using the cosmic channel of the ancient Yuan star, Jian Wushuang directly reached the Xinghe near the Thur, Mo, Xing, Yu. But Thur, Mo, Xing, Yu is not the destination of Jian Wushuang. He still has to move along Xinghe. The huge cosmic boat continued to shuttle among the galaxies. Inside the universe boat, Fujun, your strength is getting more and more powerful. The old leader of the ancient Yuan Xing, anyway, is also a fourth-ranking master, and it should not be considered weak in the fourth ranking. She was still defeated with just one sword, and if I read it correctly, you haven't used the true strength of that swordsman, have you? Lung Rushuang looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. As the sword of Wushuang, she has some understanding of Jian Wushuang's strength. Not to mention anything else, Jian Wushuang understood the laws of the universe and has a very high degree of understanding, but when fighting the ancient leader of the ancient Yuan Xing, Jian Wushuang did not use the rules of the universe. The master's strength is indeed getting more and more arrogant. Even if I am the leader of the ancient Yuan Xing, I have no absolute grasp to win, but in front of the master, I have no qualifications to resist. Also, haha, don't brag me too much, I will drift away. Jian Wushuang chuckled, Flame, you are still only recovering about 20% of the gods. The combat power is just normal. The fourth level dominates the level, but when it comes to the purple star field, I will go to Judy Pavilion to buy some special spar for you to restore the body. Then you will restore your body to about 30%. To me, even more than me. Before Wu Jinshuang was in his hometown, although there was also Judy Pavilion, because the star field was too remote, even in nearby star fields, there were few high-level spar. The purchase of spar from too faraway star fields is too expensive, so Jian Wushuang only spent resources to restore the magic flame to about 20% of the body, and the combat power that the magic flame can explode also follows. It was the same as when fighting against the Demon Star Master. But if you come to the Z-Way star field is a medium-sized star field after all. It has more resources and treasures, and the quality is higher. I was there. As long as Jian Wushuang paid some price, he should be able to find a way to restore the demon flame's body to 30%. This is also the real reason why Jian Wushuang will force Gu Yuanxing to hand over 100 cosmic source stones to pay for his sins. There is no way. He is poor. He needs cosmic source stones. A lot of cosmic source stones. But my strength improvement over the years has indeed been too great. I don't even know what level of real strength has reached. After all, the strongest I have ever encountered before is Star Demon Patriarch and Demon Star. At the level of the Lord, and now it is difficult to encounter the leader of the ancient star, but also the fourth level to dominate the combat power, but it is clear that the strong in this level has no challenge to me. If there is a chance, I would like to play against the real strong and see how much it makes me clear. What is my specific combat power now? Jian Wushuang chuckled. He now only has a rough judgment on his own strength, but how far he has reached and how strong he is, and he can't be sure if he hasn't played against the real strong. So, he really longed for meeting some strong men and going to see them. Shan for him now, what can be called a strong man is qualified to make him want to fight. At least it must be the master of the fourth highest level. Cosmic Boat, continue to roam in the galaxy. Along the way, I will continue to encounter a team, and the star thieves who intercepted these teams. But there is no doubt that when these star thieves saw the spacecraft in which Jian Wushuang was riding, they did not dare to plunder thousands or even block the way. After a while, the spacecraft continued to travel in this Xinghe for more than 500 years. Over the past 500 years, Jian Wushuang has been unimpeded along the way, without any star thieves dare to block the road, and has not encountered unnecessary trouble. And on this day, the spacecraft passed normally in a corner of Xinghe. In this corner, there was a team of no less than 100 people on the island. When they saw the spacecraft, they immediately retreated to the surrounding void and were afraid to go. Block the way of this cosmic boat. The speed of the spacecraft did not stop at all, and soon disappeared into the line of sight of this team. However, in this 100-person Star Island team, there was an unremarkable master, but his eyes suddenly widened. This spacecraft, I have seen it. Blue River, what are you talking about? A blue Warframe man next to him looked over. The Lord of the Clouds is the spaceship owned by the Lord of the Clouds, exclaimed the master named Blue River. In the vast universe, many of the cosmic boats are very similar in appearance, and some are even standard cosmic boats. They are all exactly the same. So if you just look at it from the mirror image, you see A&T really distinguish the universe. Which boat is it? However, the dominator of the Blue River itself comes from the star field where Demon Star is located, and he has seen the Demon Star Master show his might, and he also took out this cosmic boat. Not only the appearance is the same, even the breadth of the array on the cosmic boat is exactly the same. Because of this, I am the master of the Blue River. Now I see it again and recognize the spacecraft at a glance. The spaceship of the Lord of the Clouds? The blue war armor man next to him frowned. How do you know the owner of this spaceship? Yes. The Blue River dominated the main point. This spacecraft was originally a master of the second level of the astral world, the master of the Magic Cloud Star. The master of the Magic Cloud Star itself is a master of the third level peak. It's also for the sake of it, but not long ago, when a friend of mine from the star field where Mayun Star was located communicated with me, he told me that the Lord of Mayun was dead. When I was attacking an inaccessible meteor field, he was counterattacked by the powerful in the field and killed him by special means, and his cosmic boat seemed to fall into the inaccessible meteor field. One of the strong. Oh. The blue Warframe man looked. You mean, the cosmic boat that just passed by us, its owner, comes from a small star field? Yes. Blue River dominates the focus. Are you sure? The blue Warframe man asked. Of course you can be sure. Blue River dominated with great certainty. This is a bit interesting. The blue Warframe man's eyes narrowed slightly. A star field that doesn't flow into the sky, the strongest person, only the third level in the sky, right? It may even be only the second series. Own a spacecraft. Chapter 4010. The first is here. Ziwei Xing Hanoi. Star-stealing forces are numerous, and these star-stealing forces are also strong and weak. Like the ancient Yuanqing, it is recognized in Ziwei Xinghe that it is enough to rank in the top 10 Tsing Tao forces. But although the strength of the ancient Yuan star is not weak, if it is compared with those that are enough to rank in the top 5, or even the top 3, when you get up, you will be a lot behind. Void Star, recognized by the entire Ziwei Xinghe, is absolutely in the top 3 Star Island forces, and even faintly ranked first by the many star islands of Ziwei Xinghe. Void stars occupy more of the territory in Ziwei Xinghe than the ancient stars. Already, there are 17 leaders in the ancient Yuan Xing, from high to low, and these leaders are often changed. And Void Star, from the beginning to the present, from beginning to end, there are only 3 leaders, all 3 of which are powerful 4th-ranking masters, especially the first leader Mo Chen, has become famous for a long time. Many years ago, it has been regarded as the top one in the Purple Star domain. Regarding strength, the first leader of the Void Star is definitely the most powerful one in the 4th rank. In the Towering Palace, the 3 leaders of the Void Star gathered. You said that the cosmic boat came from a small star field that did not flow? Mo Chun, the first leader of Void Star, dominated, overlooking the 2 men kneeling below. The 2 men were the blue Warframe man who saw the spacecraft before, and the Blue River dominated. That's what the Blue River said. The man in the blue battle armor said. Going back to the boss, I can be sure that the cosmic ship was originally the Lord of the Clouds, and the Lord of the Clouds did die in an inaccessible small star domain. On the way back, I also asked me carefully. My friends in the star also confirmed that this is true. Blue River dominated. I was affirmed by the Blue River, and the 3 leaders of Void Star looked at each other. The stars that do not enter, and do not even have a name, are generally the strongest, only dominated by the second series. As long as a few third-order dominates are possible, and this cosmic boat comes from that the meteor field, the person on the cosmic boat, is afraid of its strength, said the second leader Shunshang. This is the case, but the other party can kill the Lord of the Clouds. Although some special means or whole cards are used, who knows if there is still such a means in whole cards? Said the third leader. Blue River, talk about the specific strength of the Demon Lord, and how exactly the Demon Lord was killed. Can you figure it out? The first leader, Imo-chun, looked down. The three leaders, my friend, is a master of His Majesty Lord. 40,000 years ago, when my Majesty led his army to the area that did not enter the meteor domain, my friend did not follow, but stayed in the Demon Star, so he didn't know much about the specific situation. But one thing is certain, the star field is really not strong, only because there are several battlefields left, only to appear something special. The Lord of the Devil Star has always been only the peak of the third level, but when he went to the film that did not enter the meteor field, it seemed to have reached the fourth level, and the film that did not enter the meteor field the person should have spent a tremendous price and means, plus the relationship between the Lord of the Devil and the Cloud was too undervalued, and then he died there. After he died, the cosmic boat seemed to have fallen into that star. The strongest player in the field, a second level dominates. Blue River dominated solemnly. After listening to the narrative dominated by the Blue River, the eyes of the three leaders light up. A second-level dominator, even if he has some means in his hand, can at best threaten the general fourth-level dominator. Then, the Lord of the Clouds has only just broken through, and he will only be killed if he cares. Die, but the three of us are different from the Lord of the Demon Clouds. The second leader smiled. Thought not three of them have just broken through the fourth level, but have stayed at the fourth level for a long time. Like the second leader and the third leader, that is also the fourth level advanced dominating combat power, and the strongest first leader is the proper fourth level peak performance. With such strength, naturally there is sufficient capital. Brother, do you want to do this business? Both the second leader and the third leader looked at Imo-chan to dominate. Dongran, of course. Imo-chan dominated and smiled. It is a complete spacecraft. Even if it is the lowest, it is also equivalent to 60 cosmic source stones. It is worthwhile for the three of us to take action. Brother, you have to do it yourself? The second leader showed surprise. In his opinion, the opponent is just a lucky second-level master. The three of them can go to one of them enough to kill each other and take back the spacecraft. Why do they need to shoot at the same time? Be careful. Maybe the spaceship master is really just a second-level master. We can easily kill him, but in case the strength of the spaceship master is not the case, then you and I will join forces. As long as it is not the fifth-level master, or the terrible existence like Mr. Jusu, at least self-protection is no problem. Said Imo-chan. Well too. The second and third leaders nodded. The three leaders of Zunwuxing are able to live well in this Ziwei Xinghe, not only because of their strong strength, but most importantly, they are very cautious and will not take risks easily. Even this time, they already knew that the other party came from a non-meteor domain and it was estimated that it was only a second-level master, but for the sake of insurance, they decided to dispatch 3 people at the same time. Soon, the 3 leaders of Void Star set off. There are countless star thieves under the starry sky, but these 3 leaders have only brought a few strong masters this time, adding up to less than 20 people. They directly use the cosmic channel. Elder ancient stars have cosmic channels, and vanity stars that are much more powerful than ancient stars have more cosmic channels and are more complete. Through the cosmic passage, they went to the front of Jian Wushuang early. The beautiful Xinghe, the ancient cosmic boat, is still moving. In the cosmic boat, Jian Wushuang and his wife are playing a game of chess, while the magic flame is standing beside it and watching quietly. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang looked. Demon Flame also looked up sternly. The 2 of them have sensed that a lot of strong breath is approaching, and the speed is extremely fast. I thought that apart from the ancient Yuan Xing before, there should be no more trouble to look at us like that, but now it seems that is not the case. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. He didn't expect that he was riding a cosmic boat, and there were people who came to trouble him. Chapter 40:11. Hey, the second is here. The cosmic boat has stopped, and more than a dozen strong men from the Void Star have also appeared in front of the cosmic boat. Inside the boat, Fu Jun, The people who came to this door seem to be very strong. Leng Rushuang frowned slightly. Well, it is very strong. Jian Wushuang also nodded slightly. Although the other party has not yet actively revealed his breath, he can sense a lot of things by his sensing ability. Master, should I do it? Moyan said. No, you two are just staying in the cosmic boat. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, but his figure had already walked out of the boat. Wu Jianwushuang came to the outer space boat, and his gaze looked directly at the more than 10 people in front of him. The imaginary people are staring at Jian Wushuang at this moment. Surely dominate the second series? Seeing Jian Wushuang, Sun Wuxing's 3 leaders laughed. Brother, it seems that your previous worry is unnecessary. The third leader smiled. Be careful, you can never be wrong. Emo Chun dominated with a smile. You are the owner of this spaceship? Emo Chun dominated and stared at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. I don't know why you are blocking me. Well, the Lord of the Clouds is also a master of the second level of the astral world, but also the 4th master of the dignity. Will it be planted in the hands of people like you? The second leader of Void Star sneered. Master of the Devil Star? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Obviously, the other party should recognize his cosmic boat, which is the one of the Lord of the Clouds. This Ziwei Xinghe is not too far away from the star field where the Magic Cloud Star is located, and the Magic Cloud Star is too angry in that star domain name. The strongmen who have come out of that star field are probably aware of the Magic Cloud Star. Lord, there is a strong man from that star field who became a star thief after coming to this Ziwei Xinghe, and it is also normal. Jian Wushuang secretly said. Boy. Emotion dominated. Leave the spacecraft. You can go. Oh. Jian Wushuang frowned. The master of Machin still stayed on the line, but just let him leave the cosmic boat, and did not want to kill him. It was more kind than the ancient Yuan Xing. What if I don't agree? Jian Wushuang's mouth had a playful smile. If you don't agree, you can only die. Emotion dominated his eyes and said, Kill him? As soon as his voice came down, he didn't need himself and the other 2 leaders to shoot. There were already a few starry strongmen around him who couldn't hold back and attacked directly. I chose to take a shot. There were a total of 5 people, all of whom were dominated by the 3rd rank, and 2 of them even reached the peak of the 3rd rank. 5 third-level masters shot at the same time to deal with a second-level master. In the eyes of the many powerful vanity stars, Jian Wushuang is already a dead person. Unexpectedly, sword unparalleled shot. He didn't take out the Wu weapon sword, but just took the finger as a sword, and the wind was light. In a moment, a horrific sword surged directly. The whole Xinghe was caught in this shocking sword storm at this moment. What? The 5 third-level masters were frightened. They only felt that the sword storm that they had fallen into at this moment was endless and terrifying. The cricket was almost dying. The sword and shadow storm passed over the 5 people. The 5-person body collapsed, and the breath was instantly cut off. With only 1 sword in hand, Sun beheaded and killed 5 third-level masters. This scene shocked many powerful men from the Void Star behind, including those 3 leaders. This is so terrible sword meaning. Apart from that, this person's perception of the origin of Kendo universe has absolutely reached a very high level. The gazes of the 3 chiefs all became dignified. Looks like he can slay the demon lord of the cloud, not just by accident. Emo Chin's voice was also lowered. The second leader and the third leader had a solemn look on their faces. They are not fools. Although Jian Wushuang was only a second-level player in the past, and the master from the meteor domain was not in the eyes, with the sword Wushuang shot, the strength revealed at this moment is already impossible. Stop them from being solemn. No doubt, Jian Wushuang's combat power is at least the 4th level. Second and third. You 2 shot together. Be careful. Emotion dominated Shenshun. The second leader and the third leader nodded one after the other, followed immediately by 2 strong breaths of divine power. This second leader is directly transformed into a huge black alien beast. This black alien beast is extremely innocent, exuding an endless violent breath on his body, and time is like black lightning galloping towards the sword unparalleled. As for the third leader, he took out a broad-edged sword, which has a 3-meter factory. As his body skyrocketed, the 3-meter-long sword also followed the skyrocketing, and then it was crushed and crushed. The two leaders shot at the same time, and that power alone was enough to make people frightened. In the cosmic boat, Demon Flame has been paying attention to the outside scene, but the moment the two leaders saw their shots, their eyes and pupils shrank sharply. These two are very strong, one-on-one. I may not be an opponent. Magic Flame solemnly. What? Cold as frost changed. Na Fujuan. Mrs. Rest assured. These two may be very strong, but in front of the host, but not enough to see. Mo Yin smiled. Others don't know the specific strength of Jian Wushuang, but this Magic Flame knows a little. He knows that the current Jian Wushuang's combat power is extremely strong, which is not comparable to the ordinary 4th-rank master. Qi Jian Wushuang stood in front of the spacecraft, watching the two leaders attack and kill him, but his face was very strange. Both of them obviously have the 4th level to dominate the combat power, and they are estimated to have reached a higher level. I am afraid that they are slightly stronger than the big leader of the ancient Yuan star I encountered before. Just these two people have such strength, and the strongest seems to have not shot yet, alas. The Ziwei Xinghe Xingdao power is also very strong. One power even has 3 4th ranks at the same time master. Jian Wushuang admired, but his slap was doubled, and Wu Wei's Excalibur had already appeared in his hands. Xin Hanoi, Jian Wushuang directly engaged with these two leaders. Howl! A gorgeous Jingguang emerged out of thin air. This sword light is even more dazzling than the surrounding Xinghe, and the sword light is huge and immortal. After it appeared, it immediately filled the surrounding half of the Xinghe. In a blink of an eye, it was with the black beast that came from the storm and Na Hao. The mighty sword lights collided. Chapter 40:12. The first is here. Pong pong, clang. 2 successive sounds of clanging sounded in Xinghe. The black alien beast transformed by the second boss, after colliding with Jian Guang, actually rolled backwards. As for the mighty blade of light of the third leader, the power of the third leader's body surface was directly suppressed. You too weak. Sword Wu's eyes carried a slight disdain, but the Wu Cry Excalibur in his hand was cut again. Still the wind is light, and the sword is cut freely. Suddenly, however, there was an astonishing sword image that seemed to be able to split the sky and stars into 2 halves. This shocking sword shadow exudes suffocating terrible power. Even though they are the second and third bosses of Void Star, they are both dominated by the 4th rank, but at the moment when they saw the sword shadow, their complexion was not changed. Not good. I always stood outside the battlefield of the Starless Leader. Mo Chan was also shocked, but immediately shot. Howl! He only heard a sudden explosion in Xinghe, a figure falling from the sky, like a peerless war from above the universe. He held a giant axe and cut it off instantly. He also had an axe that was astonishingly shocking, and instantly collided with the sword light that Jian Wushuang waved. The two horrible powers collided madly together, which actually caused the surrounding vast galaxy to tremble violently. Under the collision of these two powerful powers, they seemed to have completely lost their color. After a short while, the power was completely exhausted. Jian Wushuang is still standing in front of the cosmic boat, but in front of him, the 3 chiefs of the Void Star stand side by side. The 3 chiefs have long lost their previous contempt. Instead, the 3 of them looked at the moment. They are extremely dignified. This person is very powerful. Indeed, it's just that my brother and my brother are joining forces, not his opponent. The third leader also said, just that axe, I almost used my full strength, but I collided with his sword light, but it didn't occupy the slightest advantage. This strength alone must be the master of the 4th level. Mo Chun said the master. Chi Ma Chen dominated himself as the 4th level peak, but Jian Wushuang confronted him head-on and did not fall into the downwind. This combat force is naturally the 4th level peak. It's finally a character who can see a little bit. Jian Wushuang looked at the 3 with a smile. Brother, this boy is not weak. We may work together to kill him. The second leader said directly. Then let's do it together. Mo Chen dominated his eyes cold. The next moment, hum. A vast and turbulent dark airflow swept up directly. This dark airflow was cold, dark, and desperate. As this dark airflow swept away, the original dazzling galaxy was directly covered by a boundless darkness. The endless dark airflow filled the surrounding void, and Imo Chun, who was at the center of this dark airflow, dominated. It is the supreme god who controls this endless darkness. Howl! Wow! Wow! The master of Machin shot directly. He held a huge axe in each hand. Both of them were dark and cold. In this endless dark void, the shadows of the cold axe flashed away, directly towards sword unparalleled. Quick, almost to the extreme. And each of these cut axe shadows is extremely powerful. Even if it is the sword unparalleled, I dare not despise it. Interesting. Wu Jin Wushuang smiled, and the Wu weapon sword in his hand was also waved one after another. It was also the sword light cutout, which contained the profound origin of the Kendo universe. It was easy to resist the shadow of that axe. In the surroundings, the second and third bosses were not idle either. The black beast transformed by the second leader burst into horrific anger and merged directly into this dark void. Even the soul of Sword's unparalleled soul, Force, could not sense his existence. Through the cover of this dark void, the second leader shot from time to launch a fatal blow. As for the third leader, in this dark void, his strength has also been improved to a certain extent. His body has skyrocketed, as if the demon came into the world, and the sword in his hand was cut out incomparably. The three leaders of the Xuanwu Palace and the fourth leader of the three majors have all their strengths at this moment. The purpose is of course to cut and kill Jian Wushuang. I have to say that the strength of these three leaders is indeed extremely good, and the cooperation is very tacit. The three together, it is enough to suppress the general of the fourth level peak. Like now, the three of them join forces and go all out. Jian Wushuang seems to have been completely suppressed by the three of them. In this boundless dark void, Jian Wushuang just continued to perform sword skills to resist surrounding attacks, and it seemed that he was completely trapped in the siege of the three leaders and could not escape. After a moment of effort, Jian Wushuang shook his head. His expression was obviously a little disappointed. Can you three join forces to such an extent? What? The three chiefs of the Void Palace were all surprised. This is indeed their strongest strength, but the owner of this spacecraft seems to be very dissatisfied with the strength of the three of them. This kind of strength is barely qualified to let me really perform swordplay. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Cast swordsmanship? The three leaders were all stunned, and they found out that from the time of the three of them to the present, the other side has just been waving the sword lightly and freely. From the beginning to the end, the opponent has never performed any powerful sword skills or tricks. You must know that the three leaders have also seen the brief confrontation. Although the owner of the cosmic boat in front of him is lower, his divine power is not weaker than the fourth level master. The key is that the perception of the origin of Kendo universe is too high and too high. And the Kendo universe has such a high level of origin. How could it not have created a powerful sword skill or a trick? If I'm not mistaken, the three of you have gained some strength in this dark void, and the cooperation of the three of you has largely depended on this dark void to perform? Jian Wu's eyes were cold, and he looked around at the three of them. Since this is the case, I have broken this dark void. And my sword, the name just happens to be Kaitian. Wu Jian's voice slowly sounded in the dark void, and his right hand had lifted the Wu weapon sword high, and a horrible power had begun to condense in his sword. Chapter 40:13. Hey, the second is here. It has been more than 40,000 years since the end of the war with Demon Star. In these years, Sword unparalleled because of the control of the relationship between the heaven and the will of God in the early days. The speed of progress has been outrageous. His understanding of Kendo has reached an extremely high level. Naturally in swordplay, he has also studied it. In recent years, he has created a variety of swordsmanships. Any swordsmanship performed is enough to marvel the fourth-rank master. Nowadays, the style of Kaitian cast by Jian Wushuang, but on the level of mystery, has gone beyond the scope of the general fourth grade. This sword is a terrible swordplay that purely crushes people and forcibly tears everything. Under the infusion of the huge divine power of Jin Wushuang at this moment, this sword has become extremely scary. Howl! Finally, the sword was cut out. After a while, the world was completely silent. The three chiefs of Xuanwu Palace all had their eyes widened, and now they finally understood why Jin Wushuang did not use real swordsmanship from beginning to end. It turned out that it was because his swordplay was too strong and terrible. This sword art, if it was performed earlier, the three of them might have fled away, and now they are performing. Halala. The endless black airflow is cut off directly. It was originally in the void of endless darkness, as if it was reopened by creatures to divide the day and the night. This endless dark void was directly cut off, and the terrifying sword sweeping swept across even the three leaders. The leader with the strongest strength was okay. With his own strength, he could easily resist this affected force. But the two leaders, under the impact of the sword, were unusually embarrassed. They managed to stop their bodies barely, and their bodies had already suffered a certain degree of damage under the influence of the sword. This is simply not a level. The second leader looked terrified. The divine power is comparable, but his swordsmanship is terrible. The third leader also said, I am afraid that many fifth-level masters who are good at Kendo may not be able to match. With such swordsmanship in hand, his combat power is definitely among the top and most terrifying ones. The three of me alone, let alone kill him. Even if you want to compete with him, it is very difficult. Emotion dominated his eyes coldly. Don't he have any thoughts on this spacecraft anymore? Let's go quickly. Withdraw. The second leader and the third leader did not hesitate. I just scared them with that sword. But they were just about to leave. Come when you want to come. Go where you want to go? How easy is that? Jin Wushuang chuckled and saw that the sword in his hand was waving again. In a moment, a hazy mist swept directly out. The mist swept through it extremely fast, at least much faster than the three chiefs fleeing. Almost instantly, the mist of the sky had completely covered the three chiefs. Immediately after being covered by the mist, all three leaders immediately felt a horrible sword in their surroundings from the surrounding mist, and at the same time carried an extraordinary force of magic. French array clip with sword meaning? Is this sword array? Emotion dominated his pupils and shrank. Yeah, that's the sword array. No matter how many swordsmanship swords created in recent years, how powerful these swordsmanship are. Like the sky-opening style just now, the simple level and the mystery are comparable to many of the strongest tricks of the 5th series. However, Kaitian is not the strongest sword skill of Jin Wushuang at all. The truly strongest and most terrible sword warrior is the 3 sword formations he created. Misty sword formation, wave light sword formation, earth guard sword formation. 1 attack and kill, 1 entangled enemy, and 1 absolute body defense. These 3 sword formations have formed the most complete sword formation system. In recent years, while Sword Wushuang has improved Kendo perception and created various sword skills, his research on the 3 sword formations has never fallen. For 40,000 years, the 3 major sword formations have already reached a whole new level. Shan, and now this hazy mist is sweeping out. What Jin Wushuang is casting, it is truly the most terrifying hazy sword formation among the 3 major sword formations. Jiran, since it's here, don't pay a bit, don't think about leaving so simple. Jin Wushuang smiled, and the hazy sword array had already exerted its terrible power. I saw all the hazy mist enveloped, and all the terrifying Jingguang directly attacked the 3 chiefs of the Void Star without any sign. Thoiran, although these 3 leaders have great strengths, it is difficult to resist the sudden horrible sword light because of the dim mist. Just a face-to-face laugh. The second leader and the third leader were hit by Jingguang at the same time. Although they did not immediately die, the body instantly collapsed, and the divine power was more than half consumed. No. After the second leader and the third leader recovered their bodies, they were completely frightened. Second brother, third brother. Then the master of Machin was frightened. He has the strongest strength. Although he was also attacked by Jingguang and the body was damaged, he did not collapse directly. But the second leader and the third leader were obviously unable to resist. I was another round of Jianguang. Brother, run away. Run away. The hysterical roar of the hysteria emanated from the mouth of the second leader, who was directly drowned by Jianguang. There was no room for struggle, and he died on the spot. As for the third leader, also entered the footsteps of the second leader. This scene was dominated by Na Moken's eyes, and he was instantly crazed, but he was angry and crazy again. And he also knew that the strength of the opponent was not what he could compete with. He himself is only worthy of life in this sword array. He can't save the lives of the second and third leaders. He can only watch these two leaders die in front of him. You must know that the three chiefs of the Palace of Nihilism have existed since the establishment of the Palace of Nihilism. The relationship between them is unparalleled. But now, in an accident, the two leaders died directly, and even he is now on the verge of life and death. Ah! A frantic roar saw that Machin, who had fallen into despair, was dominated by the sudden. His body suddenly became scarlet, and a horrifying breath swept out of him. At this moment, his strength and his speed suddenly skyrocketed to a whole new level. This sudden change caused Jian Wushuang to be slightly surprised, but before he shot, the whole body of Scarlet Machin had directly rushed out of the coverage of the sword array and fled wildly towards the surrounding Xinghe. The speed is so fast that even Jian Wushuang has no desire to chase. Chapter 4014. The first is here. How fast can you escape? Qi Jian Wushuang watched that Imo Chen dominated disappeared into his sight, and his heart was secretly shocked. Jian Moken's dominance obviously showed his life-saving whole card, and the life-saving whole card was very good. Even Jian Shuang let him escape if he didn't check it. However, it's not bad to have killed two fourth-ranked masters. Jian Wushuang smiled, beckoned, and the treasures left by the two leaders of the Void Palace and Qian Kunji came to him. Wu Jianso counted slightly, his eyes were bright. Yes, it is worthy of being the fourth-level master, and it is also the star thief leader who plundered in this Ziwei Xinghe all year round. Although there is no rule of treasure in his hands, his net worth is quite good. It is estimated that it is comparable to 150 universe source stones. Jian Wushuang smiled. He used to suppress the ancient Yuanqing with his own strength before he finally got 100 cosmic source stones, which is still under the premise that the ancient Yuanqing hurt his muscles. But now he came to intercept his star thief, obviously more ancient Guxing, and his family is naturally thicker. After the treasure was collected, Jian Wushuang returned to the cosmic boat. As for the void star thieves who came with the three leaders at the same time, they were frightened and fled. Jian Wushuang was too lazy to chase. Soon, the spacecraft continued to move forward. In the void far from the battlefield just now, a scarlet blood light suddenly stopped, and a figure slowly emerged. This figure is naturally dominated by Imo Chun, who has just escaped from the swordless hands. As the leader of the Void Star and the master of the fourth-level peak, for a long time, this Machin dominated the Ziwei Xinghe River almost all sideways, but today, second and third brother, Yin Machin dominated the gloomy and terrible complexion, and in those icy eyes were filled with hatred. The three chiefs of Sun Wuxing were originally brothers who came together from life and death. Later, the three joined forces to create the Xian Wuxing. In terms of emotion, they are no less than their brothers. Hiku, today, his second and third brothers were directly killed by him. He saw the whole process in his eyes, but there was no way to do it. Even he could only perform the life-saving secrets before he could recover his life. Too strong. That man is obviously the second-level master, but his strength is outrageous. Not only is the divine power not weaker than the fourth-level master, the most important thing is his understanding of the origin of Kendo, and that terrible thing. Extreme swordsmanship, especially the last sword formation cast. The scene where Jian Machin dominated his mind immediately appeared the scene of Jian Wushuang casting his hazy sword array. As soon as the sword array came out, the dim sword light suddenly attacked from all corners. It was incredible, and the most important thing was that the power was also outrageous. That sword array is too scary. In the face of such a sword array, Even if my strength is several times stronger, I am afraid there is no chance of survival. Imo Chen's dominated face has been distorted. The power gap is too big, well. Even if he killed the second and third brothers, I say get revenge. Zhu, the master of Imo Chen, undoubtedly wanted to avenge his two brothers. However, Jian Wushuang's unfolding strength made him desperate. It is absolutely impossible for him to avenge himself, at least not now. Jian Wushuang rides in a cosmic boat and glides through the Xinghe, apparently just passing through the Ziwei Xinghe. Not to mention that the other party has such combat power in the second level, and the talent potential is far stronger than him. That is to say, just miss now, it is almost impossible for him to find Jian Wushuang in the future. No, he must die. No matter what the price is, even if it is my life, I will kill him and take revenge for my second and third brothers. Ji Machen dominated his hands and his nails were already in the flesh. In his mind, he was desperately thinking about the method to kill the other party. At this moment, I didn't know how many thoughts flashed, but most of them were not sure the other party. Suddenly, Imo Chen dominated his eyes. Mr. Ju Su. The master of Imo Chen remembered someone. This is a transcendent character that is enough to make Imo Chen dominate the terror. You know, the strength dominated by Imo Chen is almost sideways in the Ziwei Xinghe. A large number of star theft forces in Ziwei Xinghe, although not dominated by some fourth level, but the strength can be comparable to the of Imo Chen. Just one or two. Although the strength can be comparable to Imo Chen's dominance, Imo Chen's dominion does not dare to oppose each other. But Mr. Jiu was absolutely qualified to make Imo Chen dominate the terror, but imagine the terrible strength of the other side. Yes, find Mr. Jiu. With his strength, it should be enough to kill the Cosmic Boat Master. As long as I can invite him, I will have the opportunity to avenge the second and third brothers. Imo Chen's eyes flashed with light. After making a decision, he set off immediately. A part of Ziwei Xinghe, this place is occupied by a star-stealing force, which is called Bingxin Valley. In terms of strength, this Bingxin Valley can't be compared with large star theft forces such as Void Star and Ancient Yuan Star, and it is even worse than many star thieves in Ziwei Star Hanoi. It's just that it is inconspicuous. A small star-stealing force. Her Majesty's Star Island is only 100 people. The previous leader is only a second-level dominated, however. Since the arrival of a mysterious strongman thousands of years ago, this place of Bingxin Valley in Ziwei Xinghe is completely different. Although the current strength of Bingxin Valley is still far from the strength of those large star thieves, the large star-stealing forces are as strong as nothingness, and the ancient Yuanqing are absolutely afraid to provoke Bingxin Valley. The reason why this is so is the mysterious powerhouse in Bingxin Valley. His name is Jiu. Woohoo! Ji Machen dominated the cosmic channel of the Void Star and came out of Bingxin Valley at the fastest speed. As soon as I was troubled, I said, Imo Chen, the leader of the Void Star, came to meet Mr. Jiu Su. The star thieves in Bingxin Valley were shocked when they heard the words of Imo Chen. The leader of the Void Star? That is the top super-existence of the entire Ziwei Xinghe. Such a super-existence, the whole Ziwei Xinghe that shivered on weekdays would tremble, and their Ice Heart Valley was not qualified to contact such a super-existence before. But now the other party came to visit on their own initiative, but was extremely honest, without any clue. All of this is because of the adult in Bingxin Valley. Soon, the star thieves in Bingxin Valley went to report. Chapter 40:15. Hey, the second is here. In Beibing, in a humble wooden house, a white-haired, long-bearded man sat on a futon. This white-haired, long-bearded man was thin and thin, as if the wind could blow it down. However, such a person who looks extremely thin has an unprecedented reputation in Ziwei Xinghe. His name is enough to make the top leaders of Ziwei Xinghe star fright. Hit him, it's Jiu Su, a pincer wandering alone in the universe. According to the star thieves of Bingxin Valley's understanding of this Mr. Jiu, this Mr. Jiu has lived a number of chaos ages, and these chaos ages have been wandering all over the universe. Most people are different. Like Jian Wushuang. They came from their hometown and wandered into the universe with a clear purpose. That is to go to a wider territory, see more worlds, and fight with more powerful people, so as to enhance their own strength. However, this is not the case for Mr. Ju-Su. He is wandering in the universe. He has never thought of where to go, but where to go. He is a real man who can endure the lonely years of loneliness. Shannon now, the master of Emo-chan, has come to this Mr. Ju-Su. Void Star Machin met Mr. Ju-Su. How Machin, who dominates Emo-chan, is also the leader of the Void Star, but in front of this Mr. Ju-Su, he looks extremely respectful. Machin dominates. Mr. Joshu looked up and glanced at Machin Dominion. 3,000 years ago, I said to you when I defeated you, if one day you make great progress or break through to reach the 5th level, Count, you can come and challenge me. Could you come today and have made a great breakthrough in strength? This is not the case. Emo-chan dominated and shook his head. I came here today because I met a strong man whose strength is terrible. I think you should be interested in Mr. Ju-Su. Oh. Mr. Ju-Su stared at Emo-chan. The master of Lu Machin was smirking. The master of Emo-chan knows some things about Mr. Ju-Su. When he came to Ziwei Xinghe, he directly found the top leaders of the top star-stealing forces and directly shot these strengths up to the 4th level. The leaders of the 4th-ranked peak were defeated. I have all left words. If you have made great progress or made a big breakthrough, you can go to Bingshin Valley directly to find him. Obviously, this Mr. Ju-Su is not only a pincer, but also an extremely belligerent man who is very eager to fight the strong. Like many of the star thieves in Zyhexing Hanoi now, none of them can enter the eyes of this Mr. Ju-Su. Even if Emo-chan dominates himself, in the eyes of this Mr. Ju-Su, there is no difference from the general star thief. Such people have only themselves and powerful opponents in their eyes. Because of this, the master of Emo-chan dared to invite Mr. Ju-Su. According to the master of Emo-chan, the master of the spacecraft was also extremely terrible, at least much stronger than him. Such a strong man. This Ju-Su, it should be more interesting. Sure enough, Mr. Ju-Su asked, who is the person you said? Where is he? What is it? He's right here in Xinghe. As for his name, I don't know, but he has a cosmic boat in his hands. As for repair, he should be the master of the 2nd level. Machin dominated the road. What? Mr. Ju-Su's face changed, staring at Emo-chan coldly. Are you playing with me? No, no. Machin, the master, shook his head again and again. Mr. Ju-Su, you don't know. Although the master of the spacecraft is only a 2nd-level master, his real combat power is terrible. Definitely the most extreme and terrible kind of 4th series. Not long ago, I joined forces with my 2nd and 3rd brothers. They wanted to kill him and win the cosmic boat, but they were defeated directly by him and they were crushed. My 2nd and 3rd brothers all died in his hands. Even me, only by performing mystery of life-saving, escaped by chance. That man killed your 2nd and 3rd brothers. You want to get revenge, so you came to me? Mr. Ju-Su still stared at Emo-chan. Machin dominated his heart. This was indeed his real purpose. Mr. Ju-Su obviously saw it through at a glance, but he was not surprised. I do have this purpose, but the strength of that person is terrible. There is no doubt about this. Although his divine power is only the normal 4th level, his understanding of the origin of Kendo universe is counted even in the 1st place. Among the 5th level masters, I am afraid that it is also the best, and his sword skill is even more terrible. He also knows a sword array. Once the sword array comes out, only 2 rounds of attacks will directly kill my 2 brothers. I'm struggling, even me. You know, he drives the sword array to deal with my 3 brothers at the same time. If he drives the sword array to focus on one person, the power will be even more terrible. Emo-chan dominated a little. Sword formation? Against 3 people at the same time. Only 2 rounds of attacks killed 2 masters of the 4th level and higher level? Mr. Ju-Su's eyes flashed, apparently already intrigued. Ju-Moken's dominator is pretty good. This Mr. Ju-Su is not only a pincer, but also an extremely belligerent man. Because of the militancy, every time he passes by a star field, he will try every means to challenge the top power of that star field. Even when he came to this Ziwei Xinghe, he did not converge. He is just now that Ziwei Xinghe Hanoi. No one can be seen by him, But now the master of the cosmic boat described by Emo-chan as the master has made Mr. Joshu interested. The strength of your three brothers is not weak, especially when you join forces. Even if you are the general fourth level peak, you can still suppress it. Even if you have time, you will have the opportunity to behead it. But this time the three of you will join forces. Even being easily defeated by the other side and beheading two people, this alone, the strength of the Cosmic Boat Master must be the most extreme of the fourth series, and may even be stronger. I really want to play against such a strong man. Mr. Ju-Su laughed. The owner of the spacecraft is very strong, but for you, Mr. Ju-Su, I am afraid that it is nothing. Emo-chan dominated and complimented. Take me to him. Mr. Ju-Su stood up. Jima-chan was immediately overjoyed. Don't be too happy too soon. Mr. Ju-Su glanced at the master of Emo-chan. I went to him. I just wanted to fight him. As for killing him then, it depends on my mood. Chapter 40:16. One more today. I went to him. I just wanted to fight him. As for killing him then, it depends on my mood. The words of Mr. Ju-Su made Emo-chan dominate his heart, but he did not dare to say more. Immediately, the master of Emo-chan led the way in person and took the Mr. Ju-Su to chase the spacecraft of Sword unparalleled. The cosmic boat traveled all the way in Xinghe, and the Sword Wushuang in the cosmic boat did not practice for a moment. He knows the vastness and danger of the universe. Even though he has some strength now, he is only limited to some marginal areas of the universe. If he is better than him in the depths of the universe, he may be a lot. Even in the truly core parts of the universe, there are many, even the most powerful ones. Stubborn as the Supreme, he will also die, even if he is the ancestor of the founder of the Red Cloud. The dignified top-level strength, he died in that fierce battle. Because of this, Jian Wushuang did not dare to slacken in the slightest. Only by constantly getting stronger and climbing towards the top of the universe. One day, when he reaches Lingyun Master, or a stronger level, I am afraid that he will be qualified to truly escape the universe. Now he is too far away from that level. In these years, I have been trying to merge the sixth dark rule. It feels that my distance is really fused. It's just a slight difference, but I always feel that I can't really mingle together. Maybe it's because I'm too comfortable now. With the kind of oppression in the divine realm before the beginning of the early years, we can't really integrate it. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but think. Yes, he is really very comfortable now. In fact, since the crisis in the early world of the gods was lifted, he has controlled the power of the heavenly will of the early world of gods, and he has been extremely comfortable. The burden that he has been pressing on before has been completely relieved. I want to know that when Jian Wushuang was weak, he was able to grow up step by step at an alarming rate because of the heavy burden on his body and the constant pressure on him. Now, although with the help of the heavenly will in the early days, he has made greater progress, but without that pressure, Jian Wushuang always feels that it is not easy to make some breakthroughs. Now, even if I fight with the fourth-ranking dominator, I can't find a wave in my heart. This time I came to the universe, although the purpose is to go to Joyao Starfield to find the Master's whereabouts. It's also to fight with more powerful men, but although I have shot a few times so far, I can really look forward to it and make me feel pressured, but there is none. Sword Warrior slightly shook his head. Stubborn is dominated by Emo-chan, the fourth-ranked peak of combat power, but for him now, there is no pressure at all. He easily defeated Emo-chan's master. If he was a little more serious, then Emo-chan's master would not have escaped from him. I hope that the next years of turbulence will not be so plain, and I also hope that I can meet some opponents that make me feel pressure and make me look forward to it soon. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. He was eager to meet and fight with a real strong man, but he ran down all the way, but he never encountered one, which made Jian Wushuang inevitably feel a little lost. And just then, Jian Wushuang suddenly looked up. Li, the power of his soul, has sensed the void in front, and two figures are approaching quickly. The two figures, one of whom he knew, was the Emo-chan who escaped by chance, and the other, that man. Jian Wushuang stared at the thin, white-haired man with long hair who had stopped in front of the spacecraft and stood in front of Imo Chen's master. Qi Jian Wushuang has been all the way from the beginning of the divine realm all the way to today, and has always been extremely sensitive to the strong. Sun Jian, at the moment when he saw this man with white hair and long beard, Jian Wushuang's heart already had a vague feeling. This man was a strong man. Although she looks very thin, although she doesn't exude any breath, Jian Wushuang can feel the arrogance of the other person's eyebrows. You know, this is in the universe, so you can be so arrogant, it must not be immortal. In addition, the master of Imo Chen came with this person, and even the body is standing behind this person. Respectful. Obviously, this person is much stronger than Imo Chen. No surprise, it should be the strong man that Ma Chen specifically invited to avenge his two brothers. Master, that person feels very strong to me. Mo Yin also solemnly said. I feel the same way. Jian Wushuang nodded, but his face still had a smile on his face. But deep inside he looked with a touch of expectation. He longs to meet the strong who can really put pressure on him and make him take it seriously. The person in front of him may have this qualification. He did not hesitate. Jian Wushuang left the spacecraft directly and appeared in front of the white-haired, long-bearded man. Mr. Jusu, he is the owner of this cosmic boat. Don't look at him as the second-level master, but his combat power is extremely terrible. Imo Chen dominated and stared at Jian Wushuang. His eyes seemed to spit fire. Ascetic, Jusu. Bai Su, long-haired man, stared at Jian Wushuang calmly. Ascetic? Jian Wushuang looked. He went into the universe, but this is the first time he heard the name of a penancer. The master, the ascetic, is the kind of person who wanders among the various territories of the universe all year round, without any purpose. People who are purely for cultivation and strengthening, and most of the ascetics pass by a star field at times. I like to challenge some of the strong ones in the star domain, and constantly fight with the strong, so as to constantly break through and improve myself. It is crazy. In the universe, the ascetics are real lunatics, but there is no doubt that they are very powerful. The voice of the magic flame sounded in the heart of Jian Wushuang. Although the demon flame stays in the spacecraft, it can still communicate with Jian Wushuang consciousness. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and secretly wondered. Wandering around the universe all year round, challenging the strong, this practice is really crazy. Blood sword, from a star field that does not flow. Jian Wushuang also said directly. I heard the Lord Ma Chen around me say that you have defeated the joint of his three brothers with your own strength, and your sword formation is extremely terrible. Only 2 rounds of attacks killed his 2 brothers. He can also only use his life-saving mystery to escape, and your strength should be very arrogant. I look forward to you, Jusu said indifferently. There is not much time, so I will change it today, and maybe change it tomorrow, but I'm not sure. As for the updates owed in the past 2 days, we will make up the day after tomorrow, rest assured. Chapter 40:17, Blood Sword. Come up with your full strength. If your strength can satisfy me, maybe I can spare you a life. Jusu stood there, indifferent. Live me a life? Really arrogant enough? Jian Wushuang smiled. Me too. If you are disappointed with your strength, you don't have to leave here alive. Oh, a little interesting. Jusu smiled. He was an extremely arrogant man, and his strength was really good. Because of this, he was blindsided, and said that Jian Wushuang would be killed, but he did not expect Jian Wushuang to be equally arrogant. And it's clear that both are eager to play against a stronger opponent, and in this regard, they are extremely similar. There is no more nonsense. Jusu has already shot directly. I saw that he slowly raised his right hand and pointed away in the direction of Jian Wushuang. With this finger, a dazzling cyan light beam was formed in an instant. This cyan light beam carried the breath of heaven and earth and directly penetrated through the void towards the sword. Good power. The moment Wu saw Jiazu's shot, Jian Wu's eyes and pupils shrank. Jian Wushuang is also good at fighting with several 4th-rank masters, including top powerhouses such as Demon Star Master and Star Demon Patriarch. His eyes are also very good. Now he can see it with just one glance. The terrifying power contained in the Jusu finger. In terms of divine power alone, These 9 must have reached the extreme of the 4th series, at least more powerful than Imo Chin, the peak of the 4th series. The 9 beards, I'm afraid that brute force alone is enough to crush most of the 4th-ranked peak domination, Jian Wushuang secretly said, but the movement in his hands was not slow at all. The sword was already in his hands. Zhisong above the void, Jian Wushuang wielded a simple sword. The sword is bright and magnificent, cut across the galaxy. This bright galaxy seems to be cut directly in half by this sword. Xin Jingguang and the cyan beam from that burst collided with each other, and the horrific power broke out. In the end, Jingguang and the cyan beam annihilated and dissipated. Yes, although divine power is just the 4th level to dominate the hierarchy, but your perception of the origin of Kendo universe is extremely high, and what you hold in your hand should be the rule of treasure, right? Jushu stared at the sword Excalibur without hands. Jushu, what about your weapon? Jian Wushuang stared at Jushu. He was very clear that the finger just now was just a casual attack by Jushu, relying on purely arrogant divine power. Haha, I have 9 chaotic periods in the universe. I have challenged the unknown. Even if it is the master of the 4th level, there are thousands of people who are fighting with me, but it is worth me to take out. Weapons against the enemy, but few pitiful. If you do not have enough strength, you are not eligible for me to take out weapons. Jushu laughed brightly. It's really arrogant. Jian Wushuang sneered. However, the Imo Chun who is on the edge of the battlefield is very clear. Jushu's words are by no means arrogant, but he does have this capital. You know, when Jushu first came to Ziwei Xinghe, he defeated Ziwei Xing's top powerhouse with many star thieves in Ziwei Xinghe. It was empty-handed and did not come up with its own blade. Even though he didn't bring out his sword, Jushu still swept everything, like Void Star. Imo Chin dominated with his 2 brothers at first, but he defeated easily with nothing in this Jushu. It was because the strength of Jushu was so outrageous that the master of Imo Chen thought that Jushu was capable of beating the sword unparalleled. He deliberately invited this Jushu to come over. How much can you do without using your weapon? Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. He did not tangle with these 9 beards. The opponent did not take out the weapon, and he shot directly with thunder. The sword's unparalleled figure was split into 3 directly, and 3 figures were shot at the same time from 3 different directions towards Mr. Jushu. Suddenly, the weeping sword of Wu Cry in his hand burst into shock, and at this moment, it screamed. Wow! Wow! The horrible sword shadows came from 3 different directions at the same time. Quick, incredible, not only fast, but also extremely strange. Even though Mr. Jux's strength is extremely powerful, his soul perception ability is extremely keen. But at this moment, he can't distinguish the 3 phantoms completely. Which one is sword unparalleled? Because in his view, the figure is exactly the same. Purely relying on the body to differentiate 3 different phantoms, so fast, this body is even more weird. Jushu exclaimed, but he still did not mean to take out his weapon, only to see his body startled. The sky's blue light rose, and he seemed to be bathed in a blue ocean. Tong from the cyan ocean. A series of terrible cyan beams burst out in succession. Jian Wushuang relies on 3 figures to attack from 3 directions at the same time, but the cyan ocean that can be transformed into 9 musts is extremely vast. It can attack from all corners in all directions at the same time, and the cyan beams emitted by the bursts are powerful. Strong, amazing. Pong pong, 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 pong. He only heard the dense sound of clashes, ringing in the middle of Xinghe, and Imo Chen, who was on the edge of the battlefield, was already scared and frightened. It's too strong. This blood sword is too fast and weird. The sword skill is extremely powerful. But Mr. Jushu seems to be even better until now. It is obvious that he has only shot at will, and he has not come up with his true skill, but the blue ocean he transformed is already scary enough. How Machin dominated how? He is also a 4th level leader at the peak level, but the 2 men who are now fighting in the battlefield, any one of them is suffocating him. And just then, broken. Qi Jian Wushuang screamed suddenly, in the middle of the battlefield. A shocking sword exploded suddenly. The entire Xinghe is completely covered by this shocking sword, and immediately it is extremely violent, With the monstrous sword light of the endless Kendo universe origin, it just chopped down. Xin Jingguang cut directly on the Cyan Ocean transformed by Jusui, and the entire Cyan Ocean suddenly frowned wildly. The cyan light disappeared. After a while, a cyan figure condensed in the void next to it. It actually defeated me in the face. You sword art, indeed. The eye releaser of Jiusu had a sharp light, staring at Jin Wushuang, and there was a smile of excitement in the corner of his mouth. Haha, blood sword. I admit that you are qualified to let me take out a weapon. No surprises, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will be 3 changes. Will not owe updates in the past 2 days. Chapter 4018. The first is more. Finally willing to come up with a weapon? Jin Wushuang stared at Jusui calmly. Jiuzu's weapon was a purple spear filled with mori cold air. The purple spear was in his hand, and Jusui also smiled evilly. At this moment he became extremely enchanting. That spear is the rule of treasure. Jin Wu's eyes narrowed. He came all the way in Ziwei Xinghe, and he also met with several fourth-ranking masters, but these fourth-ranking masters had no rule of treasure. Like the master of Machin, although he is the leader of the Void Star, there is no rule of the most precious soldier in his hand. But this Jusui, as a penancer, is wandering in various territories, and his strength is extremely tyrannical. It is not surprising that he can have a rule in his hands. Mr. Jusui, come out with a weapon. Emo Chen, who was fighting on the battlefield appearance, was also excited. You know, when Jusui came to Ziwei Xinghe and swept through many Star Thief forces, they were all empty-handed and easily suppressed. Therefore, Juxus God Soldier, this Machin master, was also seen for the first time, and it was actually a spear that reached the level of the rule of treasure. Blood sword. I hope you can hold on for a long time in my hands, but don't die immediately. Jusui smiled. Everyone said, you're too arrogant. Jin Wushuang was too lazy to play tricks with Jusui, and at the moment he saw Jusui taking out the magic soldier, he already shot. The speed is still so strange and extremely fast, leaving a strange afterimage directly in the galaxy. His body burst into bursts, and the swift sword light came straight towards Jusui. Jusui just raised his head slightly, and the cold purple spear in his hand was stabbed directly forward. Huh. The sound of a metal impact sounded, and Jian Guang dimmed on the spot. Jin Wushuang also felt that his hands were a little numb, and his body was receding. This power. Jin Wushuang looked at Jusui in surprise. When the magical soldiers were not used, the divine power of the 9 mustaches was already overwhelming. It can be said that they have reached the extreme level of the 4th level of domination. Power is even 10 times stronger than just now. Such terrible power, this is no longer in the category of the 4th level domination. The 5th series, although the realm is only the 4th series, but the divine power of the Jiuxia must have reached the threshold of the 5th series. The sword has no double-sided color and becomes dignified. Dominated by the 4th level, he has fought many times, but he has encountered it for the first time. These 9 beards, although not really dominated by the 5th rank, have reached the level of dominated by the 5th rank in this might. Haha, blood sword, pick me up a few shots. Jusui issued a hearty laughter, his body flickered, and the purple Sanglong lance in his hand was like a dragon flying out of the sea at this moment. Tip. Along with the terrible forest cold rays of light condensed, followed by another explosion. One shot after the other, the power was beyond the scope of the 4th level domination. Jin Wushuang also relied on more than understanding of the origin of the Kendo universe, and exerted powerful sword skills one after another to resist the thorns. However, Jin Wushuang's sword skill level is indeed very high, but in the divine power, it is only the normal 4th level to dominate the level. Compared with the Jusui at this moment, the difference is indeed too much. These 9 mustaches are still extremely random. One shot followed one shot, and they did not use too much marksmanship. Just relying on brutal divine power, they have suppressed Jin Wushuang. These 9 beards are obviously only the masters of the 4th level, and they are not special lives, but his divine power is indeed beyond the scope of the 4th ranks. Not surprisingly, he should cultivate some incomparable, special mystic skills. Jian Wushuang secretly said. Suppressed by Jux's marksmanship, Jian Wu's double figure looked a little dazed. Suddenly Jian Wu's body shape retreated sharply, pulling away from these 9 whiskers at the fastest speed. Why? I can't bear it so quickly, and want to admit defeat. If so, then you are too disappointed. Zhu Su said lowly. Admit defeat? Jian Wushuang smiled. Zhu Su, your strength is indeed very good. At least in the 4th level I encountered, you are the strongest one, so you are qualified to let I do my best. Oh, Jisoo moved. You mean, you haven't come up with all the strength yet? There was a gleam of light in Jio's eyes. He is a pincer, and he is extremely belligerent. He is most eager to play against the real strong. At the beginning of the battle with sword warriors, Jisoo did hold a bit of expectation at the beginning, but this expectation was not too strong. After all, his own strength was too arrogant, and few of the 4th level masters could let him take it seriously. This time he played against Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was able to force him to take out a weapon, which seemed very remarkable to him. But now, the other party said that he has not done his best so far? This makes Jisoo a little excited. The master of the cosmic boat hasn't given up his full strength yet? How is that possible? The master of Machin was a little dreadful. Jian Wushuang, with a cold smile, said, Zhu Su, you are a 4th level master. You can force me to show all my strengths, and you are also proud. The words fell, and the sword was double again. It's the same shape, but this time the sword Wushuang was moving. There was a special force sweeping away. This power is truly the power of law. That's right, from the sword Wushuang came to the universe, including fighting against the star thieves and Ziwei Xinghe, and even the 2 leaders who beheaded the Vanity Star. Jian Wushuang relied on only his own power comparable to the 4th level master, and their own understanding of kendo and swordplay. Even so, he is already the most extreme one in the 4th grade. Even in the face of this Joshu, which broke out in the 5th rank to dominate the divine power, he could barely fight. However, don't forget, the reason why Jian Wushuang is called an incredible genius, and the reason why he can be recognized by the veins of Hongyun and Lingyunxing is because he understands a bit of the law of the universe. He is a trace of the universe law at the level of the ruler of the rule. Now he has broken through and reached the domination, and because he has mastered the relationship between the heavenly will of the gods in the early days, his awareness of the law of the universe has been continuously improved over the years. Up to now, his understanding of the laws of the universe has reached a whole new level. Now, he has really crossed the threshold of entry to the laws of the universe. Chapter 4019. Second more. Stepping into the threshold of the law of the universe and barely comprehending it are 2 completely different things. The power of the cosmic law of the sword warriors is much stronger than before. Before, it just barely incorporated the cosmic law into its own attacks to enhance its power. But now, he has directly triggered the laws of the universe, and even his own body speed has changed dramatically. Call. Under the blessing of the laws of the universe, Swordmaster Wu Sao is completely weird and can easily send out hundreds of thousands of phantoms in a flash. These phantoms are extremely real. Even the power of the master cannot detect which one. It is the deity. A sudden cold light lit up, and one of the magic swords in the hands of the phantom had fallen. The cold, dazzling sword, chopped off with the power of strong cosmic laws. Jesus' eyes narrowed. He already noticed that this sword was different from the sword technique that Jian Wushuang had performed before, but because of his absolute confidence in his own strength, he didn't care too much, and still stabbed the spear in his hand. Huh. It was another metal-like sound. This time, Jesus' look changed dramatically. From the sword light of Jian Wushuang, he felt an incomparably great power, which not only completely made up the gap between Jian Wushuang and his previous power, but also made Jian Wushuang's sword skill more mysterious and terrible. Huh. 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 The swordless double body bursts several times in succession, and each burst has numerous phantoms flashing out at the same time. Jisu couldn't keep up with the speed of Jian Wushuang, and when Jian Wushuang collided with his spear, Jisu was shocked to find that he was completely at a disadvantage. The law of the universe. It is the law of the universe. This blood sword actually understands the laws of the universe, and it is not just a trace of understanding. Juzus' eyes were shocked like never before. He is a pincer, and his talent is not weak. Because of this, he can dominate the realm with the 4th rank and exert the fighting power dominated by the 5th rank. You must know that in the universe, unless there are some special reasons, it is almost impossible for a 4th ranking master to challenge the 5th ranking master, but this must be done. He always thought that he was powerful and genius, but no matter how powerful he was, he would not be conceited to say that he was more anti-heaven than those who understand the laws of the universe. You know, that's the law of the universe. The level of dominance, who can comprehend a trace of the laws of the universe, all are super strong, and in general are the 5th level and even the ultimate level of domination. After all, the level of the laws of the universe is too high. Only when your own strength reaches a certain level can you more easily access the laws of the universe and have the opportunity to understand them. It can be said that even the 5th series and even the ultimate level master can understand a trace of the law of the universe. There are few pitiful, and a 2nd series master has completely crossed the threshold of entry in the law of the universe, that is even more be a monster among monsters. Of course, these 9 beards are not known yet, but Jian Wushuang has realized a trace of the law of the universe at the level of the master of the rules. If he knew it, he would be even more shocked. On the battlefield, the situation changed instantly. Because of the blessing of the power of the laws of the universe, Jian Wushuang's strength soared to a whole new level. Not only was the speed and figure far more than Jusu, the most important thing was that the power of swordsmanship also reached a new level. At least not weaker than Jusus' marksmanship, and even stronger. Haha. Great, amazing. Blood sword, this battle. I was quite satisfied with the strength you have shown, but I didn't expect that you even exceeded my expectations completely. Haha. I realized that the rule of the universe is the master. Now, let me take a look at how amazing the laws of the universe are. Jusu was almost excited at this moment. The law of the universe. He dreamed of feeling a trace of the cosmic law in his dreams, but let alone feelings, even if there was no chance of contact. He is not qualified to touch the laws of the universe. Even if these chaos eras break down, he meets countless powerful people, but none of them can understand a trace of the laws of the universe. The sword is unparalleled, but it is the first. Fighting with the strong one who understands the laws of the universe can also be said to be the first time Jusu has actually come into contact with the laws of the universe. Would Jiu not be surprised by such a once-in-lifetime opportunity? Jusu, I hope you don't let me down. Jian Wushuang made a cold voice. He is also eager for Jiu to burst into super strength, which will allow him to truly fight all out. But now, these 9 must show their strength, obviously not enough. Haha, come on, come on. Jiu laughed wildly, and at the same time a large amount of cyan light rose from his body. This cyan light condensed, forming a huge blue ancient feint behind him Buddha. This ancient Buddha also has a blue lamp in his hand. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha opened his eyes, and the sky blue light completely replaced the light in Xinghe. The breath of Jiu's body suddenly skyrocketed at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The void is falling apart one after another. At this moment, the spear in Juice's hand looks like a huge star. This star also contains the terrifying power, as if it is about to erupt at any time. The spear burst out, stabbing one after another, as if the stars successively smashed toward the sword. Before, Jusu only shot extremely indiscriminately, but now he has also used his best strength. Mysteries and marksmanship are also exhibited to the fullest, exuding one's own strength to the fullest. With the blessing of the power of the laws of the universe, Jian Wushuang burst into amazing power at the same time. The 2 figures collided and clashed in the Xinghe again and again. The battlefield was full of afterimages. There were monstrous divine power everywhere, and the terrible shock waves that continuously spread to the surroundings. Outside the battlefield that Machin ruled has long been stunned. Too strong, terrible. This is definitely not the power of the 4th series, but it has reached the 5th series. Mr. Jusu, and the owner of this spacecraft, definitely has the 5th level combat power. dominated by Mo Chen. His whole body and mind were trembling and roaring. The fierce battle in the middle of the battlefield has completely reached the stage of fever. Sword unparalleled. The power of his sword and the laws of the universe has been triggered to the extreme. The Jiu-Su also completely broke out his own marksmanship and mystery. But in the end, the two of them still had a good fight. This fierce battle lasted for half a quarter of an hour. Something unexpected happened. I originally planned to make 3 changes today. I updated it 2 days before the update. As a result, I could only make 2 changes. Chapter 4020. The first is more. It was another fierce confrontation. The entire Xinghe was completely under the violent impact of energy, and the figures of Jian Wushuang and Zhu Su were finally separated again. Happily, this is the battle I long for. Jiao Zu's eyes were red, and Liang was carrying a madness. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of excitement. The strength of these 9 mustaches did not disappoint him. He had already exerted his own understanding of the laws of the universe to the fullest extent, and had fully exerted his sword skills. As a result, he could only compete with these 9 mustaches. The opponent's combat power is undoubtedly the 5th series, and among the 5th series dominates, it should still be the kind that can stand firm. Zhu Su, Jian Wushuang said suddenly, since you were specially invited by that person, you should know that when I beheaded and killed their 3 brothers, I performed a sword array, and now you also come feel the power of my sword formation. Jian Wushuang intends to perform the sword array. No matter how good the sword skill he just cast is, how powerful the power is, but the sword is very clear. His strongest is the 3 sword arrays he created. And these 3 major sword arrays, he has never been exhibited yet. Is the sword array? Jiao Zu's eyes and pupils shrank, and his heart also looked with a touch of expectation. Sword Wushuang shot, and saw the power of an invisible magic circle spread out, while rising with the majestic sword. The whole world suddenly became cold and cold. An unprecedented sense of killing flooded the entire Gouda galaxy. The hazy mist, like a tide, swept away, covering the entire battlefield in a blink of an eye. Being on the battlefield, that is, the center of the sword formation, Zhu Su can clearly feel the arrogance of that killing sword. It's terrible to kill the sword, and the sword alone is enough to make the general 3rd series and even the 4th series dominate the courage to contend. Zhu Su also secretly shocked. When Mo Chen, who was outside the battlefield, saw the sword array displayed by Jian Wushuang, his body shuddered. At first, he and his 2 brothers and 3 men joined forces to slay Jian Wushuang. In the end, Jian Wushuang used this sword array to easily kill his 2 brothers, and even he could only use life-saving mystery to escape. But at that time, Jian Wushuang did not trigger the laws of the universe. Now give full play to the law of the universe, and then cast this sword array. The power is naturally stronger. The hazy sword formation took shape, and the endless killings flooded the entire sword formation. And that large swath of fog has completely covered the galaxy. In the fog, a sword light, directly illuminated without any signs, directly cut to the skull of Zhu Su. So fast and suddenly. Zhu Su was also taken aback. He didn't see how the Jingguang was formed at all. Only he knew that Jingguang suddenly appeared in front of him, quickly caught him by surprise, only barely raised his hand, blocking the spear in front of him. Clang! A low impact sounded, and the power contained in the sword light also shocked Zhu Su. That power was completely comparable to a 5th-level master who gave his full blow. If it is a head-to-head attack, he is not afraid of such an attack, and he is confident that he can resist it. But now in this sword array, the sword light appears too weird, and the speed is too fast. Blocked the first Jingguang. Immediately the second Jingguang quietly swept from the void beside. Not good. Zhu Su stared and turned around quickly, but it was too late to resist, and he could only do his best to procure the body armor of the body, and a powerful body power broke out. Pong! Jingguang directly bombarded Jux's body. Even though Jux's body armor is the strongest treasure of the highest level, it can't resist the attack of Wu Weeping Sword. At the moment of contact, Jingguang, the terror power contained in it, has exceeded the endurance limit of this arcane warframe. The mighty power is passed madly into the body of Ju Su. As a pincer, Ju Su is involved in various methods. In terms of the strength of the gods, it is also quite useful, but under such attacks, the body was also severely damaged. Puff! I saw a large mouthful of blood spurting out of Jux's mouth. Jux's body was trembling, and he burst out. This sword directly consumed Jux's divine power by more than 10%. But after this sword, immediately it was a silent Jingguang attack. It's too fast and weird. This sword formation completely obscured the power of my soul. I fell into this sword formation. I couldn't find the location of the blood sword at all. I didn't even see where he made the sword, and his sword skills mighty, really terrible. Ju Su looked ugly, and he tried his best to struggle in this sword formation. But in the face of Jingguang, who suddenly attacked from the surrounding area, he seemed extremely passive. Just 2 Jingguang attacks have already wounded him, and after only a few moments in his sword array, he has withstood 3 Jingguang attacks, and his power has been lost by nearly 40%. There is no doubt that Ju Su has been hit hard. Boom! A sudden outburst of mighty power broke out, and the mist that had always existed in the sword array was directly oppressed and dispersed to the surrounding area, exposing the sword unparalleled figure in front of the sword array. Huh! Jian Wushuang looked at Jujio in the sword array in amazement. It's so powerful that I have been severely hit by it. I can forcibly impact my sword array and let the mist in my sword array dissipate. Blood sword. In the center of the sword array, Ju Su has blood on his mouth, scarlet eyes staring at Jian Wushuang. Since he became a pincer, he has challenged countless powerful men since he has smashed across the universe, and many of them have a 4th level, some of the most pinnacle and dazzling geniuses in the number. Even I have played against several 5th-rank lords, but among all the strong players I have played against can take me seriously. While I'm driving to such a field now, you have been the 3rd since a long time. The first 2 are dominated by the 5th level, and you are just the 2nd level. You are terrible. Your talent is the strongest person I have ever met. You are qualified to see my strongest killing trick. Although Ju Su was hit hard, the war intention in his eyes has not weakened at all, but it is getting more and more vigorous. The strongest killing trick? Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. As for what Ju Su said was the 3rd in a long time, he didn't care at all. What he cared about was Ju Zu's strength, and what he said was the strongest killing move. Bring it on, Jian Wushuang whispered, and he looked forward to it. Chapter 40-21. Second more. Blood sword. You be careful. Ju Su kindly reminded him, but following the light in the stars and rivers around him, he was completely dimmed. The entire universe is completely turned into a darkness. In this dark world, the spear in the hands of Ju Su suddenly turned into a dazzling purple light. This purple light demon is extremely charming. Once it appeared, it immediately became the focus of this boundless dark world. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but look at this purple light. Night magic light? Jiu Su's mouth issued a burst of drink. The purple light burst out at a horrible speed in a short time. Jian Wushuang stood there, and at the moment the purple light burst at him, a tremendous pressure rose in his heart. With his knowledge, it is natural to see how terrible the power contained in this purple light is. This trick is very strong, stronger than the strongest swordplay I have created. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but marvel. In the next moment, the sword in his sky rose directly. The vastness of Jianyi condensed into substance on his body, and a heavy sword-like barrier condensed in the blink of an eye. On this sword-like barrier, the power of the magic circle pervades. Earth Guard Sword Formation. One of the 3 strongest sword formations created by Jian Wushuang. The sword formation with the strongest body protection ability. With this move, Jian Wushuang will never be used to kill the enemy, but only to protect his body. It should be known that the defense ability of the earth guarding the sword array is extremely powerful. At the beginning of the Tai Kingdom, the sword's full strength could only condense dozens of earth sword areas to form a sword array. But since he broke through to become the master and mastered the power of heavenly will in the early days, His understanding of Kendo and his understanding of the formation method have been unprecedentedly improved. His three sword formation powers have not been compared to the past. The current Earth Guardian sword array, created by Sword Wushuang, can instantly form a sword array composed of 132 heavy sword barriers. The reason why it is only 132 weights is because the Sword Wushuang's promotion of the Earth Guardian sword formation in these years did not purely increase the number of sword-like barriers, but focused on its quality. There is no doubt that this heavy sword barrier is terrible for any heavy body defense. A single heavy sword barrier may not be able to break even if the fourth level dominates the shot with full force, but it is sufficient here. The weight is 132, and there is the blessing of the power of the law formation, which makes the Earth Guardian sword array indestructible. Probably the strongest killing trick that these 9 must use in front of him, the power is indeed towering. Even though it is estimated that the 5th level dominate can pose a great threat, but once the Guardian Sword of the Earth comes out, the Sword Wushuang has absolute confidence. No matter how strong Jux's strongest killing trick is, he firmly believes that his Earth Guardian sword formation can completely resist it. Sure enough, the most dazzling purple light in the darkness was fiercely bombarded on the Earth Guardian sword formation. The terrible might erupted, and the heavy sword-like barrier suddenly collapsed. But this purple light just broke the dozens of heavy sword barriers, and could no longer move in the slightest. Sure enough, my Earth guards the sword array and has never let me down. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, but his smile solidified the next moment. Dead? Jiao Zu's eyes were so explosive that his face became extremely frightened at this moment. I saw you in front of the dazzling purple light, the purple demon spear, the tip of which has entered the Earth Guardian sword formation, but was blocked by the heavy sword barrier of the Earth Guardian sword formation. This low drink, the tip of the purple spear, without any signs, cracked directly. You know, this purple spear is a rule of treasure, and the tip should also be extremely strong. The sword has no idea that the tip will crack. After the crack, a cloud of red mist flew towards the sword unparalleled like a flame. The most important thing is that this red mist is not a physical attack, but an invisible attack similar to the soul attack. The sword unparalleled Earth Guardian sword array cannot resist at all. The sword Wushuang is very close to these 9 beards, and under the rush, he has no time to dodge. Call. Like a breeze, this red mist directly covered the sword's body, and instantly penetrated the sword's body into the sword's body. A shocking pain suddenly rose up. Not good. The sword has no double-sided color change. The moment the red mist penetrated his body, he immediately felt that the internal organs, flesh and bones of his whole body were being corroded madly. Even the divine power in his body was instantaneous after encountering the red mist. Be evaporated. Very toxic. Even my perfect life can't be ignored. It's extremely toxic as never before. Jian Wushuang shuddered physically and mentally. Yes, the practitioner of perfect life level is terrible. The natural body is strong, and all poison is not swallowed. Jian Wushuang had suffered from some strange venom attacks when he was in the early days of the Divine Realm, but no matter what poison was in the early Divine Realm, he could not harm him in the least. Because his perfect life level is too high, the general poison does not have any effect on the practitioner of the perfect life level. However, here is the universe after all. The universe is unfathomable, and a variety of means are emerging endlessly. There are some extremely powerful poisons in the universe, even the practitioners of the perfect life level cannot resist. As now, these 9 poisonous poisons cannot be ignored by practitioners with perfect levels of life. Banging. The terrible poison is madly eroding Jian Wushuang's body, and Jian Wushuang's soul is trembling with madness at this moment. Jian Wushuang endured severe pain, and immediately mobilized his vast divine power to frantically attack the red mist that invaded his body. Although his divine power would immediately evaporate after contacting the red mist, however, with the continuous impact of divine power, those red mists are also passing away. In this way, each other was deadlocked, and eventually the red mist was not enough in quantity, and was completely consumed by Jian Wushuang's internal power in order to kill these red mists. Jian Wushuang was fully consumed. nearly 40% of the power. You know, because of perfect life, Jin Wushuang has nearly 1,000 times his power and even normal dominance after breaking through and becoming the master. Such a huge and imposing divine power, however, was consumed by the red mist in just an instant and evaporated by nearly 40%. What is this concept? If you change to another master, in this red mist, I am afraid that I have already died dozens or hundreds of times. In other words, Jin Wushuang, relying on the innate advantages of perfect life, can barely resist, and the loss of divine power still makes Jin Wushuang take a breath of air. Immediately following, Jin Wushuang was a burst of anger. Chapter 4022. Three more arrived today. Furious. Jin Wushuang was completely angry now. Although from the beginning, he had a hint of vigilance against these 9 beards, and he has always been extra cautious in fierce battles, but as the battle became more and more fierce, the 9 beards have also been extremely excited. This excitement is purely due to encountering real opponents, as is Jin Wushuang. The difference in strength between the two is not so big. Ju Su is a pincer. He finally encountered a decent opponent, let alone Jin Wushuang. He rushed all the way from the beginning of the divine realm, but did not meet a real decent opponent on the way. Now it's hard to come across. The opponent's strength and methods surprised Jin Wushuang. Naturally, he felt a sense of regret. When Jin Wushuang was hitting Ju Su, he was going to stop. He didn't want to kill Ju Su. But whoever thought that the 9 mustaches directly hit the killer, and he had been disguised very well before he hit the killer, and he deliberately reminded him when he shot, asking him to be careful, which made Jin Wushuang's heart feel relieved. But the result, attention. Jin Wushuang's heart was cold. He did care, of course. It can be said that he was too confident in his guardian sword formation. He confidently relied on the Earth Guardian sword formation to withstand the strongest killing tricks of the 9 whiskers, but forgot that the Earth Guardian sword formation was not truly impeccable, facing the kind of soul attack, or the kind of soul attack substantial attacks cannot be resisted by the Guardian sword formation. In addition, the Jutsu disguise is really good. From the beginning to the end is a militant, excited to meet a decent opponent and looked crazy, even the sword unparalleled. Fortunately, he is the perfect level of life, and his divine power is indeed vast enough to survive the corrosion of the red mist. If you change to someone else, you can't die any longer. In the battlefield, Jiuzu's face was embarrassed, and his eyes on Xiang Jinshuang were cold, but his heart was sneer. This blood sword, however, is dominated by the 2nd level, but his strength means is definitely the 5th level. Even I am not his opponent. The realm has so great a span, he must have obtained it before. Fortunately, 80% of his body also has big secrets. As long as he kills him, I will know what secrets he has. Although Jiushu has always been a militant's posture, it looks bright and clear, and it is necessary to compete with Jin Wushuang by strength. But in fact he was very dark inside, and always knew clearly in his mind. From the moment when Jin Wushuang showed his true strength, he had already made up his mind to find a way to kill Jin Wushuang. It's a pity that Jin Wushuang is too strong. He couldn't help doing everything he could, and he was even hit by the opponent. No way. He can only show his strongest killing trick. His strongest killing move seemed to be the terrible shot, and the power was really overwhelming. There is no doubt that, in fact, the terrible shot was just a guise. His real killing trick was the red mist that erupted under the gun. The red mist was his coincidence in the secret territory of one side of heaven and earth, and obtained the treasure left by an ultimate master. The ultimate master is a strong who is good at poisoning. The red mist is the strong, one of the remaining poisonous. Only a small part of this highly toxic is enough to kill the 5th level master. Even if it is the ultimate master, if it is accidentally damaged by a large amount of red mist, it will still die. Jutsu originally relied on this trick to wander through the various territories of the universe, the biggest whole card that has not died for so many years. Before encountering Jin Wushuang, Jutsu had also encountered 2 real crises. Both of his opponents were dominated by the 5th series, and his strength was much stronger than him. As a result, he relied on this most. The strong killing, relying on the red mist, successfully countered the two fifth-level masters. Now Jian Wushuang has suffered the same trick. He saw a lot of red mist entering Jian Wushuang's body. He knew this battle, and he won. Not only did he win, but after the death of the blood sword in front of him, the secrets in his body, including the many treasures he left behind, and the cosmic boat, were all his. According to his estimation, sword unparalleled swords, the gains he can get may be more than that of the two fifth-rank dominators. These 9 must be eager to wait. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang, standing in front of him, opened his eyes directly. "Jusu, you're fine." The cold voice also came from Jian Wushuang's mouth. How is it possible? Jiao Zu's eyes were wide and his face was incredible. Even the 5th series master, inhaling the same dose of mist, will certainly die. There is no doubt that a 2nd series master dominates. How can he live? Come down? Jux's heart was full of puzzles and couldn't believe it, but in fact went in front of him. "I'm not dead, but you are going to die soon." Jian Wushuang has no sympathy. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 dazzling golden lights lit up suddenly, and saw 3 huge town monuments rising directly. As soon as these 3 town monuments appeared, they immediately swept to 3 different positions and combined with each other, and a huge golden circle formed instantly. The magic town of heaven and magic, at this moment directly triggered its power. This is, the rule of repression is precious? Full 3 respects? Jusu was frightened. He was horrified to find that under this golden circle, he was under a tremendous force of repression, which greatly weakened the strength he could exert. Followed by the sword Wushuang, but the sword came out. Wow! The endless ocean of swordsmanship swept directly out at this moment. This sword means that the ocean is huge and immense, and it is permeated throughout the galaxy. The 3 lightest sword formations created by Jian Wushuang are the lightsaber formations. Wave light sword formation, although it is only one of the 3 major sword formations, and the swordsman was originally created to trap the enemy in tangled sword formation, since the swordsman has obtained 3 town monuments, can after sending out the magic town sky magic array, relying on the combined power of the magic town sky magic array and wave lightsaber array. This wave of lightsaber formations has undoubtedly become the strongest killing move in swordless hands. Even the hazy sword formation that focuses on attacking power is far inferior to the wave lightsaber formation in killing the enemy. Previously, Jian Wushuang had cast the hazy sword formation and the earth guard sword formation successively. As for the light sword formation, he had never performed it. Until now, after Jusu really angered him, Jian Wushuang's strength no longer had any reservations. For a moment, Shinma's anti-anfa array was perfectly combined with wave lightsaber array. Jian Wushuang's strongest killing trick is truly displayed in the universe. Chapter 4023. The first is more. What? Jusu looked with horror at the huge and vast ocean of golden swords that appeared in front of him. This golden sword-like ocean is endless and has an indescribable power, and this sword-like ocean is clearly perfectly integrated with the surrounding golden circle. Voila! The huge golden ocean is rolling, the endless golden sword-like waves, one after another hit directly towards Jusu. Jusu had no time to be shocked, so he had to quickly use his means to resist the impact of this golden sword. However, just a wave of golden sword-likeness shocked Jusu. The 5th series, the power of this golden sword-like wave is absolutely no less than the full blow of the 5th series. Even me, I must go all out to show my best skills to resist. If it's just a double-double golden sword-like wave, Jusu will not care. But the key is that under the sweep of the golden sword-like ocean, the mighty golden sword-like wave followed the heavy one, and raged at him like a sea. In just a moment's effort, he encountered more than a dozen heavy golden sword-like waves. Under such shocks, he must make every effort to show his unique skills to resist, and he can show his skills more than 10 times in a row, which is extremely huge for his magical power. In addition, these 9 beards were in the hazy sword formation before being double created by the sword. The magic power has been consumed by nearly half. Now they are in the Wave Light Sword formation and oppressed by the Magic Town Tianfa formation. This heavy golden sword the waves came, and Jusu was completely frightened. Endless. The impact of this sword-like wave is endless, endless, even if my strength is at its peak. I am afraid I can barely support it for a while in this sword array, let alone I have been hit hard now. Escape, escape. Jusu no longer wanted to slay the sword unparalleled. He is now completely frightened. Just want to escape here first. After years of rushing down, although he has also encountered several crises, he can finally defeat by his means, but now facing Jin Wushuang, there is really nothing he can do. He can only escape. However, he is now trapped in the town of heaven and magic. With the current strength of Jin Wushuang, relying on the three magic towns and towns of heaven and earth evoked by the magic of the town of heaven and magic, that mighty force is extremely extreme, directly suppressing this galaxy. Even though Jusu is the 4th-ranked ultimate master, combat power it is comparable to the 5th series, but he is far from easy to get rid of the repression of the gods and magic circles. No, no. Jusu screamed. He wanted to escape, and even had to perform the life-saving secret. But in the face of the golden sword-like ocean that was madly sweeping around him, he didn't have any space or opportunity to escape. He could only watch his divine power be consumed continuously, and his breath was constantly weakened. It's over. Jusu was completely desperate, and his heart was even mourning. He was unwilling to die like this, let alone die in the hands of a second-level master. But no matter how unwilling he is, the power gap between him and Jin Wushuang is still there. Before Jin Wushuang did not use the 3 major sword arrays, these 9 beards could indeed be comparable to Jin Wushuang's fight. But when Jin Wushuang's 3 major sword arrays came out, these 9 beards were no longer their opponents. In fact, if these 9 mustaches are not too greedy and have no intention of killing, if they want to kill Jin Wushuang should spare his life. But unfortunately the 9 mustaches themselves to death. He thought he was the strongest killer, and even the 5th-ranked master would undoubtedly die. The 2nd-ranked master of Swordsman Wushou should have been captured, but the Swordsman Wushou survived. It was a heavy golden sword wave, and the Jisus body finally couldn't support it, and it collapsed directly, and its life was instantly cut off. When Jusu died, his spear, armor, and instantaneous treasures that had been integrated into his body all floated in the void, and his Qingquan ring also remained. Jin Wushuang waved his hand and took away all these treasures. Followed by Jin Wushuang, he converged on the God Magic Town Tianfa formation and returned the 3 town monuments to Qingquan ring. After doing all this, Jin Wushuang's eyes only looked to the side of the void. In that direction, the original Machin Lord from the Void Star has always stood there to watch the battle. However, as the battle progressed to the final stage, when Jiusu fell into the wave of lightsaber formation and finally struggling, the Machin Lords see it naturally. Mo Chen's dominance never imagined that even Jiusu was not an opponent of Jin Wushuang, and it looked like he was about to die in the hands of Jin Wushuang. You know, Jiusu was invited by him to avenge his 2 brothers. Now Jiusu is about to die. How dare he stay? Therefore, while Jiusu was still dying, the master of Machin had sneaked away. No way. He wasn't in the battlefield. When Jin Wushuang evoked Shunmazini Yanfa Ray, he didn't cover him, and Jin Wushuang was dealing with Jiusu with all his heart. Let him slip away. He's lucky. Jin Wushuang snorted coldly and waved his sleeve robe. He turned and walked towards the spacecraft. In Xinghe, which is not far from the battlefield just now, Namokin's dominance turned into a streamer, hurried through the Xinghe. He didn't dare to stop for a moment, for fear that the owner of the spacecraft would chase after him after killing Jiusu. In his eyes, it was an unprecedented shock. Even Mr. Jiushu, isn't he the opponent of the spacecraft master? And it looks like he will soon die. The shock in Mo Chen's dominance, let alone how strong it is. You know, when he went to ask Jiusu, he had absolute confidence in the latter. The latter's strength made him desperate, but he did not expect that such a superpower was killed by the Cosmic Boat Master. Even Mr. Jiusu was killed by him. This Ziwei Xing Hanoi really can't find anyone who threatens the owner of the spacecraft. I want to avenge my 2 brothers. I'm afraid it's impossible. Imo-chan sighed heavily. He wanted revenge, but he was too strong. Strong makes him desperate. The most important thing is the talent and potential shown by the other party. After all, the opponent is just a second-level master, and the second-level master can now kill the Joshu who has the fifth-level master, and it will be fine after that. It can be said that Jian Wushuang's strength and talent have completely made him unable to revenge. Chapter 4024. Second more. Inside the spacecraft. As soon as Jian Wushuang came in, cold as frost and magic flame greeted him immediately. Fujun, are you okay? Lung Rushuang looked with a hint of worry. It's okay, but it's really dangerous just now. If I weren't for the perfect level of life, I'm afraid I'm dead. Jian Wushuangdo. The face was as cold as frost. Although she and Moyen just stayed in the cosmic boat just now, the scenes on the outside battlefield were all clearly visible. That Jutsu had the strongest killing trick, especially the hidden red mist attack, which can be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. She was watching Jian Wushuang's trick, and she almost ran out of the cosmic boat at that time, where the flames held her. It's my intention. Jian Wushuang's voice was low. I'm too small for the strong in the universe. He rose from the early world of the gods, and has gone all the way to today, and has encountered countless crises during this period. But there are many crises that he has prepared mentally. Most of the powerful methods of the gods in the early days, Jian Wushuang mostly knows, and he has the bottom of his heart. But the universe is different. The universe is vast and immense, and the strong are countless. Because of this has created a variety of strange ways in the universe. Not only are there many types of these methods, the key is that they are all terrible and unpredictable. Like this time, Jian Wushuang learned. Those 9 must have just qualified as a militant. He has to use his strongest attacking trick to compete with him. Whoever thought that there was a terrorist killing hidden in the strongest attacking trick, even he was not careful. Hit it. The vast universe is far more cruel than the beginning of the world. Although I have experienced many storms in the beginning of the world, after all, I have just arrived in the universe and I don't know too much about this universe. I, compared to the entire universe, is still very young. Jian Wushuang secretly said. Immature, he can only use this word to describe himself. Although he also lived for hundreds of thousands of years and experienced many storms, it was only the first time to venture into the universe. Master, the degree of cruelty in the universe is far from what you can imagine. What you see now is nothing but the fur in the entire universe. I once wandered in the universe for a long time. In this long time, in the rush, I summarized a sentence, that is, in the universe, do not believe anyone except yourself. Everyone besides himself may be an enemy. Be careful and be cautious everywhere to live longer. As for what is sympathetic in a fierce battle, or has a kind heart, this kind of person can't live too long. Mo Yin also said in a deep voice. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded. Eating a maggot and a wise man. This time Jian Wushuang received a lesson. In the future, in the universe, no matter who the opponent is, even if he has no intention of killing himself, he has to beware of the opponent's possible killing at any time. Even if a well-known old man is in front of him, it is also possible to suddenly stretch out his cold and dark minions. By the way, Joshu is also a powerful 4th series player. His combat power is comparable to that of the 5th series master. He is also a pinancer. His net worth should be great. Kill him, but he hasn't searched his treasures well. Jian Wushuang smiled, and immediately waved his hand, and took out the many treasures left after Jisoo died with Chinkuan Ring. Jian Wushuang first looked at the treasure that emerged directly from the body of God after Jisoo died. These treasures are all refined by Joshu, and Joshu uses them directly, like the spear and armor, in addition to a black ring and a strange gray bead. The spear and the armor are already known. The purple spear is the rule of treasure, but the breath is only the grade of the rule of inferiority, and its value is estimated to be between 100 and 200 source rocks of the universe. As for that armor, it is the strongest treasure at the highest level, and it is not worth it. Jian Wushuang now mainly looks at the black ring and the strange gray beads. He first looked at the black ring, and his consciousness merged directly. Is it the domain treasure? Jian Wushuang frowned, then shook his head immediately. The domain treasure is the strongest treasure at the highest level, but since it is not a rule treasure, you can't make swords matchless interested. Immediately following Jian Wushuang and looking at the weird gray beads, a simple swipe of consciousness, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up directly. The rule is precious. And it is extremely precious. The rules of soul defense are extremely precious. Jian Wushuang was excited throughout his body and mind. The rule of treasure is extremely precious, and any piece of attack rule of treasure is worth more than 100 universe source stones. The rules of attacking the treasure are just the most common rules of treasure. The armors at the level of the rule of treasure, as well as the treasures of domain and repression, naturally have higher value. The Jintian steel like Jian Wushuang is much more valuable than the ordinary attack rule, the precious treasure. Of course, because the Zhentianbei is the standard rule treasure, it is not so precious. The law of soul defense is precious, which is precious. You know, the soul is the core of a practitioner. In the universe, strength reaches the level of domination, and it is very necessary to protect your soul. After all, there are many strong men who are good at soul in this universe. Such strong men cannot resist by means of strength, to bear purely by the power of your own soul. At this time, a soul defense class treasure is extremely important. In terms of value, the soul defense type is extremely precious. Among the same level of treasure, it is definitely the most precious one. Jian Wushuang now obtains from the treasures left by Ju Su. The Gray Dominator and the Purple Spear are rule treasures. In terms of value, this Gray Dominator is definitely more than 10 times the Purple Spear. With gray beads alone, if you sell it in Judy Pavilion, you can definitely sell more than 1,000 cosmic source stones. Haha, I sent it. Jian Wushuang laughed out loud. The rules of soul defense are treasures? The flames of magic flames lit up. This level of rules of treasures is enough to attract a lot of 5th level masters. Even the ultimate masters will pay attention. These 9 beasts, dominated by a 4th rank number, have such treasures in their hands? It can be seen that the magic flame is also quite shocked. You know, even in his heyday, there were many rules of treasure in his hands, but the soul defense rules of treasure, even if it was only inferior, was still enough for him to attach great importance. After all, the highest level of treasure used in his heyday was only the top quality rule. The value of this top-level soul defense rule is precious, and its value is very close to that of the top quality rule. Chapter 4025 was published in the Universe Boat. As soon as Jian Wushuang entered, Long Rushuang and Devil Flame immediately came up to him. Darling, are you okay? Long Rushuang asked with a hint of worry in her eyes. I'm fine, but it was really dangerous. If I wasn't at the perfect life level, I would have died, Jian Wushuang said. Long Rushuang's face darkened. Although she and Devil Flame had stayed in the Universe Boat, they had clearly seen the battlefield outside. Nine Whiskers had used his most powerful killing move, especially the attack of the hidden red fog. It was beyond everyone's expectations. She had seen Jian Wushuang get hit, and she had almost run out of the Universe Boat. It was the Devil Flame that held her back. I was careless, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. I underestimated the experts in the universe. He had risen from the divine beginning realm and encountered countless crises along the way. However, he was mentally prepared for many of those crises. Jian Wushuang knew most of the techniques of the experts in the divine beginning realm, so he was confident. But the universe was different. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were countless experts. Because of this, there were all kinds of strange techniques in the universe. Not only were there many kinds of techniques, but they were also terrifying and impossible to guard against. This time, Jian Wushuang saw it for himself. Nine Whiskers was a fighter just now, and wanted to use his strongest move to fight with him. Who would have thought that there was a terrifying killer move hidden in his strongest move? Even he was accidentally hit by it. The vast universe is much more cruel than the divine beginning realm. Although I have experienced many storms in the divine beginning realm, I have just entered the universe and don't know much about it. I am still very young compared to the entire universe, Jian Wushuang thought. Young. He could only use this word to describe himself. Even though he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and experienced many storms, it was still his first time venturing into the universe. Ruler. The cruelty of the universe is far beyond what you can imagine. What you are seeing now is just the surface of the entire universe. I once ventured into the universe for a very long time. During this long period of adventuring, I summed up a sentence, that is, in the universe, other than yourself, don't trust anyone else. Except for yourself, everyone around you can be your enemy. You have to be vigilant and careful in order to live longer. As for those who are merciful in fierce battles, they won't live long, Devil Flame said in a low voice. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had learned from his mistakes. This time, Jian Wushuang had learned a lesson. In the future, no matter who his opponent was in the universe, even if he did not have the intention to kill, he had to be careful that his opponent might use his killer move at any time. Even if the person in front of him was a well-known good man, he could still suddenly reach out to him with his dark and cold principles. By the way, Nine Whiskers is an expert at the pinnacle of the 4th level, and his battle strength is comparable to a 5th-level ruler. He is also an ascetic, so he must be rich. Although I killed him, I haven't checked his treasures. Jian Wushuang smiled. Then he waved his hand and took out the treasures and interspatial ring that Nine Whiskers had left behind after his death. Jian Wushuang first looked at the treasures that were revealed from Nine Whiskers' divine body after his death. Nine Whiskers had already recognized and refined these treasures, so Nine Whiskers used them directly. For example, the long spear and armor, a black ring, and a strange gray bead. Jian Wushuang already knew about the long spear and armor. The purple long spear was a principal supreme treasure, but judging from its aura, it was only a low-grade principal supreme treasure. Its value was estimated to be between 100 and 200 universe origin stones. As for the armor, it was a supreme-grade supreme treasure, so it was not worth much. Jian Wushuang was mainly looking at the black ring and the strange gray bead. He first looked at the black ring, and his consciousness directly merged with it. Is it a domain-type supreme treasure? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then shook his head. Although a domain-type supreme treasure was a supreme-grade supreme treasure, since it was not a principal supreme treasure, it could not interest Jian Wushuang. Then Jian Wushuang looked at the strange gray bead. With a simple sweep of his consciousness, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. A principal-type supreme treasure. And it's an extremely precious one. A soul defense-type supreme treasure. Jian Wushuang was excited both physically and mentally. A principal-type supreme treasure was extremely precious. Any attack-type supreme treasure was worth more than 100 universe origin stones. However, an attack-type principal supreme treasure was only an ordinary principal supreme treasure. A principal supreme treasure armor, a domain type, and a suppression-type principal supreme treasure were naturally more valuable. For example, Jian Wushuang's Heaven Suppression Tablet was much more valuable than an ordinary attack-type principal supreme treasure. Of course, because the Heaven Suppression Tablet was a standard principal supreme treasure, it was not very valuable. As for a soul defense-type principal treasure, it was precious. After all, the soul was the core of a cultivator. In the universe, it was necessary to protect one's soul when one's strength reached the ruler level. After all, there were many experts in the universe who specialized in the soul aspect. When such experts used soul attacks, it was impossible for them to defend themselves. They could only rely on their own soul power to withstand it. At this time, a soul defense type true treasure, 9, was particularly important. In terms of value, a soul defense type true treasure was definitely the most precious among all true treasures of the same level. The gray ruler and the purple spear Jian Wushuang had obtained from the treasures left behind by Nine Whiskers were both principal true treasures. However, in terms of value, the gray ruler was definitely more than 10 times as valuable as the purple spear. If the gray pearls were sold in the Nine Emperor Pavilion, they could be sold for more than 1,000 universe origin stones. Haha, I'm rich. Jian Wushuang laughed. A principal true treasure of the soul defense type? Devil Flame's eyes lit up. A principal true treasure of this level is enough to attract many 5th level rulers. Even an ultimate level ruler would take it seriously. How could Nine Whiskers, a 4th level ruler, have such a treasure? It was apparent that Devil Flame was also quite shocked. One had to know that even when he was at his peak, he had many principal true treasures in his possession. However, a soul defense type principal true treasure, even if it was only a low-level one, was enough for him to take it seriously. After all, the highest level true treasure he had used at his peak was only a middle-level principal true treasure. This low-level soul defense type principal true treasure was very close to a middle-level principal true treasure. Chapter 4026. The first is more. If you look at the name, Wanzong Demon Sect is good at poisoning. But the coldness at first was a poisonous body derived from congenital sin. This Wanzong Demon Sect fits her exactly. Jin Wushuang secretly said, knowing where Long Rushue was, but Jin Wushuang did not rush to Lei Hongxing realm, but went to the Judy Pavilion of Ziwei Star Domain. 9 Emperor Pavilion. The power is spread across all territories of the universe. Ziwei Xinghe is a medium-sized star field. During this period, the scale of the Judian Pavilion was far beyond that of the Judy Pavilion in the same star domain as Jin Wushuang. On top of a huge Earth star, towering loft temples stand, and the entire Earth star is covered by a giant law formation. This law formation exudes an ancient and majestic breath. From the breath alone, it can be seen that this law formation is extremely arrogant. I am afraid that even if the 4th series or even the 5th series dominates the presence, it is difficult to shake the law. In the slightest, flight is prohibited in the Jade Pavilion. So practitioners who come to trade in the Jade Pavilion must enter it honestly through the entrance, and after entering the Jade Pavilion, they can only walk. Jian Wushuang, as cold as frost holding hands, walked side by side into the Judy Pavilion, while the demon flame followed him respectfully. As for the spacecraft, Qian Wuyan had been taken back by Jian Wushuang. At the center of the trading of Judy Pavilion, you can see the many treasures displayed in the surroundings, and the practitioners who come and go. At present, the number of practitioners trading in the Judy Pavilion is extremely large. Although most of them are still the masters of the rules, there are still many masters, and even some masters of the 2nd and 3rd ranks exist. Dominate. The piece that was put into the early world of the divine realm did not enter the meteor field. Naturally, it is the top powerhouse. The number is very small, and it is difficult to see one on weekdays. However, in the vast universe, is not much. Ziwei Starfield is a medium-sized starfield, with a very large number of dominators, and Judy Pavilion is the largest trading center in the entire Ziwei Starfield, and it naturally dominates a lot. As soon as the 3 swordsmen of the sword entered the trading center, the waiters in the Judy Pavilion saw that the swordsmen of the swordsmen were extraordinary and immediately greeted them. 3 adults, I don't know if there is anything I can do for Judy Pavilion? This waiter, who is just the master of the rules, is very respectful. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, just took out a sign. The waiter at Judy Pavilion was staring at the moment when he saw the sign, but followed the look with more respect and awe. 3 adults, please follow me. Under the guidance of this waiter, the 3 swordsmen came to an independent secret room, where a purple man received them. Bloodsword friend, am one of the 3 directors in the Judy Pavilion of Ziwei Starfield. My name is Bama. The Z smiled. This Barmer, as one of the directors of the Judy Pavilion, has the power of the 4th rank. If he simply talks about the breath, he is much higher than the 3 swordsmen, but he faces the swordless man. At that time, there was no slight shelf, but rather enthusiasm. Hello, Director Barmer. Jian Wushuang greeted with a smile. I don't know. Bloodsword, what do you need? Barmer asked. I need some high-level special spar. You better come up with a list and let me choose by myself. Jian Wushuangdo. No problem. Barmer quickly compiled a list and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Bloodsword boyfriend, the spar on this list is owned by my 9 Emperors Pavilion. If you need it, it can be delivered to you immediately, as far as the level is concerned. Jian Wushuang took the list, glanced briefly, nodded slightly, and turned the list to the magic flame behind him, magic flame. Look at it. After the flames took over, they also browsed. Half sounded, the magic flame said, Master, the spar above is of very high quality, many of which are higher than the gold fire magic stone and the ice yuan crystal. The restoration of the divine body is very useful, especially if these 3 kinds of spar are given me 20. My divine body will be enough to recover about 40%. That's okay. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, then he pointed to the 3 kinds of crystals that Moyan said, and said, These 3 types of crystals each give me 20. No problem. Barmer nodded. These 3 kinds of spar, 20 of them, all add up. I count your 300 cosmic source stones. 300. Jian Wushuang smiled. Not expensive. It is not expensive. You should know that when he bought the gold fire magic stone in the star field where he was, a gold fire magic stone was calculated according to 1 universe source stone. The value of the golden fire demon stone is far inferior to the 3 kinds of spar currently selected by the demon flame. And Jian Wushuang bought 60 such crystals at one time, but only 300 cosmic source stones are cheap enough. Of course, this is also because the spar that Jian Wushuang now needs, which is already in the Ziwei star field, and does not need to be sent from other star fields, so the price is indeed much cheaper. I need a few more rules of treasure. Jian Wushuang began to pick the rule from the Polaroid. Of course, he is not choosing the rule treasure for himself. After all, he already has the Wu Cry Excalibur on the attack, but the rule treasure of the top grade is extremely valuable, enough for him to use. And he also has 3 town monuments, and the rule of repression is also precious. If he really wants the rule of the treasure, what he needs to estimate is the treasure of the treasure, or the rule of the domain or flying. However, that type of rule is extremely valuable, and the value is too high. Anyone is estimated to be thousands of cosmic source stones. Sword Wushuang killed Jiusu. Although he obtained a lot of wealth, it is not luxurious to direct for yourself. Choose the treasures of Warframe, Realm, or Flight. He is now choosing Arcane for his Frosty and Magic Flames. Needless to say, the Magic Flame is very important to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang now spends 300 cosmic source stones to restore the Magic Flame's strength without accident. As long as the Magic Flame gets those spar, if he restores his own body to about 40%, then his strength should be able to recover to the extreme of the 4th series, or even the 5th series, and by his means, he will be in the 5th series. It is definitely a very strong combat force. If it is matched with a rule of treasure suitable for his casting, the combat power will naturally be stronger. And cold as frost, it is his wife. Jian Wushuang will not hesitate to his own breath, directly killing Jiusha. The sole defense type of the treasure is obtained. He gave cold as frost. Now naturally also frost will be equipped with a rule of attack treasure. After all, he came to Ziwei Star this time, originally to finish his wife and the cold snow. Chapter 4027. Second more. Soon Jian Wushuang gave cold as frost and magic flames separately, and chose their own rules. Lung Rushuang chose a long whip, while Demon Flame chose a scarlet claw soldier. These 2 rules are the most precious soldiers, which greatly improve their strength. And these 2 rules are extremely precious. Together with all the special spar, they use the cosmic source stone of Jian Wushuang 600, and Jian Wushuang used Jinyuan God Fruit in order to cultivate the supreme immortal mystic. Therefore, he owed a cosmic source stone to Judy Pavilion. This time Jian Wushuang also returned together, but even so, there are still some single source stones that Jian Wushuang obtained from Jiusu Qinkuan Ring, plus Jian Wushuang from the hands of the Star Demon Ancestor and Demon Star Master what I got, as well as my own collections over the years, all add up, and there are still about 500 remaining cosmic source stones in Jian Wushuang's hands. Director Barmer, I still have a list of treasures here, and see if you can get all the treasures on this list in a short time. Jian Wushuang handed out a list of treasures. Ba Mo took it with a smile and glanced away, but the smile on his face instantly solidified. Blood sword boy. Barmer's voice was obviously a little bit wrong. Why? Isn't there such treasure in Judy Pavilion? Jian Wushuang looked over. That's not it. Barmer shook his head. As long as it is a treasure in the universe, I can basically get it at Judy Pavilion, but it only takes a matter of time. And you who are on the list treasures, even the Judy Pavilion branch I am in charge of, can make up 70% to 80%, but there are still a few treasures, but they need to be called in other territories. But I can guarantee that within 1,000 years, you can put all these treasures together and send them to your friend. Within 1,000 years? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Does the blood sword friend think it's too long? Barmer looked over. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. For thousands of years, he did feel a little longer. But Barmer smiled weirdly. Blood sword little friend, in fact, you don't need to worry about it at this time. After all, there is a cosmic channel. It is not impossible to speed up, but what you really care about is the value of these treasures, that's right. Sword Wushuang's expression moved, and he heard from Barmer that the treasures on this list were of extraordinary value. In this regard, Jin Wushuang is not surprised. The list of treasures he brought out was exactly the treasure needed to cultivate the fourth most important thing of the Supreme Immortal. The Supreme Immortal Mystic Body, which comes from Ling Yunxing's inner star mysticism, has a very high level. He has been refined into the top 3 at the main level of the rule. Starting from the 4th level, the Supreme Immortal Mysticism requires the dominating realm to practice. Jin Wushuang now naturally has reached the threshold for cultivation, but his own cultivation conditions are sufficient. He can cultivate the auxiliary treasures he needs. No, I can only pin my hopes on Judy Pavilion. However, we need to know that he needed many treasures just for the purpose of refining the third, including a golden source fruit. The value of Jinyuan God fruit is very high. If it is auctioned well in the world, it can even sell nearly 100 universe source stones. Many of the treasures needed to practice the fourth aspect of the Supreme Immortal Mystery are at the same level as the Jinyuan God fruit, and even more valuable than the Jinyuan God fruit, there are dozens of them. Naturally, it is not easy to get together the treasures on this list. Director Barmer, let's be honest, how many cosmic source stones are needed to get together the many treasures on this list? Jin Wushuang asked, and he was mentally prepared. Bloodsword friend, you are on the list of 9 emperors, but I am a guest of the 9 Emperors Pavilion, and I will not hide you. If all the treasures on this list are in order, at least 8,000 cosmic sources are required. Sure, this is because of your own identity and unlimited time. If you change someone else and need to send it in as soon as possible, the standby time required will be even greater. Barmer said, 8,000 source stones? Even though Jin Wushuang was already mentally prepared to hear this number, he was still shocked. 8,000 source rocks of the universe? Moyen couldn't help but sighed. Generally, the 5th series dominates. All the net worth is also hundreds of source rocks of the universe, and some peaks in the 5th series exist. It is estimated that there are only 2 or 3,000 cosmic source stones, and 8,000 cosmic source stones are already comparable to the ultimate net worth of one ultimate master. Like me, all the net worth in the peak period is estimated to be about 10,000 source rocks of the universe. I thought I beheaded Ju Su and got his Changyan ring. In addition to my previous collections, the net worth was relatively rich, but I didn't expect it to be far behind. Jian Wushuang shook his head with a bitter smile. Bloodsword friend, you are a friend of my 9 Emperors Pavilion, and you are listed in the 9 Emperors list, so you have certain privileges in the 9 Emperors Pavilion. You can apply for these treasures first, and then pay back these cosmic source stones later. However, after all, there are more than 8,000 cosmic source stones, and the number is a bit larger. It requires the consent of some high-level officials in my 9 Emperors court. I can help you with the blood sword, but it will take some time before there will be a reply. Barmer said, no need. Jin Wushuang waved his hand. He was not so eager to get these treasures, and he also understood that although he was on the list of 9 emperors, it was not easy to borrow treasures worth more than 8,000 from Judy Pavilion at one time. Well, Director Barmer, I still have some special things in my hands. I don't know the specific value of these things. I wonder if you can identify them for me. Jin Wushuang said, of course, no problem. Barmer was very enthusiastic and patient. I only got these things a while ago. Jin Wushuang said as he waved his hands and took out each jade bottle. There are a total of 12 jade bottles, each of which is very special in material, and even has the effect of shielding the exploration of the power of the soul. If you do and open the stopper, I do and know what is in the jade bottle. Barmer looked at the jade bottles in front of him, and there was a hint of curiosity in his heart. Immediately, he opened one of them, and the power of the soul penetrated. This is... Barmer stared suddenly. I saw that there was only a drop of scarlet liquid in the jade bottle. Although it was a liquid, it felt extremely cold. When the power of Barmer's soul touched this drop of liquid, he felt his entire soul instantly, as if to be completely frozen. Venom? Is this venom? Barmer looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Yes, it's venom. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Chapter 4028. The first is more. These venoms were also obtained by Jian Wushuang from the Qingkuan ring left by Jiusu. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang and Jiusu fought, and underneath that Jiuzu's killing move, the poisonous mist attack was hidden, and the sudden red poisonous mist was too late for Jian Wushuang to resist, only to hit. The poisonous red poisonous mist is extremely horrible. Even the perfect life deity of sword, unparalleled, can't resist. Fortunately, he is full of divine power to survive. After beating and killing Jiusu, Jian Wushuang found these venoms in Jiuzu's Qingkuan ring. A total of 12 jade bottles, each of which contained a drop of venom. And these venoms are not exactly the same, but there are 3 kinds. One of them is scarlet venom, recognized by the sword, which is similar to the red poisonous mist that eroded his body before, but it is more intense and rich. Not surprisingly, the 9 mustaches cost some price, decomposing a part of a drop of scarlet venom into a red poisonous mist, and hiding it in its own magic soldier. Bammo, look. What is the value of these venoms? Jian Wushuang said. Venom, especially the very high-level venom, is of great value in the universe, and the venom you brought out of Bloodsword Little Friends is obviously very high level. Naturally, it is very precious, but I have a specialization in surgery. I can the appraisal judge the value of many kinds of treasures, but I was not very good at venom. Barmer laughed. Xiaojin Xiaoyu, let's wait a moment. They'll show this venom to another supervisor of Judy Pavilion. He has some experience in identifying the value of venom. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. There are 3 different kinds of venom here. You can take a drop to identify him. Barmer immediately took 3 jade bottles, each of which contained different venom, and walked towards the outdoor space. The 3 swordsmen were waiting there silently. It didn't take long for Barmer to return to the back room again and came to Jian Wushuang. Xiaojin Xiaoyu, the identification results have come out. Barmer looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Xiaoyu, the 3 venoms you took out were basically the same at the level. No accident, these 3 venoms. It was made by the same poison master who reached the ultimate level, but there was a slight gap between the nature and the use process. Poison division? Jian Wushuang's expression moved, but he heard it for the first time. Master, the universe is vast, the number of practitioners is innumerable, and naturally there are some more special professions among the numerous practitioners, such as alchemy, refiner, matrix formation, or soul attack. These are more common, but there are also some it's rare. It's like a poison master. Moyen said. Poison masters are good at using poison, and they usually debug all kinds of venom to kill the enemy. In the universe, the poison division is terrible, because the poisons debugged by these poison divisions are generally very scary. If you are not careful, even if your strength is obviously stronger than the other party, you may die in the poison division's hands, and a poisoner who has reached the ultimate level, in terms of the terrible degree, is definitely the most horrible one among the ultimate masters. Even the Supreme dare not underestimate such masters. So powerful? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The master had been secretly calculated by the Jiusu. Fortunately, the Jiusu could not really use these venoms. Otherwise, although you are a special constitution, you may not be able to stop the erosion of this venom. Demon Flame solemnly said. The sword is unparalleled. He could see that any drop of venom in this jade bottle was extremely terrifying. This drop of venom, let alone him, would be very easy to kill even the ultimate master. It's just that although this venom has the ability to kill the ultimate master, but most people can't use it. Like those nine beards, you can't use these venoms completely. The red poisonous mist that had previously calculated the sword unparalleled. It took him a long time to dilute it from a drop of scarlet venom, and it only occupied a whole drop, 1% of the venom. But despite this red poisonous mist still caused great trouble to Jian Wushuang. I can imagine how terrible a drop of venom is. And the most important thing is that this venom can only be stored with special materials, but it can't exist in the void for too long. Even if you want to wipe the venom on the blade of a soldier to kill the enemy, the level of venom is too high. As soon as the treasure soldiers touched the venom, the soldiers were directly corroded and collapsed, and there was no chance to shoot. Even if the rule is precious, the general rule of inferiority is precious. If you apply a drop of this venom, this rule of inferiority may be greatly damaged, and it may even collapse over time. Because of this, Jusu couldn't apply a complete drop of venom on his spear to attack. The spear in Jusu's hand is just the top quality rule, but my Wu Crying Excalibur is the top quality rule. If you apply a complete drop of venom on the Wu Crying Excalibur should support it. Live? Jian Wushuang could not help thinking. This is a venom refined by a poison master at the ultimate master level. One drop of this venom can kill the ultimate master. If it can be wiped on the blade and used for attack, as long as the blade touches the venom of the opponent's body immediately infiltrates. It is considered to be the ultimate master, and I am afraid it will be difficult to survive. In other words, luck. He relied on this venom to have the chance to kill the ultimate master. Of course, he just thought about it, but didn't plan to do it like that. After all, he didn't have much confidence that Wu Wei's Excalibur could withstand a full drop of venom. If he couldn't bear it, causing Wu Wei Excalibur to be damaged, then he would lose money. Unless he encounters a real crisis, there is no way he can make such a choice. Bloodsword friend, your venom is indeed very precious. If you want to sell it, my Judy Pavilion can be collected by a drop of 1,000 universe source stones. Barmer said. A drop of 1,000 universe source stones? Jian Wushuang was startled. So precious? Lung Rushuang and Demon Flame were also startled. 1,000 cosmic source stones, a drop of venom. He has now taken out a full 12 jade bottles, a total of 12 drops of venom. That is to say, if he sold all of these venoms, it is 12,000 source rocks of the universe. Before, he was worried about the value of the treasure needed to practice the fourth weight of the supreme immortal mystery, but in the blink of an eye he knew that he still had such a large fortune in his hands. Chapter 4029. Second more. Bloodsword friend. These venoms. Barmer looked at Jian Wushuang, and he hoped that Jian Wushuang would sell them to him. After all, this high-level venom has always been very scarce in the universe. His Judean Pavilion has a strong presence throughout the universe. Higher levels of venom are everywhere, but they are all deep in the universe, or some big ones. Territory. In this purple star field, this is the highest level of venom that Barmer has come into contact with. No. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. I just asked you to help me identify the value of these venoms, but I didn't want to sell them to you. Hearing that, Barmer shrugged and felt helpless. By the way, Director Barmer, I don't know if there is any way I can refine these venoms? Jian Wushuang asked suddenly. Refining? Barmer stunned. Bloodsword boy, do you want to thoroughly refine these venoms? Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. If there is no refining, then all he can do is to force the drop of venom on Wu Weapon Sword to risk the corrosion and damage of Wu Weapon Sword under the premise of forced action, and then find a chance to kill enemy. Or, like Jusu, spend years on the school field, slowly dilute these venoms, and break down some lower-level poisonous mist or poisonous gas to kill the enemy. But there are many shortcomings between these two ways of use. Like the first type, if in the fierce battle, where can the opponent give him the opportunity to put the venom on the Excalibur, he will really find the opportunity, which is also carried out under the opponent's eyelids. The opponent knows that you are on the Excalibur, it is naturally vigilant to apply poison, but if you want to succeed, it will not be so easy. As for the second type, it takes not only a lot of time, but the final products, such as those of the red mist of Jusu, are also powerful, but the effect is far less amazing than a complete venom. Naturally, Jin Wushuang wanted to completely refine these venoms. Only after fully refining and mastering these venoms, he can use these venoms as he likes, and he can even directly integrate the venoms into the Wu Weeping Sword, without damaging the Wu Weeping Sword. In normal times, he urges the Wu Weeping Sword it's nothing different from normal times, and as long as he thinks about it, the venom in Wu Weiss Excalibur will fully exert his power, which is the most correct way to use it. Just like Jin Wushuang's strength is still very weak, in the face of an undead sage who has an immortal body, he put some venom into his own soldiers, relying on the venom to corrode the other god's body and divine power, and instantly killed the enemy. Bloodsword friends, the venom in these jade bottles contains an incredible power of corrosion. Any drop is enough to easily kill the 5th-ranked dominating master. Even the ultimate master will have a huge threat. If you are not careful, the ultimate dominator will fall. However, because this venom is too terrible, it becomes extremely difficult to refine it. Normally, a 5th-ranked master who is the most extreme, if he ventures to try, he has a certain degree of success. Chances are, practitioners below the 5th level extreme will forcibly refine these venoms, and the result will be undoubtedly fatal. Barmer solemnly said, "So sure, is it really impossible?" Jin Wushuang frowned. Bloodsword little friend, do you know that this venom can not only cause a huge corrosive effect on the body of the practitioner, but can even directly corrode and annihilate the soul of the practitioner? But to make this venom completely soul, not only it takes a lot of divine power, but it is constantly nourishing. The most important thing is that your soul is tough enough to withstand the venom, so that it can be refined. However, even if it is the most extreme master of the 5th series, once his soul comes into contact with this venom, he will immediately suffer from the venom of this venom. If he is lucky, he will only be damaged by the soul. Clean, only a small chance can succeed. But Bloodsword, if I read correctly, it's just the 2nd level now, a soul dominated by the 2nd level. There is no possibility to refine these venoms. Barmer glared at Jin Wushuang. He didn't mean to despise Jin Wushuang, but what he said was fact. Under normal circumstances, to refining this level of venom, the most important thing is to need a very powerful soul that can withstand the corrosion of that venom, but the soul of the sword unparalleled, Bama is certainly not up to the requirements. However, after listening to Barmer's words, the sword was dull without 2 sides, but it was an ecstasy in my heart. Soul? It's the soul that you need to purify these poisons? The last thing I fear is soul. Jin Wushuang trembled physically and mentally. You know, he is a perfect practitioner of life. He is already invincible in his soul. The damage to the soul, for him, can only be made up by a slight loss of some divine power. Even if the soul is completely annihilated, it is difficult to affect him. That is to say, he can recklessly try to refine these venoms. Just like his master Xin, he could countless times try to regain the princely spirit world. For other practitioners, relying on the soul to try to refining this venom, once it fails is death, but even if he fails, only a small part of the divine power is lost. He can continue to try again and again, until the last success. Supervisor Barmer, thank you for telling me this. Jin Wushuang smiled. Please also prepare the things I asked for before. No problem, little bloodsword friend. You can wait for a while in my 9 Emperors Pavilion. Immediately I will send those spar and 2 rules of treasure to you. Barmer smiled, and went on quickly prepared for sword unparalleled. In just half an hour Bammer sent all those things over. Magic Flame, all these spar are for you. You take the time to restore the body. Jin Wushuangdo. Yes. Demon Flame's eyes lighted. Shuang this rule is a treasure whip. It is stronger than usual. The treasure is much stronger. You just got it. I'm afraid I'm not used to it. Later we will find a place to get used to it. Go to the poisonous demon lord. Sword Wushuangdo. Nodded coldly. Supervisor Barmer, I also need detailed information of a person. Her name is Long Rushue, and it belongs to the poisonous monster. Jin Wushuang said again. Cold as snow? The witch of 10,000 poisonous demon? Barmer frowned, but his eyes could not help but look at the cold frost. Quite strange. Chapter 40-30. The first is more. Which? Swordless eyes narrowed. Bloodsword boy, is this wife by your side? Barmer asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. You didn't mention the witch. I haven't noticed yet. Your wife and the witch are very imaginary. Not only is the appearance of the imaginary, even the temperament is very similar. Barmer said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing. It is certain that Lung Rushuang is similar to that which, after all, Lung Rushuang and Lung Rushue are two souls derived from one body. They had previously occupied a body, but then with the cold reincarnation, the soul broke away from that body. But now the body reshaped by the cold frost is also shaped as before, and of course the looks are similar. So cold as snow can now be in the poisonous demon sect? Jian Wushuang asked. No. Barmer shook his head. As far as I know, the cold snow left 100 poison sects hundreds of years ago, and even left the thunder hidden domain to go to a special secret territory. I haven't been back, but it's no accident. In a few years, the cold snow should return to the poisonous demon sect. A few more years? Why? Jian Wushuang asked. Because in a few years, there will be a feast in Lei Hengxing's domain, and this cold snow is definitely going to participate. Barmer said. I see, thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him, and Sun Yi left Judy Pavilion together with Lung Rushuang and Demon Flame, and left for Leiheng Starfield. At the foot of Lei Hengxing, at the foot of the door of Wanzhong Zongzong, in a pub, 3 swordsmen Jian Shuang sat together, eating and drinking at will. The space of this second-level astral space is much more stable than that of the third-level astral space. The masters of us from the astral space have not been subject to any restrictions in this thunder star domain. Jian Wushuang smiling lightly. He was also worried that after all, he was an external master and would not be bound by the heavenly will of Lei Hengxing after entering Lei Hengxing. Just like the early divine realm. In the early days, the realm of the gods could not afford to dominate the combat power. So even in the early world of the gods, even the local masters could not exert their full strength. Only the master of the rules could fight unbridled and explode all their strength. Obviously, the Thunder Star field does not have much restriction on the practitioners who dominate the level. At least Jian Wushuang is standing here now, and did not feel the restraint of the will of heaven. His strength can be fully exerted to reach the peak. This would not have been possible at the beginning of the divine realm. Master, in the vast universe, the astral world is divided into different levels, not only because the quality of the strongmen born in different astral worlds will be different, but also represents the degree of spatial stability and affordability of this astral world. Power of the strong. Mo Yin opened his mouth to speak. Under normal circumstances, the ordinary tertiary astral plane can't afford the dominating level of combat power. So in the tertiary astral plane, the master can't exert all its power at all. Of course, you can burst out of the master combat power. That's because you are only the ruler of the rule. In the beginning, there was no restriction on you by the divine realm, but after you break through and become the ruler, you will be restricted. The second-order astral space is naturally more stable than the third-order astral space. Within the second-order astral space, it can withstand the dominance of the level, and it is not only a general domination, even the fourth level. The power of the fifth level and even the ultimate level can be sustained by the second level. That is to say, in the second-level astral world, as long as it is the master, it can arbitrarily burst out the strongest strength. As for the first-level astral plane at a higher level, it can even let the supreme strong fight wildly. Is that so? Jian Wushuang knew his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. This is just right. I was worried that if I could not exert my strongest power in this Thunder Star domain, I was afraid that I would not be able to scare that 10,000 people. Poison sect, but now, there is no such worry. Thousands of poisonous demon lords, the strongest suzerain, is just a fourth-level extreme powerhouse, and has not yet reached the fifth level. Master of this level, Jian Wushuang is not in his eyes. Stronger than Jussu, that combat power is enough to rival the fifth-level master, but it is not dead in his hands. Master, isn't that cold like snow still not returning to the poisonous demon sect now? What are we doing here so early? Moyan asked. There is nothing to do anyway, just wait here. Jian Wushuang smiled. On the bright side, he was eating and drinking with cold as frost and magic flame, but in fact Jian Wushuang has been trying to refine those venoms secretly. Especially on the way to Lei Hongxing, he has been trying. His soul has even been annihilated hundreds of times because of this, but Jian Wushuang is still trying. Although every attempt has failed, in this time and again, his soul's ability to withstand that venom is also constantly improving. He believes that this will continue to be tried. One day, he can truly refine these venoms. In the tavern, those who sat eating and drinking were not only 3 swordsmen, but also some other practitioners. And because after all this is at the foot of the ancestral sect, the practitioners who come here are mostly overbearing. Even the masters have a lot. Ha, Brother Morton, are you here too? Hearty laughter sounded. A middle-aged man in Tsingy stood up in the tavern, and he was greeted by a man in a black robe, whose entire face was covered by a layer of black cloud and mist, and looked extremely mysterious. After all, it is a grand event only once in thousands of years, and this grand event heard that even Master Xing will pay attention to it. Anyway, where I live is not far from these 10,000 poisonous monsters. Come over and look at it naturally. The man under the black robe it made a hoarse voice. Hey, I heard that this event is getting so much attention because there is a very amazing genius in the venerable demon sect. It is said that she is a rare poisonous body in the universe, and then cultivated into Wanduo, the most powerful magic spell in Wanzhong. Although now only dominated by the 2nd rank, its combat power is even stronger than that of many 3rd ranks. The most important thing is that she has been practicing for hundreds of thousands of years. The potential is really limitless. The middle-aged man in Tsingy praised. Well, it's very powerful. It's no accident. At this event, the geniuses of all parties, including the other 2 top powers, will become the foil. Protagonist, said the man in a black robe. Chapter 4031. Second more. The young man's middle-aged conversation with the man in the black robe did not cover up deliberately, and everyone in the tavern heard it clearly. After hearing the conversation between them, most of the guests in the tavern agreed. Most of these guests came for the grand event that Wandu Dizong is about to start. Naturally, they also know the great name of Wandu Dizong. Not only the men in black robes, but even they also think that this is a feast. In the corner of the tavern, Jian Wushuang, when he heard the conversation between them, looked very strange. A peerless genius? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. It seems that the cold as snow has improved a lot, but it is also true. After all, it is a poisonous body. Cold as frost was indifferent. When she heard the name of cold as snow, her look did not change at all. Schwanger, you have made great progress over the years, and now you have reached the top of the 2nd level. If you take a shot and fight one-on-one against that cold snow, can you be sure? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know. Lung Rushuang shook his head, but followed straightly. But I won't lose. I won't lose, that's the win? Jian Wushuang smiled. Relax, wait for the poisonous demon sect. I will let the cold snow fight you. The grievance between the 2 of you. It's up to you to do it yourself this time. As for the people of the poison sect, I will not let them in. Not only are the people of 10,000 poison demon sect, I hope you cannot interfere with your husband, Lung Rushuang said suddenly. Huh. Jian Wushuang stunned. Lung Rushuang solemnly said, I and her, who are sisters in one, now have their own paths. I came to her this time, but it completely broke my previous relationship with her, and this time, I will solve it on my own, and I will have a truly fair fight with her. Yes, but if your life is threatened, I will shoot. Jian Wushuang said directly. Cold as frost nodded slightly. Just then, not far from the void, several figures rushed at the same time and blinked at the door of the tavern. In front of it is within the poison demon sect. We first go to this tavern to rest for a while, and then go to the poison demon sect no later. One of the old men led by Tong Yin said. Behind the old man Yin Yin, followed by several young men and women, their breath exudes differently. It's the people of Bing Huangdo. headed by the two elders of Bing Huangdo. As for him, the talented disciples who participated in this event at Bing Huangdo should be behind him. Well, Bing Huang Island, it's better to be second only to the top three forces in this Thunderbolt domain. This year's talented disciples are said to be very good. It's very good. Seeing that the Golden Robe Man didn't, he was the first genius of Feng Huang Island, Qin Feng, and he was also repaired at the second level. Downwind. There was a whispering sound in the tavern, and many guests looked at the newly arrived dozens of people, and most of them stayed on the man in the golden robe. Everyone at Bing Huang Island took a seat in the tavern and just sat down. Brother Qin, look at that. A voice sounded. The eyes of the man in the gold robe Qin Feng immediately looked at him, and what he looked at was exactly where Jian Wushuang was. Huh. Qin Feng's eyes were frozen on the frosty body instantly. Call. Qin Feng stood up and his eyes became extremely sharp. Which, I didn't expect to meet you here in advance. Qin Feng's voice also became low. Which? Isn't this which Qin Feng talking about is the peerless genius of Wandu Mazong? The whole pub instantly became turbulent, and all eyes looked at Qin Feng, looking at them as cold as frost. Cold as frost willow charm clustered slightly. Jian Wushuang frowned. You recognize the wrong person, Lung Rushuang said. Recognize the wrong person? Joke. I've met you anyway. You look like you, and the spirit of your body. I have long remembered, I will admit it. Qin Feng chuckled, and he has slowly moved to this side come over. Jian Wushuang touched his nose, and his heart was quite helpless. Cold as frost and cold as snow are two souls evolved from the body. The two of them are not only the same, but also the breath of the soul. Because of the perennial companionship, they are more than 90% similar. If they are not particularly familiar people, even relying on the breath of the soul, may also admit their mistakes. As it is now, this Qin Feng apparently regarded cold as frost as cold as snow. Hey, stand still. Jian Wushuang yelled and said lowly, Boy, are you called Qin Feng, right? If you admit wrong, you admit the wrong person. The one next to me is my wife, but not what you said. A witch from the poisonous demon sect. Your wife. Qin Feng froze. As far as he knows, the witch of Wandu Dizong's eyes is scary. Although there are many people who are infatuated with her, so far this witch has never looked at anyone, and it is impossible to become another's wife. But the woman in front, no matter the look or the spirit, looks like the witch? It's impossible. Even if the appearance can be changed, the breath of the soul can't be changed. You even have the same breath as the witch? How could it not be that witch? Qin Feng drank, apparently distrusting what Jian Wushuang said. Whether you believe it or not, I'm too lazy to talk to you nonsense, Shuanger, let's go. Jian Wushuang obviously was too lazy to talk to this Qin Feng nonsense, stood up, and was about to leave. Slow. Qin Feng whispered, and his shape blocked the way of Jian Wushuang. He stared hotly and stared at the cold frost. Which, I was humiliated by you 10,000 years ago. This 10,000 years here, I'm mad at it, just to fight you. And now I'm having a hard time. Would I let you leave like this? It's really noisy. Jian Wushuang was obviously a little angry too. He didn't want to have general knowledge with Qin Feng, but he didn't expect the other party to be over. Call. Sword unparalleled shot. He didn't take out the Excalibur, just one stroke with one hand instantly under the watchful eyes of many practitioners in this tavern. A horrific sword exploded suddenly. The strong sense of the sword made everyone in the tavern, including those masters, and the second elder from Ice Queen Island tremble. Not good. The second elder was startled and wanted to rescue, but found that his speed was too late. I saw the endless sword cover over Qin Feng. This Qin Feng is known as the first genius of Bing Huangdo, but before the sword has no double sides, it is no different from the ants. I saw that under the cover of Jingguang, this Qin Feng body collapsed instantly. Of course, Jian Wushuang did not directly kill the killer, but gave a breath to this Qin Feng, but it was also very miserable. 3 heads M. Chapter 4032. The first is more. How is it possible? Qin Feng's body has been restored, and his breath is extremely weak, but he is still staring at Jian Wushuang. His eyes are full of incredible. It was just a random stroke with one hand that defeated him in an instant. Even if the opponent did not keep his hand, he was dead at that moment. The man in front of him is so strong, but the breath on the other side is obviously only the second level dominating the level. I just gave you a warning. If you try to block our way again, I will kill you directly. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Qin Feng could not help but tremble. Sir. The second elder of Binghuang Island hurried up and said, Thank you for your mercy. This is indeed Qin Feng's recklessness. I will take him to pay you for your crime. The two elders are very clear that the universe is sinister. Like Qin Feng just did this, even if the other party directly kills him, there is no problem. Let's go. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly, leaving his tavern with his wife and Moyan. And that Qin Feng is now honest, dare not dare to go again. After the three swordsmen left the pub exploded immediately. Good guy. It's just a one-handed stroke. Qin Feng, the first day of Binghuangdo, was defeated? It's more than defeat. He would have been dead if the other side hadn't kept his hand. Just now, that person is so strong, but why do I look at the breath emanating from him? It seems that it is only the second level that dominates the level. It is the master of the second grade, but I don't know if he has deliberately concealed his breath, or if he only has this realm. If he is really only a master of the second grade, then it is great. That which cannot defeat Qin Feng so easily. Talks rang out in the tavern. Qin Feng's face has become a pig's liver color, and the people of Binghuang Island did not have that face to continue to stay in the tavern, but immediately set off for Wandu Dizong. After leaving the tavern, the three swordsmen did not immediately go to Wandu Dizong. After all, the event in Wandu Dizong will not be held for a while, and it seems that the snow is still cold. Simply Sword Wushuang is located in the city near Wanzhong Dizong, looking for an inn to temporarily reside. The next time, Jian Wushuang 3 stayed in the inn, while Jian Wushuang focused all their energy on the refinement of those venoms. I saw the soul of the sword Wushuang knowing the sea shaking for a while, then immediately annihilated. A moment later, the annihilated soul was restored again. Failed again. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders without any surprise. After learning that those venoms can rely on the soul to refine, he has tried not to know how many times, failed every time. His soul has been annihilated countless times, but he was not in a hurry, but once keep trying. This shake, 5 years later. Haha, it finally succeeded. In a room of the inn, the laughter of Jian Wushuang sounded. Of course, there were restraints in the room. His laughter was not passed on. At the moment, Jian Wushuang was sitting alone on the couch with a surprised smile on his face, and in front of him was a drop of scarlet venom. This scarlet venom has been suspended there. Before, Jian Wushuang did not dare to touch it with his hands, but let alone touch it with his hands now. Even if he directly swallowed this drop of venom, he would not be affected by the venom. Erosion. After all, this drop of venom has been completely controlled by him. It took so long, my soul annihilated more than tens of thousands of times after repeated attempts. Until now, I have successfully refined this drop. Alas, it is really difficult. Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. Fortunately, he is the perfect life. His soul is annihilated, and he can rely on divine power to repair it instantly. If you change to another person, even if it is the most extreme master of the 5th series, it is estimated that the venom will be dead for a lifetime, and the 5th series is more general or the 4th series. If you try to refine to dissolve this venom, it is simply to die. In refining this drop of venom, this also has a great effect on Jian Wushuang. When I saw Jian Wushuang waving his hand, Wu Wei's Excalibur appeared in his hands, and immediately under his guidance, this drop of scarlet venom slowly swept away towards Wu Weapon's Excalibur and merged directly into Wu Weapon's Excalibur. Inside, the venom disappeared after entering the Wu Weapon sword, but Jian Wushuang was the owner of the Wu Weapon sword, and he refined the drop of venom and could clearly sense the presence of that drop of venom. The venom is within the Wu crying Excalibur, but without his guidance, it will not exert its power, but as soon as he thinks, this venom will immediately trigger with the Wu crying Excalibur. While attacking the enemy, This venom will directly enter the opponent's body along the Excalibur, causing unprecedented damage to the opponent. From now on, I will have one more card in my hand. Jian Wushuang smiled. He has practiced so far with a lot of cards, and many of them are very good, such as the Dragon Extermination Mysticism, the Talented Supernatural Primitive Universe, the combination of the three Town monuments formed by the Demon Town Sky Law Array. These are all his whole cards, but also extremely powerful. However, if measured by the terrible degree, the card he now has is undoubtedly the most terrifying, because the venom he refined, even if he was the master of the ultimate level, accidentally, he could die. The master below the ultimate level can withstand a drop of venom directly, and it is almost impossible to survive. After refining a drop of venom, Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry to refining the second drop. After all, only 3 months remained until the grand event of Wandu Dizong was held. This month, Jian Wushuang and his wife walked around in the Lei Hengxing realm. 3 months later, they set off together and went to Wandu Demon Sect. At this moment, the poisonous demon lord, because of the convening of that event, has become particularly lively. This feast is actually just a feast of geniuses that has been held for tens of thousands of years. Each time the Feast of Geniuses, some of the top geniuses in Lei Hengxing's world will take the contest. The strongest genius is selected at the end. There is a chance to be personally instructed by the Lord of the Lei Hengxing realm, and of course, there will be some other rewards. This genius feast, because it is held every 10 million years, is already commonplace in the Leiheng astral realm. But this time it will be special, it will be so eye-catching. After all, it is because of the poisonous demon lord, the peerless genius that appeared inside. 3 Heads M. Chapter 4033. Second more. On the day of the feast, the gates of the 10,000 poisonous demon ancestors opened, and numerous practitioners flocked to the scene. Most of these practitioners see a lot of fun, but as long as they come, all the poisonous demon lords will be welcome to receive them without any worries that someone will come to trouble. After all, this feast was not only held in the poisonous demon sect, but mainly due to the genius feast of Lei Hengxing once every 10,000 years. But the Lord personally ordered it to be held. Anyone who dares to make trouble on the way to the feast is disrespectful to the Lord. But we must know that the Lord of the Lei Stellar Realm is dominated by the 5th series, which is an absolute word in the Lei Stellar Realm. Jiuding, no one dares to violate. The huge and unenforceable martial arts arena can accommodate millions of people at the same time. And at the very center of the martial arts arena, there is a huge void, which is used as a battlefield. Many geniuses participating in the Genius Feast will go to the battlefield to compete and finally decide the strongest. At this moment, tens of thousands of people have gathered in this martial arts field. You know, these tens of thousands of people are not ordinary people. The weakest of them are the rulers, and there are many strong ones who dominate the level. This is the gap between the secondary astral level in a medium-sized star field and the secondary astral field in a barren zone on the edge of the universe. Like Demon Star, the strongest Demon Star is also able to break through to reach the 4th level of domination, and Demon Star's majesty can only dominate hundreds of people. However, the strongest in the Lei Stellar Realm is a 5th-rank dominator, and his majesty's 4th-rank dominion has many. In general, there are at least thousands of Thunder Stars in the Lei Stellar Realm. There are quite a few people who come to this feast. In one of the corners, Jian Wushuang stood there holding his hands, and the coldness around him was dangling with a veil, and the breath on his body also converged. No way. After the incident at the previous restaurant, Lung Rushuang realized that he was too much like Long Shueshue. Without disguise, it would be easy for people to admit mistakes and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, before coming to the feast this time, the cold frosted bucket deliberately covered his appearance. The magic flame, still standing respectfully behind Jian Wushuang. Soon, this feast of genius was held. Although this genius feast says that the geniuses of all forces in Lei Hengxing can participate, in fact, the geniuses of the 3 top powers can really emerge in this genius feast. And there is no doubt that the witch from the poisonous demon lord is the most dazzling. Cold as snow. Jian Wushuang stood there with cold eyes, staring at a beautiful woman who was fighting in front of the battlefield. The beautiful woman is similar to Long Rushuang in 8 or 9 points, not only in appearance, but even in temperament and soul. This beautiful woman, naturally, is as cold as snow. After a lapse of many years, Jian Wushuang once again saw Cold as Snow. The latter is already the first genius of Wanzhong Dizong, and even the most dazzling existence of the young generation in the entire Lei Hongxing world. At this genius feast, she showed it's really dazzling. I saw she was holding a cyan spear, and the spear stabbed at will, easily defeating every top genius from all sides. Even the talented disciples from the other 2 top powers possessed the 3rd level dominating combat power, but in this cold snow, they could not support it for a long time and were easily defeated by her. And those who watched the battle all around can see that, from beginning to end, this cold snow has not come up with its full strength. Yes, for more than 200,000 years, this cold snow has made great progress. She has a very high perception of the origin of the gunshot universe, and she has even been dominated by the 4th level master. She is obviously more dominant than the normal 2nd level player. She has a lot of divine power, and she can sweep all the geniuses at this genius feast, but her strongest venomous body has not been exerted at all, and before I also heard that she has become the first mystery of Wandu Dizong, Wandujing, and she can't see it. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, and beside Jian Wushuang, although Long Rushuang's face was hidden under the bucket, her gaze had been staring at the cold snow in the middle of the battlefield, and her look was quite calm. Time passes slowly. This genius feast lasted for 3 days and 3 nights on campus. It was only on the 4th day that the feast began to come to an end. Now the genius feast has only one final battle. One of the 2 sides of this battle is as cold as snow, and the other is the first genius from a top power. The genius is more powerful than the 3rd-rank dominator, but it is clear that he is still a lot worse than Cold as Snow. At the beginning of the war, the genius' purpose from the beginning was not to defeat the coldness of snow, but to force the coldness of snow to use his special constitution, or to use the 10,000 poisonous classics, but unfortunately in the end did not succeed. That cold snow showed her terrible marksmanship in this battle, which is far better than those 3rd-level masters who are good at gunfire, and finally easily defeated that genius. Since then, this genius feast is truly over. Haha, it is worthy to be called the first super genius in the history of Wanpa Demon Sect. This strength is indeed quite good. Unfortunately, I came here this time, and wanted to take a good look at her toxic body, but I did not expect that she did not use her constitution at all. Obviously dominated by the 2nd grade, but in terms of combat power, I am afraid that it is already comparable to the dominance of the 3rd grade. If it is to trigger the physique to perform the Wandujing, then the one who can defeat her in the 3rd grade dominates. Not a few. The talent of this, which is definitely the first person in our Thunder Star world for hundreds of millions of years. Even in the entire purple microstar domain, it is estimated that it can be ranked in the top 3. After the final competition, those powerful men from the sectarian forces who stood in the top void began to talk about it, and naturally included the 3 top forces. In the performance martial arts field, the tens of thousands of practitioners who watched the battle were also discussing. Most of them marveled at how terrible the cold snow was and how good it was. In the corner of Yinwu Stadium, Jian Wushuang glanced at him as cold as frost. The showdown of this genius feast is over. Next, Schwanger, it's your turn. Well, I'm ready. Cold as frost softly. It'll open the way for you. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and his body moved immediately. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 4034. 3 more arrive today. On that vast battlefield, because the last genius has been defeated, Lung Rushue is preparing to leave the battlefield under the attention of everyone. But then, oh, a figure, like a teleportation, appeared directly in the middle of the battlefield, and as soon as the figure appeared, there was an overbearing breath that locked her. The cold, snow-like pace immediately gave her a meal, and at the same time she looked up in surprise, because the other person's breath gave her a very familiar feeling. As the other person's figure was revealed, a familiar face appeared in front of her, making her cold and snowy. Many practitioners on the Yinwu field also noticed the changes in the battlefield and saw the emergence of the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, one by one appeared suspicious. "Sir, is it all right?" An elder of Wandu demon who supported this grand battle also immediately appeared in the middle of the battlefield, standing in front of Long Rushue, staring vigilantly at the sword. Although Jin Wushuang is only a second-level master, the elder of the poisonous demon lord feels an extremely dangerous breath from Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang did not look at the elder, but stared at the cold snow behind him with interest. "Why? Isn't your old friend here going to say hello?" Jin Wushuang said with a smile. "Old friend?" The elder of Wanduzong showed doubt. "Is you?" Lung Rushue stared at Jin Wushuang, but his eyes became extremely sharp. "I didn't expect that you could come here." Cold as Snow is indeed quite surprised, but she knew very well how far away this star field was from the beginning of the world. At that time, her master, Lord Luo, took a lot of effort to send her here, and even the poisonous demon lord sent a fourth-level master to greet her personally, and even took the cost to ride some universes. But even so, it still took her 30,000 years to get here. But Jin Wushuang in front of her. Not long ago, although she received a rumor from her master Xing Luo, she knew that the gods in the early days had changed, and that Jin Wushuang had become the master of the early days, but it was only tens of thousands of years. Just the past. Even her master Xing Luo, the master, has not yet returned to Lei Hong's astral realm, but this sword Wushuang even rushed over from the early divine realm. "I'm not alone here this time." Jin Wushuang smiled. Behind him, a beautiful figure slowly walked over, but only came to the side of Jin Wushuang just a moment later. Although this beautiful figure was fighting, she still couldn't hide her breathtaking figure, and the moment she saw the beautiful figure coldly, her figure couldn't help it. "Is that you?" Cold Rushue said softly. "Sister, I haven't seen you in a long time." The indifferent voice came out from under the veil, and cold hands like frost jade stretched out, took off the bucket, revealing a peerless face, and her breath no longer covered up and spread directly. "Come." At the moment when the cold face showed his face and breath, countless practitioners in the entire performance martial art field burst into an instant. "Who is this? It seems that she and the witch are too similar. Are they sisters?" "No, I'm afraid it's not that simple. After all, even if they are sisters, they only imagine their looks, but she and her soul are almost the same. There must be other factors." A burst of exclamations sounded from all corners of Yinwu Stadium. Around the battlefield, from where the talented disciples of Binghuang Island gathered, Qin Feng's eyes were rounded, staring at Jin Wushuang and cold as frost. "It's really two people. I was in the tavern before. Did I admit it wrong?" Qin Feng is still a little hard to believe. And in the void above, those top powers from all sides also showed weird colors. Only those high-level powerhouses of Wandu Dizong are at the moment ugly. What happened? Among these high-level powerful men of the Wan Poison sect, the elder who has the highest strength and status is the elder who asked at this moment. As for the sovereign of the Poison sect, he never appeared in this feast. "Elder, you forgot. When Xingluo found this cold as snow, he once said that she was something special," said an elder next to the poisonous demon whispered. As soon as the elder's expression moved, he immediately remembered the origin of cold snow. Maybe others do and know, but these top powerful men of Wandu Demon know that the cold, snowy poisonous body is derived from the congenital great sin, and at the same time, the cold snow itself is derived from the congenital great sin. The soul that came out in addition to her originally had another soul in his deity. She is the soul who shares a body with Rushue? What is she doing here? The elder frowned. "Two people. Although I do and know the purpose of your visit, today is my genius feast once every 10 years in Lei Stellar World. This feast was convened by my Lord Lei Stellar Lord personally, and no one may it affect the genius feast, so I advise the two to leave directly." The elder who supported the meeting said, "I didn't want to affect the convening of your genius feast. Otherwise, I won't wait until the conference is over and decide the strongest genius comes and then show up. But your genius feast is actually the strongest genius. Then my wife is exactly the same as your peerless genius who has been practicing poisonous demon, and both of them are dominated by the second grade. Now my wife wants to fight her head-on. A victory or defeat. Should there be no problem? Jian Wushuang smiled. Joke, I do and T know what the origin of your wife is, and she did and T really participate in this genius feast. From the beginning to the end, how can you play against Ru Shui? If anything happens in this astral world, when people come, they want to challenge snow like snow. Wouldn't they be busy? Said the elder Shinsheng. So? That's a bit regrettable. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. The elder of 10,000 poison demon thought that Sword Wushuang was ready to give in. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but suddenly he saw a terrible sword rising up, not only the elder instantly covering, even directly covering the entire huge battlefield. What do? The many powerful men of Wandu Demon suddenly burst into anger. The elder who stood in front of the sword without double-sidedness, although having the third-level peak combat power, could be swept up by this sword, just like a leaf, was hung directly out of the battlefield, and finally he had to stand still again. Shape. This battle must be fought, and no one can stop it. If you are honest, you are better. But if you are not honest, I don't mind and have fun with you first. Jian Wushuang's somewhat cold voice suddenly sounded throughout the performance martial arts field. Chapter 4035. The first is more. Arrogance. Many of the powerful poison monsters are all angry. In any case, this genius feast was held in their poisonous demon sect, and all the rules of it must be up to them. And like Jian Wushuang now running directly to fight against Long Rushue directly, and cannot help but directly shoot their elders, Wanda Mazong naturally will not agree. I saw at this moment that those powerful men in the high level of Wanda Dizong moved at the same time. However, they haven't had time to shoot yet, and Jian Wushuang has just cut off with one sword. This sword, he directly cut off towards the positions of those strong men of 10,000 poison sect. Wow! The whole world seems to be completely cut open. A huge sword shadow cuts the space and appears in front of the many powerful demon sects. And the shadow of this sword is constantly enlarged in the eyes of these powerful men, and the earth-shattering power is pressing in scrupulously at them at this moment. The appearance of the high-level powerful men, including that elder, has changed. They just thought that it was just an ordinary second-level master who came to make trouble, but with the real shot of Jian Wushuang, he was shocked by the elders alone. This sword is so powerful that it makes them all feel irresistible. Come on, let's do it together. The elder burst into a sigh, and immediately a huge axe appeared in his hand, and a domineering breath rose from him. As for the other elders, they are not slow. At this moment, they all shot one after another, trying to block the sword of Wushuang. After all, the poison sect is one of the three top forces in Lei Hengxing, and the overall force is very powerful. At the highest level of combat power, in addition to the sovereign who has reached the most extreme level of the fourth level, there are three fourth-level masters. At this moment, including the elders, there are two fourth-level dominate, in addition to more than 10 third-level dominate. However, Wanzong Dizong is best at using poison instead of attacking directly. What's more, even if they are good at frontal attack, they are powerless in the face of Jian Wushuang's extremely powerful sword. Boom! Only a violent roar rang through the whole world, and the whole void was caught in a huge energy storm. This energy storm lasted for a long time, and it finally disappeared. And when the storm of divine power dispersed, many practitioners on the performance martial arts site found that the strong men of the poisonous demon were standing there in a weak mood, and many people still had blood on their lips, including the big one. Elders, too. Obviously, although they blocked the sword of Wushuang, they were all not badly injured. However, Jian Wushuang made such an unscrupulous shot, and that terrible power finally alarmed the lord of the Wandu demon sect. I saw an extremely cold atmosphere rising from the depths of the 10,000 poison demons ground, and then an old figure covering the whole body under the black robe appeared in heaven and earth. The old figure of the black robe stood high, and the strange pair of cold eyes of the black robe was staring at Jian Wushuang. Metropolitan! Metropolitan! Many powerful men of 10,000 poison sects were overjoyed to see the appearance of the old figure in the black robe. They have absolute confidence in their suzerain. In the entire Lei Hongxing world, except for the Supreme Lord, no one is their opponent. Even the power of the other two top powers, compared with their sovereign, is slightly higher. Worse. In other words, as long as the Lord does not take action, their suzerain is the strongest. At least they all think so. But what they don't know is that the sword unparalleled standing in front of them is not at all a person from the Leihing astral realm, but from other astral realms and even other astral realms. Here, what's going on? There was a deep, husky voice under the old figure of the black robe. You are the lord of the poisonous demon lord, right? Jian Wushuang looked coldly at the old figure in the black robe in front of him. I came to you, the poisonous demon lord, just to make my wife face the cold snow. After World War I, I will leave myself after the war, and it will not have too much influence on your poisonous demon lord, but if you want to stop it, it is naturally not strange to me. Your wife? The sovereign looked down at Long Rushuang and Long Rushue below, and frowned slightly. Sovereign, this is the thing. The elder appeared next to the lord of the poisonous demon and briefly explained the story. After listening, the suspicious master of Wandu demon became gloomy. Your wife is also dominated by the second level and has a great relationship with Ru Shui. She is going to fight Ru Shui directly. I will not stop the poison sect. Your Excellency is acting so arrogantly. Wouldn't it be too much for me to see the poisonous demon lord? Said the lord of the poisonous demon coldly. I just don't put it in my eyes. What can you do? Jian Wushuang was dismissive. By the time he arrived, he had already obtained complete information about the 10,000 poisonous demon sects and the entire Lei Hongxing world from the Judy Pavilion, and even the strength of that Lei Hongxing master was clear. Just because he knew it, he dared to act like this, because he knew that no one could stop himself from doing anything in this thunder world. That being the case, naturally he didn't need to be too careful. So arrogant boy, in this case, the suzerain wants to ask you for advice. I don't know what you can do, dare to be so mad in my lord of poisonous demon lords. The lord of Lord Poisonous Demon already has an amazing maggot. Chi rose slowly. Ask me for advice? Can you take my sword and say it again? Jian Wushuang's voice is cold, but the Wu weapon sword in the hand is cut off again. The same sword cast the Kaitian style created by Jian Wushuang. The sword was unveiled by the sword unparalleled, and many of the powerful poisonous monsters were struggling with serious injuries before they could barely resist it. But we must know that the sword just now, Jian Wushuang only relied on his own understanding of the origin of Kendo universe to perform sword art. But now this sword, while performing the sword, is also carrying an extremely strong force of the cosmic law. The addition of the force of this cosmic law instantly made this already extremely powerful sword, and reached a whole new level. Wow! The astounding sword was chopped down. The sovereign, who was shrouded in a black robe, was already panicked at the moment when he saw the sword of Wu Shou waving this sword. Chapter 4036. Second more. How could it be so strong? Sovereign's head is stingy at this moment. After all, although he stayed deep in the bottom of the gate of the Lord of Poisonous Demon Ancestors, he could understand the induction when there was a powerful energy fluctuation above him. Like the sword that Wushuang just had, he was able to sense the power. Although that sword has crushed the many powerful monsters of the Poisonous Demon sect, the power of that sword is still only the 4th level extreme level. At this level of swordplay, he is confident that he can resist it. Because of this, he said that he would seek advice from Jian Wushuang. However, he never expected that the sword skills that he could perform on him without double-sided swords were so powerful that they were 2 swords at a different level. This sword, even he could not resist. There is no way. The sovereign can only do his best to resist this sword, but the end result is swept directly by the sword's shadow, hit the spot, and even the breath weakened a lot. Too strong. This is definitely the 5th level combat power. Sovereign looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. Next to him, those high-level strong men from the 10,000 Poison Demon are also trembling one by one at this moment. They did not expect that their suzerain was still not the enemy of the other sword. I have already said, you are honestly staying by the side, and when my wife and the frosty battle broke up, I will naturally leave. But if any of you are not honest or on the way intervene, then don't blame me. Jian Wu's eyes looked coldly at the numerous poisonous monsters. Many of the powerful poison lords, including the Lord of the Poison Lords, do not speak at this moment. They did not dare to speak, even though they were very unconvinced, but Jian Wushuang's strength was there, and they could not tolerate their bows. This scene was also seen by countless practitioners in the performance martial arts field, and they couldn't help boasting. Even the other two powerful top powers were secretly amazed, but no matter how they thought about it, at this moment no one dared to step forward to block the sword unparalleled. With the help of his own sword, the 10,000 poisonous monsters could not lift his head. And in that pair of battlefields, Lung Rushua looked at all this. Unexpectedly, his strength has become so strong. Cold as snowy eyes coldly, his right hand was also gripped hard. What kind of strength he has, it has nothing to do with you, because in this battle, your opponent is me. Cold as frost is cold. Is it your opponent? Lung Rushua sneered. She and Lung Rushuang once shared a body, both of whom were extremely familiar, and at the bottom of her heart, Lung Rushua didn't look so cold. She didn't look down on it before, not to mention that now, she has fully awakened the poisonous body, and has become the Wandujing, which has become the first genius recognized by Lei Hong. Is it as cold as frost? As far as she knew, the frosty soul had been asleep, only to wake up a while ago. That is to say, regardless of her innate advantage, she has practiced for a long time before being cold as frost, not to mention her innate advantage is much greater than being cold as frost. It's useless to play with your mouth, it's stubborn and weak. You only know when you have actually fought. She looked cold as frost, and she was too lazy to argue with cold as snow. It all depends on strength. When I saw her hand as cold as frost, a mauve long whip appeared in her hand. This mauve long whip is the attacking magic weapon that Jian Wushuang chose for her in Judy Pavilion before. Oh, the rule is precious? It seems that guy is very good to you. Lung Rushua smiled indifferently, followed her and took out her cyan lance. A similarly arrogant breath from this lance spread out. Also, you have the rule of treasure, but not just you. Cold as snow. Cold as frost is because of the relationship between sword warrior and sword warrior, which is expensive, so it is easy to get her a rule of attack. And it was as cold as snow, but it was the first genius in the history of the poisonous demon lord. It is conceivable that the poisonous demon lord attached great importance to her. In addition, she had also got the chance by herself. It's normal. As the two men came up with their own magic soldiers, the fateful battle that was doomed from many years ago, and the moment they were born at the same time, finally kicked off. Dead. As cold as a snow slaughter, she took the lead and saw that her figure was moving. On the battlefield, there were countless figures at the same time. These figures maintained the same movement and were held by both hands. Long pike, spear stabbing. Boom! The space was directly penetrated and a huge hole appeared, and a terrible blue light appeared strangely in front of the cold frost. Cold as frost still did not change at all. At the moment when the blue light appeared, her figure had receded, and the mauve long whip stretched out. It's like a towering waterfall from above 9 days. It contains horrible power, and it broke the green light at the first time, and the waterfall fell down, and continued to glance forward at the dense and snowy figure. Go with. I saw countless phantoms that were directly crushed by this waterfall, and even the deity as cold as snow suffered the impact of this waterfall. It's kind of patient. The coldness of Zuizen's figure was revealed, but the corner of her mouth still had a weird smile. But the next moment the cyan spear turned into a violent cyan lightning, which actually penetrated the waterfall directly and burst into the cold as snow. Come. Cold as Frost looked up, the long whip in his hand also lifted upwards, as if the dragon turned over, and the long whip slammed on this cyan lightning bolt, and the cyan lightning bolt dim immediately. Huh. Lung Rushue frowned slightly. This low-powered divine power is not weaker than me, and her whip method is so good that she is so high in her perception of Tao. Lung Rushue thought that the cold frosty soul had awoken not long, and it was great to be able to reach the second level to dominate. But I did not expect that Long Rushwang's combat power was much stronger than she expected. On divine power, cold as snow, because of the body of venom and some mysteries, has reached the extreme of the second series, almost approaching the third series, dominated by the cold, frosty divine power no worse than her. Her perception of the origin of the Gundo universe is comparable to that of the fourth series, but her perception of the whip method as cold as frost is no less weak than her. The two played against each other, and as cold as snow found themselves in a short time, there was nothing they could do to each other. And after a period of fighting between the two, Long Rushwang took the initiative. Chapter 4037. Three more arrived today. As cold as frost stood high, the jade hand waved the mauve long whip, meandering like a dragon. Suddenly a rage of mighty power flooded. Standing as cold as frost, I just felt like I was suddenly caught in an extremely violent ocean. I saw the waves rolling wildly, forming a heavy tsunami, endless, crazy hits like cold snow. This trick, Jian Wushuang, who had appeared on the edge of the battlefield, could not help but smile when he saw the whip cast by the frost. This whip method was exactly taught by Lung Rushwang at that time. This whip method was created by the Mist Supreme, and now Lung Rushwang is only using the first type. But even the first type is extremely powerful, especially the violent but endless mood, which is to a certain extent not less than its own lightsaber array, or even stronger in some aspects. When Cold as Frost first cast this whip method, Jian Wushuang was already quite surprised. But at that time Cold as Frost only mastered less than 10% of this type of whip method. But now so many years have passed. This kind of mighty cold energy has been able to play out perfectly. I saw the extremely violent wave, frantically hitting Cold as Snow, and Cold as Snow continued to use his marksmanship to break free from this violent wave. But the wave resorted to unloading to make Cold as Snow at all. What kind of trick is this? Cold as Snow looked a bit ugly. She was too passive in this vast ocean. Wow, 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 wow. The violent wave was still a shock again and again, but for a while, it was okay, but for a moment, it couldn't hold up as Cold as Snow. Well, I won't waste time with you. Lung Rushue hummed softly, and her pair of black pupils turned gray at this moment. The pale eyes were weird, and seeing these eyes, Jian Wushuang outside the battlefield instantly understood that the coldness of snow was to use his special constitution. You know that in the chaotic world of ancient times, he had also played against this cold snow, and the eyes of the latter were pale. Among those gray eyes, the abrupt dazzling gold light lit up, followed by a large number of red-gold flames spreading wildly at a horrible speed, and in a blink of an eye, the entire battlefield fell into a sea of golden flames. Not only that, but in this golden sea of fire, there is a lot of hazy golden mist rising. The golden mist and the golden sea of fire are not real flames, but poisonous mists. The sword had no double-sided color syncing. He could tell at a glance that the overwhelming golden sea of fire was actually formed by the toxic mist, and now the cold frost had completely fallen into the golden sea of fire. The endless golden mist, including the golden sea of fire, completely wrapped in frost. This is the body of poisonous poison? Lung Rushwang has apparently seen the reality of the surrounding sea of fire. The golden flame of the sky seemed to completely evaporate her entire body, and the rising golden mist was pervasive, madly trying to penetrate into her body and erode. She could only quickly spur the power of God, and laid out a simple defensive hood to resist the erosion of these mists. However, the ability of these mists to erode was far beyond her expectations. Although she could barely resist the power of the gods, but it is very huge and fast. And after the golden sea of flames swept open, the coldness of the frost was also clearly felt. The breath emanating from the coldness of the snow has soared to a whole new level. After she tried hard to urge her special constitution, her strength has far exceeded just now. In addition, behind the cold snow, I do and know when a giant alien beast appeared. The alien's body is not very large, but the key is the two pairs of huge wings around the body. It takes up a lot of space. It looks like a flying butterfly. Wandu Jing Jing. It is the poisonous sutra of the poisonous demon sect. This which is indeed made, and her destiny is a colorful poisonous butterfly? There was an exclamation in the surrounding martial arts stadium. Wandujing is not only in this world of thunder stars, but also in the entire purple micro-star domain. This mystery is also very powerful. At the same time, the body that evoked its own poisonous body and also exerted the coldness of snow of Wandujing, at this moment, its strength has climbed to a whole new level. The eroding force of the golden sea of fire around me is too great. I do and have the perfect level of life like the army, and my divine power is immense. In this state, I am afraid that I can only maintain dozens at most. The time of breathing will be completely exhausted. In this case, then go all out and beat her in these dozens of breaths. Long Rushuang made an instant decision. Boom! A terrible breath suddenly rose from the cold frost, and a lot of white light emerged from behind the cold frost. The white light shone like the surrounding sky, making her look holy at this moment, like a goddess from above 9 days. General. Her hair and robes were blown up at this moment, and there was a faint white light in her eyes. Schwanger. She should also come up with her whole cards. Jian Wu's eyes were dignified, watching this scene. She even got cold as the frost, but she got the true story of the Misty Master, who not only taught her the whip method, but also taught her some powerful secret techniques and life-saving means. It's just that cold frost and this book usually don't use those methods, and now this method of cold frost is used by Jian Wushuang for the first time. I saw that the white light behind the frost was more and more dazzling, and the breath on her body became more and more arrogant. When this breath reached a top level, hey, the frosty figure was a weird 1/3. Yes, it is directly changed from one person to 3 people, not a means of phantom, but a real entity. The 3 were as cold as frost, each holding a long whip, except for the coldest frost in the middle, which held the ruler of the precious treasure. The other 2 held only the strongest treasure. 3 frosts, all at the same time. The speed burst to the extreme. I saw 3 overwhelming whip shadows coming at the same time. Any whip shadow is more powerful than the full strength before the cold, but there are 3 such whip shadows. What mystery is this? One person 3? I can see that it is not a ghost image, but a real body. Is it a secret mystery? Even if it is a secret technique, there are always strengths, but the 3 figures are completely the same except for the treasure in their hands. On the martial arts ground, it was a marvel. Chapter 4038. The first is more. Even Jian Shuangshuang was surprised when he saw the coldness of the frost disappearing. It is indeed the secret technique taught by the Supreme Lord Wu personally, and it is true. Jian Wushuang marveled. On the battlefield, I saw 3 as cold as frost, at the same time burst out of monstrous strength, attacking cold as snow frantically. Lung Rushue also continued to fight back, and the fierce battle between the 2 became more fierce. The longer the time can be dragged, the more detrimental it is to being cold as frost. After only a few breaths, the frosty power has been consumed nearly half, and the golden flame of the sky is burning more and more vigorously, and the cold is like snow here. The strength of the golden flames is also getting stronger. Haha, cheap, although you don't know how your strength has risen to this level in a short time. Compared to me, you are still far behind. Lung Rushue said with a proud voice. Void. She already had an extremely arrogant breath, and at this moment, she even improved a bit. Jian Wushuang's brow frowned slightly. After the cold and venomous body was evoked, Her strength has been continuously improved. As the fighting time continues, her strength will become stronger. Frost is afraid of trouble. Now, Cold as Frost apparently noticed this. Demonstration has been consumed for nearly half, so I can't continue the fight like this. They'll decide the victory with one move. The cold and frosty eyes became cold. In the middle of the battlefield, I saw all three frosty figures receding at the same time. But on the way back, the white light behind her was more dazzling and holy. An aloof breath burst out from the three frosty bodies, and at the same time it carried an immense force of magic, and it also diffused at the same time. French array? Combat magic array? Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Sure enough, the three frosty formations directly formed a combined attack formation, and I saw that the three bodies were filled with vast rays of light rising up, and the three rays gathered together, and finally formed a huge, hazy phantom. This ghost image is also a holy woman, but has 8 arms, all of which hold a long whip. With the three frost-like figures opening their eyes at the same time, the cold and fierce man flashed. The huge holy woman's phantom 8 arms were waving at the same time. Bang rong. The world is shaking like crazy. The endless power is frantically condensed in the void. In the blink of an eye, a full-length Saiyan dragon has formed. This Saiyan dragon opens its mouth wide, with an unparalleled power, directly facing the golden ocean below the coldness in the center swallowed. Joke. Lung Rushue made a loud howl, and the colorful poisonous butterfly behind her also made a harsh hissing, and the endless golden flames rose up. The spear in Long Ruksha's hand also stabbed a stab, and the power of the golden sea of fire was completely integrated into the spear. The terrible power broke out at this moment. The two mighty powers represented the fate of the two, and at this moment they finally collided head-on. Huh! No horrible roar sounded in the imagination, and some were just the sound of a large amount of energy and divine energy squeezing and squeezing. The huge battlefield was covered by the powerful divine energy of both, forming a huge energy storm. The storm was madly sweeping in all directions, and many powerful people who watched the battle were frightened. Although only 2 second series dominated the battlefield in this battlefield, it is clear that the strength of these two people cannot be measured by the second series, and their combat power is definitely the third series. Even in the third series, they should be very strong. Jian Wu's eyes were cold, and he was also staring closely at the battlefield ahead. His soul's power had been paying attention to the cold as frost. As soon as the cold was in danger, he would immediately shoot. But it is clear that this collision has not yet reached that point. And in his perception, the frosty atmosphere did not weaken greatly. Did you win? A smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. Sure enough, as the energy storm in the center of the battlefield dissipated, and after everyone saw the scene inside, the countless strong players on the performance field were silent, especially those strong men from the million poisonous demon lords. At this moment, all look extremely gloomy. At the very center of the battlefield, the two figures were still standing face to face. Although only 3 of them were as cold as frost, she was still standing intact. Although the atmosphere was much weaker than before, it was also because consumption of a lot of divine power. On the other hand, as cold as snow, her standing body was obviously slightly trembling. Her hair was quite messy, her mouth was bloody, her breath was much weaker than before, and she looked extremely embarrassed. Just from the appearance of the 2 men, we can already distinguish the victory and defeat of this battle. That which, did you lose? She took out all her strengths, evoked the body of poisonous poison, and also used the Wandujing, but she still lost to a strong player of the same level. Witches will lose, which is really unexpected. Many powerful men watching the game secretly booed, because they have long regarded the coldness of snow as the first genius of the lay stellar world in recent years, and even among the entire Z-Way star field, they are one of the best super geniuses. Such super geniuses can hardly find anyone in the same stage able to beat her, but now, he was indeed defeated by a strong player of the same rank. There is no speculation, the strength of the opponent is indeed stronger than this which. Impossible, this is impossible. A frantic howling sounded suddenly on the performance martial arts field, and I saw the coldness of the snow at that moment. The beautiful face had been completely twisted. Without my special constitution, how could I be stronger than me? Impossible, impossible. Cold as snow like crazy, she simply cannot accept the reality in front of her. You know, she didn't look cold as frost from the beginning to the end. Even she always called cold as frost. But as a result, she was now defeated by this bad cruel. How can she accept this result? It's such a field now. Are you still not convinced? Cold as frost stared coldly as cold as snow. Just lose? It's a joke. Unless I die, I can never lose to you. Lung Rushue yelled, "Come, if you have the skill, kill me now." Kill you? Lung Rushuang shook his head. Maybe in your eyes, there is no such sister as me, but for me, you are always my sister. The grievances between you and me are going to end. Starting from today, let's do it for yourself. Chapter 4039. Second more. The grievances between you and me are going to end. Starting from today, let's do it for yourself. As soon as the voice fell, he turned away as cold as frost, without nostalgia. Small, do you think you would do this? Would I be grateful to you? A big joke? You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. If I don't die today, I will kill you in the next day. Lung Rushue had already roared, but unfortunately Lung Rushuang was too lazy to bother her again. At the end of this battle, Lung Rushuang no longer wanted to have a bit more trouble with Lung Rushue. As for Lung Ruksha's words, she would come to kill her in the future, and she was not at all concerned. Not to mention, will they meet again in the future? Even if they do, then what? Lung Rushue is a genius who is not fake. He has a body of toxic drugs and has been refined into the Wandujing, which is one of the best in the entire purple micro-star domain. But her potential is definitely stronger than being as cold as snow. After all, she has absorbed the heart of the astral world. This alone is bound to her unlimited potential, and she has high hopes of becoming supreme in the future. What's more, she is an extreme personal biography and the existence of Jian Wushuang. Her advantage is even greater than cold snow. Even if they meet again in the future, the gap between the two will only be greater. Naturally, she would not care about the threat of coldness. Fu Jun Lung Rushuang returned to Jian Wushuang. Decision. Really do not kill her? Jian Wushuang asked blandly. Nodded coldly. In fact, from the beginning, Cold as Frost had never thought about killing Cold as Snow. No matter what the latter did, she had no intention of killing Cold as Snow. The reason she came to Ziwei Star this time was just to settle the grudges with Lung Rushue, but she didn't want to really kill. Yes, I respect your choice. Jian Wushuang did not interfere too much. As for the powerful men of Wanda Dizong, although all of them are extremely ugly, when they saw the coldness and no killer, they were relieved. However, just as Jian Wushuang was about to leave, what happened? A long voice suddenly sounded. Above 9 days, a ray of light suddenly formed. This dazzling ray of light contained explosive power. As the light slowly dispersed, a barefooted, burly man appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the presence of barefoot, burly men, the many strong men present, especially the many strong men of the poisonous demon sect, were immediately surprised. Master Lord. The sovereign Lord first saluted the burly man. Many of the strong men who closely followed Wandu demon sect, including the top powerful forces from all sides, and the crowd on the stage of performances all saluted. Lord naturally refers to the Supreme Star Lord of Lei Hongxing. The absolute top one in the entire Lei stellar world has broken through the super existence of the 5th series many years ago. The master of the Leiheng astral realm? Jian Wusai's also looked up slightly. It seems we are not so relaxed this time we want to leave. Master, I can see that this person is very strong. Even in the 5th level master, it is at least a high level, even not far from the peak. The voice of the magic flame sounded in Jianwu's ears. The 5th level is dominated by higher levels. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. This level of is indeed very strong, and it should be stronger than the Jioshu who fought with him at the beginning. But even so, it just made him dignified, but couldn't make him scared. Master, please take charge of my Lord of Poisonous Monsters. Lord of Poisonous Monsters bowed down directly to the barefoot burly man and never got up. Make the decision? The barefooted burly man, also known as Lei Hengxing, sank and looked around. When is it? Tell me clearly. Master Lord, these are the three people. The sovereign Lord pointed directly at the three swordsmen Wu Jian, with a bit of resentment. This genius feast went smoothly and the strongest genius has been decided, which is me. The poisonous demon sect is as cold as snow. It is reasonable to say that this genius feast has come to an end, but who would have thought that these three people suddenly appeared and couldn't help but break into the battlefield to fight with Ru Shui? I wouldn't agree. This man arrogantly defeated many of my strong poisonous monsters, and even me, he was defeated by him. No way, forced by his means, I had to give up and let his wife fight against Long Rushui, and Ru Shui was also forced by this person's oppression and could not exert his true strength. That woman's hands. Master Xingzhu, it was only a victory or defeat. It does not matter. But the key is that this person acts too unscrupulously. He did not take my poisonous demon sect at all, and he knows that this feast of genius is Star-Lord. You ordered it yourself. Lord, you have ordered no one to make trouble at the genius feast, but he still acts like this. Obviously, even Lord, he is not at your heart. Now this man is planning to leave with his wife. If they really let them go like this, it's not just me who is the poisonous demon, but even your face, Lord, it is estimated that it will be greatly damaged. It will only be a feast in the future. I'm afraid it will become a joke. When the Lord of 10,000 poisonous monsters turned over their grief and indignation, many strong players in the performance martial arts were incomparable, and a lot of scorn was raised in many hearts. The Lord of the Poisonous Demon Lord said so nicely, but the people present were not fools. Although the sword Wushuang acted a bit arrogantly and unreasonably, they were challenged by the upright, and also rely on their own strength to crush the many poisonous demon lords. Did not use any other means. As for the battle of cold as frost and cold as snow, the Lord of the 10,000 poison monsters also said that the latter was under the pressure of Jian Wushuang and did not exert the strongest strength. How can that be? Everyone at the scene could see that Lung Ruxu's strength was not affected. She had already exerted her strongest strength, but the strength was indeed worse than others. After all, people are upright, relying on absolute strength and Jian Wushuang's actions. No one at the scene felt uncomfortable. It is the words of the Lord of the 10,000 poisonous demon, but it makes people feeling shameless. However, this revelation of the sovereign Lord did indeed provoke the anger of Lei Hengxing. Is it you, making trouble at the genius feast? Lei Hengxing's master glanced coldly at Jian Wushuang, and deep in his eyes was a thunderous thunder flashing. Trouble? I didn't shoot until the genius feast was over. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Is that so? Lei Stella's main gaze was still cold. Master, the battle of the Feast of Genius has indeed ended, but Lord Master, you have not yet given the treasure to the scene. How can you say it is over? Said the sovereign. Well too. Lei Stellar nodded slightly. Chapter 40. The first is more. No matter who you are, for any reason, since you dare to disrupt the normal progress of the genius feast, you should be punished. Lei Hengxing stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. Lei Xingxing, I don't want to cause trouble, not to mention that my affairs are over, and I have no plans to stay in your Lei Xingxing. If you let me leave now, then nothing will happen, but if you or I still have to entangle it again, and I will not be able to guarantee what will happen in the future. Jian Wushuang is indifferent. It's arrogant to be dominated by a second-level player. Lei Hengxing laughed. I won't kill you. I built a thunder prison in the Lei Hengxing realm, which is used to punish those. To those who are disrespectful to me, I will detain you to thunder prison for 100 million years. As soon as the words came down, the Lord Lei Stellar immediately shot. I saw the cyan thunder flickering wildly on his body, and with the extension of his large hand, a huge palm formed by the thunder was grabbed directly towards the sword unparalleled. This thunderbolt contains violent and suffocating power. In the face of this thunderbolt, the ordinary fourth level dominates, and I am afraid that it will immediately lose its resistance. Many strong players in the performance field were frightened when they saw Lei Hengxing's shot. You know, this is the Lord Lei Stellar, the most recognized leader in the whole Lei Stellar. For a long time, he has said nothing in the world of Lei Stellar. No one dares to disobey his orders, but because he is too detached, few people in the realm of stars have actually seen him. But now, Lei Hengxing's master shot directly in front of everyone, and it was only a second-level master. It is worthy to be dominated by the fifth level. This random shot, the power is so good. Jian Wushuang only smiled slightly, followed by a one-handed stroke. Instantly an invisible sword shadow rushed out and cut directly from the thunder hand. This huge thunder hand was cut directly into two pieces by this sword shadow. A large amount of thunder power madly filled the surrounding void and crackled. Let the void burst out loud. Huh. Lei Hengxing showed his surprise. Although he was just a hit, but the general fourth-rank master could not resist, but the second-rank master in front now resisted, and it was also very easy to resist. Master Xingzhu, although this man is only the second-level master, but his real strength is very good, even me, is not his opponent. Sovereign Lord of the poisonous monster next to the Lord of Lei Hengxing said. Lei Hengxing's eyes were dim. He had previously heard that the sovereign said that the sword was unparalleled in strength, but it did not matter. But now it seems that the second-level master in front of him is indeed a bit unusual. Lei Hengxing, I have already said, you still obediently let me go. Otherwise you, the Lord of the Astral Realms, are likely to follow suit today and lose a big one in front of the Lei Hengxing realms. Face. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Big words. Lei Hengxing smirked, his palm was flipped, and a cyan spear appeared in his hand, and with the appearance of this spear, a large number of cyan thunder powers exploded wildly on the main body of Lei Hengxing. This cyan thunder, the power is completely connected with the spear, and this Lord of Thunder Star also turns into a blue thunder god of war at this moment. Can take 3 moves in my hands. You can say that again. Lei Hengxing whispered, but his figure moved instantly. 3 tricks? Try it first. Jian Wushuang also smiled. Wu Wei's Excalibur appeared in his hands, his divine power rolled, and he greeted Lei Hengxing directly. First move. Lei Hengxing held the spear with one hand, and the endless force of cyan thunder gathered on the spear. In the blink of an eye, a huge cyan thunder snake formed. With the thunderbolt of the thunder star, the cyan thunder snake swiftly and directly bit out the sword unparalleled. It's awkward. The space is crashed by the endless thunderbolt on Razor. Sword Wushuang smiled slightly. He held the Wu weapon sword with both hands at the same time. A mysterious Kendo universe originated. The Wu weapon sword was cut off directly. The moment it was cut off, the power of the rich cosmic law was also instantaneous. Into swordsmanship. Without the use of the law of the universe, Jian Wushuang's sword power can only be regarded as the most extreme of the 4th series. But once the law of the universe is used, his sword power can climb to the 5th series instantly. Snapped. A crisp explosion, the shining blue razor contacted Jianguang, and was directly dimmed by the mighty power contained in the Jianguang. The whole razor became weak and flew out. Well, the 5th series power? Lei Hengxing stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise, but followed his gaze again. Even if you are really the 5th series master, you will not tolerate you in Lei Hengxing presumptuous. Laugh. The power of the cyan thunder bursts wildly, and the entire void is completely covered by the power of the cyan thunder, forming a huge sea of thunder. And in this thunder sea, the blue thunder god of war transformed by Lei Stellar is even more powerful. I saw the spear in his hand skyrocketing. Razors exuding terrible power, one after another burst out at the same time. At this moment, there were at least hundreds of razors. The sword Wushuang is a one-handed wave. The terrible sword is condensed in front of it, and in the blink of an eye there has been a real sword on, each of which contains the power of strong cosmic laws. I saw this Daomong under the guidance of the sword unparalleled, but also rushed out at the same time and collided with the raiders from the assault. All I heard was the sound of dense explosions. The hundreds of thunder snakes were all destroyed by these swords. Haha, Lord Stellar, you are a good way to deal with ordinary Fourth Order masters. It's too far away to deal with me. Jian Wushuang's laughter rang throughout the playing field. Go through it. Boy, I'm so mad. Let me take the third move. Lei Hongxing screamed loudly, and there was a terrible thunder in his eyes. I saw in the endless thunder there were a large number of razors bursting wildly. All razors looted, and in the blink of an eye there were nearly 1,000 razors. But this time, nearly 1,000 thunder snakes did not disperse and kill Zhao Shuangshou, but gathered together at a terrifying speed in the shortest time. The power of a single razor is already strong enough. Nearly 1,000 razors condense at the same time, turning into a huge thunder dragon in a blink of an eye. This thunder dragon exudes a mighty power. Chapter 40-41. Second more. Before it was the razor, now it is hundreds of times and thousands of times larger than before. This is not the same level of power. Even though it was Jian Wushuang, the eye pupil could not help shrinking at the moment when he saw this huge thunder dragon bombarded. The sword is unparalleled, and his strength is no longer reserved. One sword, Kaitian. Boom. Heaven and earth are completely split. This sword, as if from 9 days away, wants to cut the entire sky universe out of it. Kaitianyi is the strongest sword attack among the 3 sword formations created by Jian Wushuang. This astounding sword shadow was directly on the thunder dragon. Roar! The roar of that thunder dragon faintly rang between heaven and earth. This roar was actually thundering. The thunder dragon rolled and exploded with horror. Even if it was the sword opening style of the sword, it was impossible to completely chop the thunder dragon on, but still let thunder's power decrease sharply. After the thunder dragon was split by Jian Guang, the entire sound volume was a lot larger than before, but it was still madly striking towards the sword. Bang rong! Thunder dragon impacted on Jian Wushuang's deity. Jian Wushuang only felt that he was hit by a huge star on his body. At the same time, there was a large amount of thunder's power fused into his body, and he wanted to annihilate his deity. However, he became the third most immortal. The strength of the divine body is comparable to the strongest cosmic treasure. The impact of this thunder force will not affect him at all. Above the void, Jian Wu's double body was defeated by the thunder dragon for a distance. Then he stood up again, and immediately he raised his head with a smile on his face. Lei Xingxing, your moves are fancy enough, but this power is a little bit worse. Your thunder dragon hits my body, just enough to tickle me. The master of Lei Stellar finally gloomed. Around the battlefield, the countless powerful men watching the battle were shocked at this moment. This man, did he receive the attack from the Lord? If the previous 2 attacks were all right, but in the last move, the Lord obviously had all the strength, and it did not hurt him? This man is obviously the master of the 2nd series, but his combat power has reached the 5th series? Where did the monster come from? These powerful men of Lord Lei Stellar were secretly amazed. Many of the poisonous monsters dare not speak at this moment. The sovereign had previously wanted Lei Hongxing to kill Jian Wushuang, but now he is scared to see Jian Wushuang's strength. Obviously, Jian Wushuang's combat power is definitely at the 5th level. He cannot afford to provoke such a strong person. Even his star master, he is not willing to provoke such powerful people in normal times, right? It's no wonder that it's so mad, but it's a bit capable. Lei Stellar snorted. His gaze was still frozen on Jian Wushuang. Looking at your strength is not weak. Take out 500 Universe Source Stone as a gift. This matter has been revealed. 500 Source Stones of the Universe? Jian Wushuang sneered. Lei Hongxing, you really are a lion. It is indeed a lion's big opening, because the price of an assault treasure is only about 200 Universe Source Stones. 500 Cosmic Source Stones, many of the net worth dominated by the 5th series, not so much. The Thunder Star Master should be able to see the extraordinariness of the Wu-crying Excalibur in his own hands. In addition, he can explode the 5th rank combat power only if he is the 2nd rank master. He must have obtained star. Opening. Don't pay? Then you have to die. Lei Hengxing's main eyes suddenly became cold, and there were a lot of cyan thunders on his body. At this moment, the power of these cyan thunders was surging wildly, following them around with the attention of countless powerful men. This rich cyan thunder began to undergo qualitative changes. It was originally the power of the cyan thunder, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a lilac thunder. This Thunder Star Master has also been transformed into a purple thunder of war. Purple thunder? Jian Wushuang looked. He carefully felt the power of these purple thunders. There is no doubt that after the power of these thunders changed from cyan to purple, their power was obviously improved by a grade than before. This kid's strength is really not weak. If I had taken him before, there was really nothing I could do. But now that I've been made into a purple thunder roll, my strength has increased so much that I can shoot him. Lei Hengxing's main subject flashed a shot. Meaning, originally, he didn't want to kill Jian Wushuang, but just wanted to send Jian Wushuang to Thunder Prison to suppress it as punishment. But after fighting, he found that Jian Wushuang's strength was so arrogant, he changed his mind. It's normal. A 2nd-level master dominates, but his combat power is so good. It must have been a great opportunity. He may have a treasure. Because of this, Lord Lei Stellar wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. Wow! The endless purple thunder shone wildly, followed by the sky from above, and there were also purple thunder pillars coming at the same time. Blood Thunder Sea, destroy! Lei Hengxing screamed loudly, and the buckets of purple thunder pillars gathered together instantly, urging them to come directly to the sword without twining. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, his shape quickly moved, leaving a trail of ghosts in the void. But the purple thunder pillars strangled, seemed to have locked him already. Where would his deity go? Those purple thunder pillars which strangled towards. He was unavoidable in the end, and could only choose to greet him. The earth guards the sword formation. Jian Wushuang finally used the sword array, and saw the rise of the earth sword fields. With the power of the formation method, in the blink of an eye formed a huge guardian sword array. This guardian sword formation completely covered the entire body of sword warriors. I saw the vast purple thunder column strangling frantically, constantly impacting on the guardian sword formation, but it just annihilated the guardian sword formation. Part of it, but could not completely destroy the entire sword formation. Huh. The sword has no shape, and the cold voice suddenly sounds, Lei Hengxing. What are you doing today? Don't you plan to be good? Good? Joke. Lei Hengxing chuckled chillily, but the purple thunder around him was even more intense. Very good. Since that's the case, let's see who killed who. Jian Wu's eyes also sent out an amazing killing intention. He didn't want to be more entangled with the Lord Lei Stellar. After all, the two sides had no interests. However, who had thought that the other party was not over, and that one hand was obviously holding the idea of killing him. This Lei Hengxing master really take his temper. Chapter 40-42. I will change it today. OM. The hazy mist swept away, and Jian Wushuang finally cast a kill. What is this? Is the sword array? Lei Hengxing frowned and looked at the mist in front of him. He could feel the power of the magic array entrained in the mist, but then he snorted. Surrounded by Lei Stella's main perimeter, the power of purple thunder, already so incomparable, has skyrocketed again. The mighty purple ocean of thunder swept away toward the mist, hoping to blow the mist directly. However, the mist swept by the hazy sword array is not a physical entity at all. The power of these purple thunders came, but these mists did not have much influence in the early morning. These hazy mists still filled the entire battlefield, and Jian Wushuang's figure had disappeared in front of Lei Hengxing. Lei Hengxing's main eyes looked coldly, trying to find out the shape of Jian Wushuang. However, under the obstacles of the heavy gray mist, he could not see the location of Jian Wushuang. He could only rely on his soul perception ability. barely sensed the approximate position of Jian Wushuang. Wow! Without any warning, an icy Jingguang chopped from the side of the void. It's fast, and it's so sudden. Lei Hongxing was also shocked, but didn't panic. When he saw the power of a large number of purple thunder exploding, he instantly gathered on his body to form a complete purple thunder armor. This thunder armor covered the entire body of the Lord of Thunder Stellar. The sword was cut and split on this purple thunder armor, but it only broke up a portion of the purple thunder. The purple thunder armor returned to normal the next moment. This is the armor of the thunder formed after I made purple thunder rolls. This armor not only allows me to increase my attack power, but also protects my abilities to the extreme. With both offense and defense, my overall strength enough to double. Lei Stella's main mouth sneered. The secret technique he practiced was extremely powerful, and the first volume of Qinglei volume had already improved his strength a lot. And not long ago he had become a purple thunder volume, and his overall strength surged again. Especially this purple Thor's armor is extremely powerful, which is also his self-confident capital. Jian Wushuang relied on the sword skills of the hazy sword array to split on this purple thunder armor, which did not cause much damage to this purple thunder armor. But Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry, and in the hazy mist, sword lights lit up again. For these sword lights, Lord Lei Stellar has already prepared. He shot easily, and saw all the purple thunder pillars coming out of the air. Most of these sword lights were directly scattered by the thunder pillars. His purple Thor's armor cannot do any damage to him. Haha, boy, this is your whole card, but it just tickles me. Lei Hongxing laughed. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's cold voice suddenly sounded behind Lei Hongxing. What? Lei Hongxing stunned. His soul's strength has been sensing the approximate position of Jian Wushuang, but he did not feel when Jian Wushuang appeared behind him. And Jian Wushuang has stabbed the Wu-crying sword in his hand. The sword was incredible, and Lei Hongxing had no time to resist. Even if you let it stab you, your level of attack can't break my Thor's armor at all. Lei Hongxing's heart snorted, and he had absolute confidence in this layer of purple thunder armor on his body. Confidence. In fact, unless the sword Wushuang used the mystery of dragon extermination to increase his strength in a short period of time, otherwise, he would not be able to break the Thunderlord's armor with normal sword attack. However, what this Lord of Thunder Star did not know was that the moment Sword Wushuang stabbed the sword, he had directly evoked the drop of scarlet venom hidden in the Wu Cry Excalibur. This drop of venom was made by a master poison master at the ultimate level. In just one drop, the value is comparable to 1,000 universe source stones. Laugh! The icy sword light stabbed on top of the purple thunder armor of Lei Stella's main body, and a sound of divine power suddenly sounded. The smile on Lei Hongxing's master's face was frozen in vain, completely transformed into horror. I saw that where the sword light was, the purple thunder that made up the purple thunder armor suddenly began to melt away quickly. It's like in the winter, a bowl of hot water is sprinkled in the snow. The purple thunder is melting too fast. There is no other way. When the drop of venom contained in Wu Weapon's Excalibur erupts, the terrible erosion power may not even be able to resist the body dominated by the ultimate level, and this purple thunder is nothing but the Lord of Thunder's own power. How to resist the erosion of this venom? Suddenly, the center of the purple thunder armor was melted and a bowl-sized hole appeared, while the Wu Weeping Sword continued to extend and continued to stab on the Lord God's body. Lei Stella's main table also has a body armor. Although this body armor is not a rule of treasure, it is also the best and most powerful treasure. It is reasonable enough to resist all attacks. Although Wu's Sword of the Sword is the best, the rule is precious, but because Jian Wushuang can't exert its true power at all now, naturally it can't completely pierce this armor. However, the sword Wushuang does not need to be pierced at all, just need to let the point of the sword touch the strongest armor of the treasure. At the moment when the point of the sword touches the treasure of the treasure, the drop of venom in the Wu Weeping Sword, so he rushed towards the treasure armor. The most powerful arcane warframe at the highest level is directly corroded and collapsed at this moment, and the venom continues to corrode, and the next moment is finally entered into the body of the Lord of Thunder Star. Lei Hongxing's main eyes stared round. Do not! A hysterical roar, Lei Hongxing had no time to struggle. The body collapsed directly, and all his divine power was eroded and cleaned up. The sound was completely cut off. The purple thunder dissipated all over the sky. Lei Stellar died. Call. The swordless figure appeared in the void where the Lord Lei Hongxing died, overlooking the treasure left by the Lord Lei Hongxing in front of him, and his heart was also shocked. It's terrible. Although I had previously guessed that the venom was terrifying, I didn't expect it to be horrible. This Lei Stellar Master is also a 5th level master, and he is very powerful, but it is just one. Suddenly, the Thunder Star could not die anymore, and the treasure armor of the conjoined surface was eroded and collapsed. Jian Wushuang sighed. Even he is so, and those strong players who watch the battle around the martial arts field are even more horrified than words. Chapter 40-43. The first is more. Master, are you dead? How is it possible that Lord Master is the 5th level master? How could he die in the hands of a 2nd level master? Impossible. This is impossible. These powerful men of Lord Lei Stellar feel that they are going crazy. For a long time, Lei Stellar has always been invincible in Lei Stellar. Even though it is in the entire purple field, it is also the strongest standing at the top of the pyramid. These strong are already invincible in a medium-sized star field. Even the Lord Lei Stellar himself once said that in the Weiwei star domain, he was fearless, which shows his strength. And this is indeed the case. For these long years, Lei Hongxing has always felt invincible. Whether in Lei Hongxing or fighting with other astral powerhouses, Lei Hongxing has always been extremely powerful. Because of this, in the minds of the Thunder Star powerhouses, there is already a nearly blind worship of the Thunder Star Master. But today, they never expected that the Thunder Star Master died. Dominated by a 2nd level player, the face of all of them was killed directly. Shocked, frightened, incredible. Emotions came to the hearts of everyone present. The sword Wushuang has already waved the treasure left by the Lord Lei Hongxing into the ring, but then his gaze is toward the Lord of the 10,000 poisonous monster. Not good. At this moment, the sovereign of the poisonous devil is like a bird that is shocking a bough. When he notices the sword's eyes, he immediately retreats without hesitation, madly trying to distance himself from the sword. He was very clear that it was exactly he who asked Lei Stellar to take action against Jian Wushuang. He wanted to use the hand of Lei Stellar to kill Jian Wushuang. Even if he could not kill him, he must be punished. But whoever thought that Lei Stellar not only failed to kill Jian Wushuang, but was killed by the other party? Now, can this sword matchless spare him? Shuanger, let's go. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang did not take any action against the Lord of the 10,000 poisonous demon lords, but instead greeted his wife and demon flame directly and left towards the 10,000 poisonous demon lords. For Jian Wushuang, a lord of 10,000 poisonous monsters is not in his eyes. It doesn't matter if he kills or not. But because the cold and frost had already been said before, the grievances with cold as snow have ended. In the future, it is not intended to have any intersection with Lung Rushue, and Lung Rushue is in the poisonous demon sect. So Jian Wushuang only spared the 10,000 poison sovereign's life. Under the gaze of countless powerful men, the 3 swordsmen left Wandu Dizong and soon disappeared into the sky. On the performance martial arts field, it was already boiling. In the camp of the poisonous monsters, many powerful men of the poisonous monsters are trembling at the moment, and the coldness in the crowd is the direction in which the 3 swordsmen Jian Shuangsu left their teeth. Jian Wushuang, I didn't expect that after so many years, your strength was so strong that even the Lord Master was killed directly by you. Also the low-minded man, who has been asleep for so many years, but even stronger than me. Cold as Zuyu's hand just held, his eyes were cold. Wait, you are better than me now. It won't be long before I will surpass you. I will. Lung Rushue has already regarded Frost as Frost and Jian Wushuang as targets to be surpassed. However, what is not as cold as snow is that whether it is Jian Wushuang or as cold as Frost, in terms of innate advantages, it is larger than him and much larger. Needless to say, Jian Wushuang is not only the perfect level of life, but also has lost one side of the astral world with unlimited potential. And the cold as frost is also a fusion of the heart of the astral world. The innate advantage is absolutely greater than her venomous body. For now, the coldness is not as good as the two of them. As for the future, the gap will only get wider. And I am afraid they will not have the opportunity to meet again in the future. After Wandu Demon Sect left, Jin Wushuang's affairs in this purple star field had already ended, naturally did not continue to stay, and soon left Lei Hongxing. In the cosmic void of Lagerstreamia Indica, the ancient cosmic boat slowly moved forward. In the spacecraft, Jin Wushuang was searching for the treasure and Qian Kuan ring left after the death of the Thunder Star Lord. It is indeed the master of the secondary astral field of a medium-sized star field. This net is more than the magic cloud star. Even if it is compared with the ascetic Jusu we met in Ziwei Xinghe, if it is not because of the venom, because of this, Joseph's net worth is far from being comparable to this Thunder Master. Jin Wushuang laughed. Jioshu is a pincer, and has traveled to many territories and beheaded and killed many powerful ones, including the 5th-ranked Dominator. Therefore, he is extraordinary, and of course the most precious thing is the venom he got. And aside from those venoms, all of Jusu adds up, and it is estimated that there are less than 4,000 universe primitives. However, the Lord Lei Hongxing has only about 4,000 source stones in his Qinkuan ring. Coupled with all kinds of treasure resources and the science spear used by Lei Hongxing himself, the science spear should be a middle-class rule treasure, and its value is also very high. Adding all of these together, the entire net worth of Lei Stella's master should have close to 8,000 cosmic source rocks. This net worth is close to catching up with an ultimate master. General 5th Order masters, it's great that all of them have 1 or 2,000, but this Thunder Star Master is after all a master of the 2nd Order astral world, and stays in this purple micro-star domain for a long time. Always at the top, it is naturally easy to search for treasure resources. It is normal to have such a net worth. Imo Yin sighed softly. Jin Wushuang also nodded slightly, a 5th Order Master, and a medium-level star domain 2nd-level astral master. If he is good at accumulating wealth, he can indeed accumulate a lot of cosmic source stones. And if it were to be dominated by another 5th-level player, there would be no such net worth. Of course, no matter how good you are at accumulating wealth, it is still incomparable with the ultimate level of domination. Jin Wushuang heard the magic flame. The ultimate level dominates, even the poorer ones. The net worth estimates that there are tens of thousands of cosmic source stones, and the more powerful, there are tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of cosmic sources stone. As for the ultimate level dominator standing at the top, the source stone of the universe easily broke millions. Compared to those ultimate masters, Jin Wushuang's current source of this point is just 9 cattle and 1 hare. Before beheading Jusu, I got a lot of source stones. Now I killed this Thunder Star Master and got more source stones. I see A&T use these source stones for the time being, but I can give you the Frost You first, by a proper rule of war armor. Jin Wushuang smiled. Chapter 4044. Second more. Law of the Treasure Warframe? Lung Rushuang was startled, but he shook his head. Fu Jun, you have no rule of the treasure warrior. It's not as cold as frost. I'm different from you. Jin Wushuang already interrupted. I am a perfect life-level cultivator, with immense divine power, and once practiced the supreme immortal mystery, although it is only the 3rd, but the body is still comparable the strongest treasure warframe, and once I reach the 4th level in the future, that body is enough to be comparable to the general low-quality treasure warframe. So for me, the general law treasure warframe is useless at all. But you are different. Although your current combat strength is good, your life-saving ability is not very strong. The universe is too dangerous. Although I will always be by your side, if there is a sudden danger, I may not be able to. It's too late to protect you, so your life-saving ability must be improved. The solemnity of Jin Wushuang. This is indeed the case. He and his wife are in the universe together. If he encounters danger, he is not worried, but he is only worried about his wife. After all, his cold life-saving ability is not as bad as his. I see. Lung Rushuang nodded. and no longer insisted. In fact, the master taught me a life-saving mystery, but the practice of that mystery was quite difficult, and I have only barely gotten started now. No. As for the ability to protect my body, I am indeed a little worse. Then, I'll go to Judy Pavilion again, and choose a suitable rule for you. Jian Wushuang smiled. Immediately, the three went to Judy Pavilion again, and the same person who received them was still the director of Barmer. Supervisor Barmer, I need an inferior-level rule arcane warframe. Sword Wushuangdo. No problem. This is the rule that I can take out immediately from the 9 Emperor Pavilion. The armor is all inferior. You can look at it. Barmer immediately took out a list. Although it is a list, in fact there are only 4 rules of the arcane warframe. This is also normal. The Z-Way star field is just a medium-sized star field. The strongest person is only the 5th series dominator, and the general 5th series dominates, but it is difficult to afford the rule of treasure. The price is really expensive. Jian Wushuang looked at the price of the 4 rules on the list. These 4 rules are precious treasures. Even the cheapest one is worth more than 1,200 cosmic source stones, and the most expensive sword is 1,800 source stones. You know, Jian Wushuang had killed Jussu at the beginning, and the soul defense type rule obtained was extremely precious. The estimated value of Jian Wushuang will not exceed 2,000 source stones. The arcane warframe of this rule is slightly worse than the arcane soul defense. The price of the Arcana warframe is much more expensive than that of attacking the Arcana. Generally, it is calculated 10 times. Some of the lower quality rules are more effective. The value of the Arcana warframe is not even weaker than the average medium. The law of product attack is precious. Barmer said, if you want to buy it, buy the best one. This Heart Jade Emperor Blood Armor, I want it. Jian Wushuang said directly. Fu Jun, Long Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang. Heart Jade Emperor's Blood Armor is the most expensive one on the list of the Arcane Warframe, worth 1,800 Source Stones. This is the Source Stone. Jian Wushuang took out a Qingkuan ring directly, and there were exactly 1,800 Source Stones in it. After Bammer took it, his consciousness was simply swept away, and he nodded and said, wait a minute, they'll have someone send this armor immediately. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry, just waiting here, and halfway through, Jian Wushuang suddenly asked, Director Barmer, I just want to ask you something. Bloodsword little friend, please say. Barmer was still so enthusiastic. I know that the power of your 9 Emperor Pavilion is everywhere in the universe. The universe passageway in the 9 Emperor Pavilion should be very comprehensive, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Cosmic passage? Barrow raised his eyebrows, followed by a smile. It is very comprehensive. If my Judy Pavilion is willing, I can easily reach the core territory of the universe from the edge of the universe, but it's just such a long-distance transmission. The cost is not small. For the General Master, it is definitely an astronomical figure. I don't want to reach the core territory of the universe directly from here. I just want to go to the Jiryao starfield. I wonder if there is a direct access to the universe in the Judian Pavilion? Jian Wushuang asked. Jiryao Great Starfield? Barmer's mind immediately had a starfield map of Jiryao Large Starfield, but followed by Bama. He smiled. Jiryao Large Starfield, it is really not the core territory of the universe. The purple star field that we are now in is not too far away. Naturally, there is a cosmic passage in my 9 Emperors Pavilion that leads directly to the large star field of Jiryao, but you may not be able to use this blood channel, little friend. Why? Jian Wushuang frowned. Bloodsword boy, you may not know one thing. Although the cosmic channels of my 9 Emperors Pavilions are spread all over the corner of the universe, these channels for long-distance universe transmission are not open to the public. Barmer Road, not to the outside world? Jian Wushuang stunned. Yeah, don't talk about your friends, even if I belong to His Majesty's Pavilion, or a director of this Z-Way star domain, I have some permissions, but let's not even say that, in Judy Pavilion. I have permissions. The adults who are 1 or 2 levels higher than me are not qualified to use the long-distance cosmic passages of my 9 Emperors Pavilion. Only those core strong men in my 9 Emperors Pavilion are really eligible to use these cosmic passages. Almost the core powers are supreme, Barmer said. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang understood immediately. Even Barmer, and even the strongest emperor of the Nine Emperor Pavilion, whose authority is 1 or 2 levels higher than that of Barmer, are not qualified to use those long-distance cosmic channels. What permissions do they have? Bloodsword friend, after all, you are a genius. Strong in the list of 9 emperors is my friend of Judy Pavilion. If you really need it, you can use those cosmic channels, but you only need the price paid is very high, Barmer said again. How much will it cost me to go directly from the Ziwei starfield to the Juriao starfield? Jian Wushuang asked immediately. I don't know the specific amount, but conservative estimates are that there are at least millions of cosmic source rocks, Barmer said. Hearing this number, Jian Wushuang doubled his eyes, but there was no longer the thought of using such cosmic channels. Millions of cosmic source stones? What a joke. Now that all his net worth is added, he can only break through the source rocks of the universe, only a few percent. It seems that it is impossible to directly lead to the Jiao starfield, and we can only ride the spacecraft slowly. Jian Wushuang's heart was full of helplessness. Chapter 40-45. 3 more arrived today. After a while, someone inside the Judy Pavilion took the heart jade blood armor over. The whole Bodis crystal armor looks like a layer of glass. Shuanger, look at the refinement, Jian Wushuang said. Lung Rushuang nodded, and immediately began to refine the heart of the Jade Emperor blood armor. The rules of the lower grades are precious, and the conditions for refining are also quite harsh. The coldness is not weak now. Although it took some time, it also successfully refined the armor. After refining, the heart of the Jade Emperor's blood armor turned into a layer of blood-colored blue shirt and draped over the cold, frosty body, making the already extremely cold and frosty, and a whole gorgeous temperament. How do you feel? Jian Wushuang asked. Very good. The armor of this warframe is very good, much stronger than the strongest general treasure, but the most powerful thing is the quadruple power that comes with this armor. Only the first power is enough to greatly increase my strength, and with my current strength, I can just urge this first power. Cold as frost. Oh! Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Generally, the arcane warframe does have its own power, but it is not easy to urge it. And the power of the rule of Arcana warframe, from the perspective of Jian Wushuang, should also be able to comprehend a trace of the law of the universe, but now it seems that this is not the case. The quadruple power in this warframe, the latter 3 all need to have a very high understanding of the laws of the universe, but the first one, but only need to have some contact with the laws of the universe, can be relatively simple to use the power of the laws contained in it that es it. Although I didn't understand the laws of the universe, I have always been with your husband. I often see that you understand the laws of the universe and naturally have contact. So I just reached the threshold of triggering this first power. Frosty laughed. That's good. Jian Wushuang also smiled on his face. Soon, the 3 swordsmen continued to leave. Ride the cosmic boat, leave the purple star field, and immediately enter the long and vast universe of void. Time is running, and in the blink of an eye, it is 18,000 years past. In this 18,000 years, Jian Wushuang spent most of the time in the long universe, and occasionally when passing by some star fields, he would stay in those star fields for a while and taste the star fields. Food and specialties. It has to be said that Jian Wushuang's insights have improved a lot when these star fields have come down. In the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang and Frost were sitting there casually, and some brightly colored fruits were placed on the table. These fruits are obtained from the small star field just passing by. Fujun, the people in the Thunder Dragon realm we just passed by are really enthusiastic. When we left, they also gave us so many fruits. These fruits are enough for us to eat for thousands of years. Lung Rushuang smiled. Passion? Jian Wushuang touched his nose. He knew that apart from the enthusiasm of the other party, the main reason was that they showed too much strength and made the other party in awe, so they tried everything to please them. After all, for a small star field, the strongest is not the 4th-ranking master, but when Jian Wushuang arrived in that area, he had a dispute with a 4th-ranking master, and he directly controlled the 4th-ranking master with one move. Defeated, and then the 4th-rank dominator was in awe of them. These fruits and everything were ordered by the fourth-ranking master to prepare. Although the universe is vast and magnificent, no matter where it is, strength is always paramount. As long as it is strong enough, it can easily suppress a piece of star field. Those practitioners in the star field are naturally scared and can only come to Nod. Smiled. Although his current strength is still nothing in the vast universe, in the small or medium-sized star field, it is definitely the top powerhouse, and it is absolutely awesome. Unfortunately, I have made a lot of progress in the laws of the universe and in Kendo in the 18,000 years, but in the rules of heaven and earth, the sixth rule has not yet merged. Jian Wushuang sighed, and his heart was full helpless. Back in the early days of the divine realm, the dark rule of the sixth rule he had comprehended had already been merged with the other 5 rules in just one step. But these years have been until now, and for so long, there is no sign of complete integration. He hasn't abandoned training in these years, and because he has mastered the relationship between the heaven and the will of God in the early days, he is very quick in both the rules of enlightenment and the rules of fusion. Like this 18,000 time period, the 7th rule he has learned has been fully understood, but the 6th rule has not been fully integrated. No way, the rules of the universe are easy to understand, but they can be merged, and the more difficult it is, the more I will master the heavenly will of the world in the beginning. The speed of the rules of enlightenment will be so fast. It takes a lot of time. Jian Wushuang secretly said. Like the original Lord of the Clouds, the power surged after he lost the pre-God world, but his pace of progress stopped for a long time after reaching the 3rd level, and he finally managed to break through to reach the 1st place. The 4th series dominates. On talent understanding, Jian Wushuang is definitely better than Demon Star, but he still has a short training time. Fu Jun, you don't need to worry. Although your realm hasn't improved, your strength has been improving. Now, if you burst out with all your strength, you are already close to the peak of the 5th level master, right? Lung Rushuang looked over. Seeing cold as frost, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. In this 18,000 years, he failed to integrate the 6th rule, but it was colder than he was one step ahead. Now he has merged the 6 rules and become the 3rd level master. In the realm, he has completely taken the lead. He's gone. The fusion of rules, especially at the level where I am now, can only wait slowly and rely on chance. Jian Wushuang smiled, but you are right, although I failed to integrate the rules, but the strength, it is true that it has been progressing, especially in the laws of the universe. I have been improving in recent years. Now I do indeed know what level of understanding of the laws of the universe has reached. Magic Flame, can you tell me if there is any way to let me know the specific level of my understanding of the laws of the universe? At least there must be something to refer to. Jian Wushuangdo. He really does not know how far he has reached the laws of the universe, but only knows that he is stronger than before. Chapter 40-46. The first is more. After 18,000 years, the magic flame has already refined and absorbed all the special crystals previously obtained, and its body has also recovered to about 40%. About 40% of the body, so that the realm of the magic flame has been restored to the extreme of the 4th rank, infinitely close to the 5th rank, and his combat power is undoubtedly the 5th rank. Even in the 5th rank among them are the very strong ones. Hearing Jian Wushuang's inquiries, the magic flame continued, Master, in the vast universe, there are many ways to judge the degree of understanding of the laws of the universe, but the most convincing is the Sea of Laws. Sea of Laws? What is that? Is the law of the universe ocean? Jian Wushuang wondered. No. The magic flame shook his head. The Sea of Laws is actually a test of the perception of the laws of the universe. There are 33 layers of the Sea of Laws, corresponding to 33 different levels of the perception of the laws of the universe. This Sea of Laws was created by a hegemonic force at the core of the universe, and it was later widely used in the universe. Most of the top powerful people in the universe, like those supremes, their degree of understanding of the laws of the universe is based on this law. The sea is judged by the standard. Among them, the first layer of the rule of the sea requires a trace of the universe to be able to break through. As for the highest 33rd layer, it is said that it is already the extreme limit of the universe, which means that the entire universe is fully mastered, but such a superexistence, the entire universe is number one. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang said nothing. The law of the universe is the supreme law of the vast universe. Even the supreme strong, most of them can only be used to get started, and represents the 33rd layer of the sea that completely masters the entire universe of laws. Naturally, ordinary people can't break through. I am afraid that even if it is a top-level supreme, even an invincible supreme like Master Ling Yun will not be able to break through. My current understanding of the laws of the universe is no longer just a trace of the original. If I go to the Sea of Laws, I should not only be able to penetrate the first layer, but how many layers can I go through? I have to try to flip it. Jian Wushuang secretly thought, but immediately raised his head. Magic flame. You just said that the sea has been widely used in the vast universe. Then there should be rules in many places where the sea can go? It doesn't exist in many places. The magic flame said positively, the law of the universe, after all, is too high-end. Generally, the most powerful are qualified to comprehend. Only a few of the more evil masters are qualified to comprehend that, however, because the level is too high. The general small star field and medium star field do not use the law C at all. So this law C is only available in large star fields. Large star field? Jian Wushuang stunned. Large star fields, but there are first-level astral world, and there must be the ultimate level to dominate the town, even some of the stronger large star fields, even the supreme. However, in the vast universe, there are many small and medium-sized star fields. As for the large star fields, they are more common only in the depths of the universe. As for the marginal regions of the universe, although they are rare. Like Jian Wushuang, they rushed all the way down. Although they passed many star fields, there were no large star fields. Fu Jun, if I remember correctly, we will continue to sweep forward, and after passing through two small star fields, we will reach a large star field, the bone pupil star field. Cold as frost. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and a huge star map immediately appeared in the void in front of him. On the star map, Jian Wushuang quickly saw where the bone pupil star field was. Yes, the bone pupil star field is our only way to go, and it is not far from where we are now. If we take the spacecraft without delay, we can reach there for hundreds of years. Jian Wushuang's face a smile appeared. The star map has an introduction to the star field of the bone pupil. This bone pupil star field is indeed a large star field, and there are not only a first-level astral field in the bone pupil astral field, but two more. As for the second-level and third-level astrals, there are even more. Bone pupil star field, there are even two first-level astral circles. There must be a sea of laws in it. We go to the bone pupil star field first. Jian Wushuang smiled. Immediately, the cosmic boats were traveling through the cosmic void at the fastest speed. Only 300 years later, they reached the bone pupil star field. In the core area of the bone pupil star field, an island is quietly suspended in the void, and the island is peaceful. It stands to reason that since this island is in the core area of the bone pupil star field, there should be a lot of strong people in the past. In fact, this island is almost unattended in the bone pupil star field. Many powerful men in the bone pupil star field, although knowing the existence of this island, hardly come here. Above the island, it's whirling. It is an endless ocean. On the edge of this ocean, a brown-haired old man with his eyes slightly closed sits there casually. The old brown-haired man has maintained the same posture on this island for more than hundreds of thousands of years. For hundreds of thousands of years, he has not moved the slightest. If he didn't know it, he would have thought he had died. Suddenly, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, exposing the slightly cloudy eyes. Someone coming? Sure enough, 3 people came galloping not far away, and soon came to the edge of the ocean. Come here, stop. The old man with the brown hair opened his mouth. Jian Wushuang's 3 figures stopped. Master, the Sea of Laws is in front of you. Although it looks the same as the ordinary ocean, in fact, you will find this Sea of Laws after you walk along this ocean. There is no cave. Moyan said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and his gaze was at the brown-haired old man sitting casually below. Call. Jian Wushuang's three figures fluttered down came to the old man with brown hair. Under the blood sword, my wife and one of my guards are by my side. We passed by here and heard that there is a sea of laws that can judge the degree of understanding of the laws of the universe. We have come to know one or two. Jian Wushuang smiled. The sea of laws is not something anyone can see casually, but a certain understanding of the laws of the universe. But the three of you, the strongest, dominate the fourth level. I wonder who among you a hint of the law of the universe. The old brown-haired man looked at him lightly. It's me, Jian Wushuang said. Oh? The old brown-haired man looked at Jian Wushuang, but his heart rose with a hint of wonder. At a glance, he saw that Jian Wushuang was only dominated by the second grade. A second-order master can understand a trace of the law of the universe, which is rare in the universe. Chapter 4047. Second more. Old Man Ghost Cloud is the caretaker of the Sea of Laws. The old man with brown hair said. The caretaker? Jian Wushuang wondered. Master, any law sea in the universe has a caretaker. As for the meaning of this caretaker, it is unknown, but it should be related to the top force behind the sea of creation law. Softly. The sword is unparalleled. The top force in the deep part of the universe creates the Sea of Laws and spreads the Sea of Laws throughout the universe's major territories. It is impossible for the geniuses of the universe to break through without any purpose. If you want to break into the Sea of Laws, you must first show whether you really understand a trace of the law of the universe. After all, seeing is believing. The guardian Guiyun said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and immediately waved his hand, and the power of a cosmic law in the palm of the hand condensed instantly. Ghost Cloud's eyes suddenly lighted up. It really is the law of the universe. A second-order master dominates, can understand a trace of the law of the universe. It is really amazing. Like this pupil, although it is a large star domain, dominates many, who can truly comprehend a trace of the law of the universe, but only one person, and that one still comprehends a trace of the law of the universe at the fourth level of domination. Jian Wushuang heard it. His expression was calm, but his heart was a little funny. He realized a trace of the law of the universe at the level of the master of the rule, not the current second-level level. Well, it proves that you have realized a trace of the law of the universe, that naturally you can go to the Sea of Laws. Ghost Cloud smiled slightly, but then beckoned toward the endless ocean ahead. Voila! The endless ocean frantically scrolls, and within the ocean, the power of the vast array of law rises. Go, Guiyun said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, no longer hesitated, and swept away directly toward the Sea of Laws. Upon entering the Sea of Laws, Jian Wushuang's body disappeared in front of a few people as cold as frost. Obviously, Jian Wushuang had begun the first test of the Sea of Laws. Magic Flame, you know a lot about the law of the seas. How many layers can you penetrate with your husband's understanding of the laws of the universe? Lung Rushuang asked. Ma'am, although I once dominated the ultimate level, I didn't understand a trace of the law of the universe. I haven't really broken through it, but I have heard of the 33 levels of the law before, and every 3 levels is one. On the steps, the Master's perception of the laws of the universe has improved greatly over the years. It should not be difficult to break through the first 3 layers. As for whether the 4th layer can break through, I do indeed know. Moyen said. It's not difficult to break through the first 3 floors? The ghost cloud nearby laughed at the words of the demon flame. You might as well look down on this Sea of Laws. Although the Sea of Laws has 33 layers, it is indeed a step every 3 layers, but between each layer the gap is still very large. Under normal circumstances, as long as you have a grasp of the rules of the universe, you can break through the first layer, but the second layer needs to have some understanding of the laws of the universe, and the third layer must at least truly enter the threshold of the laws of the universe. You are the master of the second-level talents in your family. I do indeed think it's long since I first came into contact with the laws of the universe. It's okay to pass through the first layer, but I'm afraid it will be difficult. That's it. That may not be so. Moyen glanced at the ghost cloud. The frost was just a smile. Guiyun didn't know about Jian Wushuang. And when Jian Wushuang showed the law of the universe just now, he did show only a trace of the law of the universe. This made Guiyun think that Jian Wushuang's perception of the law of the universe was not high, so he said so. Kalungrua and Demon Flame had some understanding of sword warriors. Knowing that sword warriors had grasped a trace of the universe law at the main level of the rule. In recent years, because of mastering the relationship between the heavenly will and the will of God in the early days, the universe law has improved it is fast. They all know that Jian Wushuang entered the threshold of the laws of the universe long ago. Huh. Guiyun looked. He has already broken through the first floor and moved to the second floor. Jian Wushuang broke through the first floor, and Guiyun was not surprised. But shortly after Jian Wushuang broke through the first layer, Guiyun once again felt that Jian Wushuang had crossed the second layer. Break through the second floor? Guiyun's eyes were surprised. My master is much more powerful than I thought. Mo Yin glanced at the ghost cloud and chuckled. Perhaps, but the third floor, he should not be able to break through. Guiyun still insisted on his judgment. Within the rule of law, the power of the law formation was exploding wildly. Unfortunately, they could not see the scene of Jian Wushuang breaking into the law sea. And after Jian Wushuang broke through the second floor, after a moment of effort, Guiyun knew that Jian Wushuang had crossed the third floor. Really broke through the third floor? Guiyun was really shocked. You must know that the third layer needs to be aware of the laws of the universe to truly cross the threshold of entry. To reach this step, it is extremely difficult. Many Supremes who have just broken through, from the beginning to grasp a trace of the law of the universe, to really step into the threshold of the law of the universe, it will take a long time. And a second-level master can break through the third layer of the sea of laws. That is, in the vast universe, it must be the top super genius. Well, this is really interesting. A super genius who can pass through the first 3 levels of the rule at the second level. Those 2 guys should also be very interested, right? Guiyun's face was strange. The smile followed, but came up with 2 orders, each passing 2 messages in the past. Bone Pupil Astral Field. The 2 first-level astral worlds are Jinyu Astral World and Qingyan Astral World. The 2 main astral world masters are the ultimate level masters, and they are extremely powerful. As the so-called one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers, there are 2 first-level astral circles in a star domain, and only the existence of these 2 ultimate dominators. Naturally, the 2 astral circles are very fierce on weekdays. As of today, both Lord Jin Yu and Lord Qing Yin have received a message from Ghost Cloud, the caretaker of the Lost Sea. There is a second-level player who dominates the Sea of Rules and has crossed the first 3 floors. Upon receiving the news, the 2 Star Masters were immediately alarmed. The third layer of the Sea of Laws? That needs to enter the threshold of the laws of the universe. Many Supremes who have just broken through have not yet long. The perception of the laws of the universe is only at this level. If such a super genius can belong to my Jinyu Star Realm door, then do I have to avoid the disciple of Qing Yin again? Jin Yuxing's main subject is shining with unprecedented brilliance, and the next moment, he will directly ride the cosmic passage in the world of Jin Yuxing and rush towards the island where the Sea of Law is located at the fastest speed. Chapter 4048. The first is more. Qingyan Astral Realm. Under the blue sky, it was a purgatory. The entire endless earth is burning wildly by a fiery fire, which shows a strange purple-black color. It has been burning in this land for many years, but it has never been extinguished. The practitioners of the Qingyan astral world don't talk about the rulers. Even some powerful masters easily dare not set foot on this land. After all, it is better to dominate the land for a longer time. It is possible to burn the fire of this land into ashes. However, in these illusory illusions, a young man in purple clothing is located at the center of the fire in this land. The endless purple and black flames are burning wildly. For this young woman in purple clothing, it seems to nourish him nourishment in general. He cultivated on this land, as if the fish were in the water, and he felt extremely comfortable. At this time, a figure suddenly dropped. Tour. Qingyan's star appeared in front of the young man in purple clothing. Master, why are you here? The evil young man in purple clothing looked up in surprise. Something happened, sir. Just follow me. Qing Yinqing said. Oh. The evil young man in purple clothing couldn't help getting up and asked, What's wrong? The ghost cloud guarding the Law Sea just sent me a message saying that a second-level master is now breaking through the Law Sea and has already crossed the first 3 floors. Qing Yin Star said. What? The evil young man in purple clothing was startled, but his expression followed him became extremely dignified. He knew why his master Qing Yin Star came to him. Because of the entire big star field. So far only he is the only one who understands the laws of the universe. He is also known as the first day recognized by this big star field. But he also realized it at the 4th level. A trace of the cosmic law is still only the 4th level to dominate the level, but the cosmic law has been able to cross the 2nd level of the Law Sea not long ago. However, the gap between the 2nd layer and the 3rd layer of the rule of the sea is already extremely large, not to mention that the other party is only dominated by a 2nd level. Let's go to the Law Sea. Qing Yinqing waved his hand, and even if he was carrying his disciple, that is, the young man in purple clothing, went directly to the Sea of Rules. On the edge of the Sea of Law, the shock on the caretaker's ghost cloud's face has disappeared, replaced by a faint smile. His heart was also quite happy. You know, the reason why he is a caretaker is to dig out some super geniuses hidden in the universe. Those like Jin Wushuang who can dominate the 3rd level of the Sea of Law at the level of the 2nd level, must be one of the top geniuses. A 2nd level master can break through the 3rd layer of the Law Sea and is qualified to let me report. Well, don't worry. Wait until he finishes. Guiyun chuckled. Suddenly, Guiyun stared fiercely. 1st, 4th floor? He was completely stunned. A 2nd-level master is able to break through the 3rd layer of the Sea of Laws, but he just learned that Jin Wushuang has crossed the 4th layer of the Sea of Laws. You know, the Sea of Rules has 3 steps, from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. The span in the middle is very large, but Jin Wushuang also broke through? He's already on the 5th floor. Is it possible that he can break through the 5th floor? Guiyun stirred his throat. His eyes flashed with a thick light, and in the bottom of his heart he began to look forward. Law of the Sea, the 5th floor. Still on that vast ocean, Jin Wushuang stood there, and in front of him was an old man in Tsing-yi. To this old man in Tsing-yi, Jin Wushuang is no stranger, because in the previous 4 levels, he also encountered this old man in Tsing-yi. But at different levels, the strength of this old man in Tsing-yi is also different. A 2nd-level master, who can come here, you have a bright future. The old man in Tsing-yi looked at Jin Wushuang, with a touch of appreciation in his eyes. Please also give pointers to seniors. Jin Wushuang, but quite humble. Like the first 4 layers, defeat me, and you will be able to enter the 6th layer. The old man in Tsing-yi smiled slightly and followed suit. Boom! The ocean below burst into a sudden burst. The old man in Tsing-yi was holding a black stick in his hand. It was like a wave in the sea. The sword was crushed by the mighty sword. There is not much power, and the underlying universe of the stick club is not strong. But there is an extremely strong force of cosmic law in this stick. Jin Wushuang also moved immediately. He held the Wu Cry Excalibur with one hand, and the force of the universe law swept up and greeted him directly. Clang, 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 clang. The two collided madly on the sea, constantly competing for speed and power, and had already faced each other hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. But suddenly, the old man in Tsing-yi twisted his wrists randomly, but the black stick that came from the bomb was suddenly split into 2 in the void. The 2 black sticks smashed at almost the same time towards the sword. What? Jin Wushuang was startled. Identical attacks. I can't tell which one is real and which one is fake. What's wrong? Jin Wushuang's head was a little bun. This old man in Tsing-yi is not a special body or mystical skill, but he really relies on the power of the law to make his attack change from 1 to 2, and they are exactly the same. Can't see any flaws at all. Boom! Jian Wushuang is fully motivated to comprehend the laws of the universe and try his best to block the two stick figures coming at the same time. But in the sea of laws, the same divine power, the same understanding of the Tao, even at the same speed, he could not resist two stick figures at the same time. I saw Jian Wushuang leaning as hard as he could to stop one of the stick figures, but that stick figure turned directly into a phantom, while the other stick figure was bombarded on the sword's body without any obstacle. The sword without twins burst out immediately, and then regained its standing on the sea in the middle of a while, and finally the sea, which was madly below, finally calmed down. Little guy, you lost. The old man and Tsing Yi calmly looked at Jian Wushuang. How can this be? Jian Wushuang frowned. He didn't expect that he was so defeated. The most important thing is that when he confronted the old man and Tsing Yi, he obviously felt that the old man and Tsing Yi had a worse understanding of the laws of the universe than himself. Yes, the old man and Tsing Yi has no idea how much he feels about the laws of the universe, but he doesn't know. But in the fifth layer of the sea of laws, he is not as good as himself about the laws of the universe. But the two played against each other, but they lost. Chapter 40-49. Second more. Little guy, don't you think it's incredible? The old man and Tsing Yi looked at it at the moment. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. I can feel that your perception of the laws of the universe is worse than mine, but you can easily beat me on the premise that everything else is the same. Haha. In fact, this is very easy to understand. The same power of the universe can be realized in the hands of different people, and there is not much strength. This is the mastery and use of the universe. Laughed. Mastery and application of the laws of the universe? Jian Wushuang stunned. Like the rules of heaven and earth, the law of the universe is an extremely transcendent and powerful force. Mastering this kind of power is naturally vital. It is like also a peerless sword in the hands of an ordinary person. The power of the peerless swordsman is completely different. The old man and Tsing Yi laughed. Your perception of the laws of the universe is already relatively high, at least higher than the perception of the laws of the universe that I can play on the fifth floor of this law, but unfortunately, your grasp and application of the laws of the universe are really it's too rough. You just know that the power of the rules is integrated into your sword skills and into your own attacks, and the power of the rules that can naturally be exerted is not strong. Although the power of the rules I have exerted is lower than you, but I have mastered and used them well, but the combat power is stronger than you. After that, the old man and Tsing Yi looked back at Jian Wushuang. Little guy, you are good at Kendo. If there is a division behind it, you can ask your division to find a way for you to use a cosmic law that is compatible with swordplay. Learn more about the basic application and mastery of the laws of the universe, which will greatly enhance your strength. I see. Thank you for your guidance. Jian Wushuang thanked him quickly. Okay, go. The old man and Tsing Yi waved his hand. Immediately, Jian Wushuang discovered that his body was uncontrollably swept backwards, and soon he swept out of the sea of rules and came to overseas of the rules. Cold as frost, magic flames greeted immediately. Fu Jun, how do you feel? Lung Rushuang asked. It's a good harvest. Jian Wushuang smiled. This time he broke through the sea of rules. He did gain a lot. First of all, I know how much I feel about the laws of the universe, which is the fourth level of the sea of laws, and there is still a certain distance from the fifth layer of the sea of laws. Of course, this matter is relatively minor for Jian Wushuang. The real big gain is in the fifth floor of the Lost Sea. The old man in Tsing, he gave him pointers to make him realize that he is now using and mastering the laws of the universe. It's too rough. As the old man in Tsing said, although he has a good understanding of the laws of the universe, he will simply apply the laws of the universe to his sword and attack power. But in fact, the magical effects of the laws of the universe go far beyond that. It has just been that no one has taught him, and there are no secret methods used by the rules for him to manipulate and practice, and he has not realized this. But now he is truly aware. Haha, blood swordsman, good skill. A hearty laugh sounded, and the caretaker ghost cloud flashed a strange light, looking at the sword Wushuang. At the same time, This ghost cloud finally revealed its own breath of magical power. It is a fifth-ranked master, and his breath is obviously more powerful than the thunder star that Jian Wushuang originally encountered in the purple star field. The fifth peak is the highest? Jian Wushuang secretly surprised. But for a caretaker of the Lost Sea, the strength is so strong. No wonder this ghost cloud will now call himself a friend. Xiaojin Xiaoyu, if I'm not wrong, you should not be a native practitioner of this big pupil? Guiyun asked. Yes, we are from other star domains, this time just passing through here. Knowing that there is a sea of laws, we just came to break through, and we will leave immediately. Jian Wushuang replied. No wonder, if you are a Bloodblade pupil, you are already a big star pupil practitioner, then you must have a great reputation in the Bone Pupil star field. Guiyun smiled. Blood Sword Kid friend you? Will leave soon? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, that's a pity. If I let the master of Jinyu know this, I'm afraid he'll be very disappointed. Guiyun sighed. Jin Yuxing master? Jian Wushuang looked, and he naturally knew that Jin Yuxing, the two first-level astral worlds of the Bingtong star domain, was also the ultimate master. Bloodsword friends, don't hide it. When you cross the third floor of the Rule of Sea, I have already sent a message to Master Jin Yu and Master Qing Yin respectively. These two should have done it without accident. I expect to be here soon. Guiyun wrote. Mr. Guiyun. Jian Wushuang frowned, and his heart rose with dissatisfaction. He came to this Rule of Sea. He just wanted to break through and know how much he felt about the laws of the universe. He didn't want to meet people in the big star field, let alone the two ultimate people in the big star field. Levels dominate. But when the ghost cloud turned the news, the two ultimate masters immediately noticed him. Haha, blood sword friends, although you can rest assured, the Lord Jin Yu and the Lord Qing Yin have indeed arrived, but they will not do any harm to you. After all, there is no holiday between you. Even they arrive come here, maybe there will be some benefits to you. Guiyun laughed. Oh. Jian Wushuang glanced at Guiyun. His brows also opened up. Indeed, when he first arrived in the big star field, he did not have any intersection with the two ultimate masters, and the other party could not come to him for any reason. As for the benefits, Jian Wushuang did not think about it. Oh, the Lord Jinyu has arrived, Guiyun suddenly said. Jian Wushuang also looked up to the direction outside the island. Sure enough, a figure bathed in golden light was coming out acutely, and soon appeared in front of several people of Jian Wushuang. Ghost Cloud Jin Yuxing speaks openly, and his voice is bright. He first said hello to Guiyun, but immediately looked at the three men with swords and swords. With his strength, he naturally saw the realm of the three men of Jian Wushuang, and then his eyes were immediately fixed on Jian Wushuang. After all, among the three players of Jian Wushuang, only Jian Wushuang is the master of the second grade. It is also him who naturally crossed the third layer of the Sea of Rules. This one should be the blood sword friend who crossed the third floor of the Rule of Law? Jin Yuxing came to the sword without a double face, with a smile on his face. Jin Yuxing, he is indeed a blood sword friend. This is true, but there is something wrong with you. He has not only crossed the third layer of the Lost Sea, but just now, he also crossed the fourth layer, said Guiyun with a smile. Chapter 40-50. The first is more. Fourth floor. Jin Yuxing stared. In his opinion, the blood sword could break through the third floor, which was already incredible, and the fourth floor was even more shocking. Such a super genius, if... The thought of Jin Yuxing shook hands fiercely, and his heart had a decision. The second level can pass through the fourth layer of the Sea of Loss. The blood sword boy is really amazing. Even me, I admire it. Jin Yuxing laughed, speaking obviously with a bit of praise. Meaning, this makes Jian Wushuang's heart slightly surprised. This Jin Yuxing lord has nothing to do with himself. Even if he shows great talent, he can admire at most a sentence or two, but he will tout him? This makes Jian Wushuang can't help wondering whether this Jinyu Star Lord has another purpose. Xiaojin Xiaoyu, if you don't mind, can you please go to my Jinyu astral world and have a cup of tea? Jinyu Star laughed. Drinking tea? The sword has no strange double-sided color, but still nodded and said, Jian Yuxing is invited. I dare not refuse. I will and tea let it go. After all, I'm in a hurry, just here. Okay. Jian Yuxing waved his hand, and a coffee table appeared in front of him. There was a pot of tea on the table and a few teacups. Both Jian Yuxing and Jian Wushuang sat down next to the coffee table. Jian Yuxing personally poured a cup of tea for Jian Wushuang, and also poured a cup of cold frost and ghost clouds beside him. As for the magic flame, he never sat down. Bloodsword friend, please. Jian Yuxing smiled. Jian Wushuang held up the tea cup in his hand and sniffed at the tip of his nose, and felt his whole soul feel relaxed for a moment. This tea is not ordinary. Jian Wushuang understood immediately. He did not hesitate to drink a cup with his wife at the same time. Drink a cup of tea, a cooling effect, and the effect of the tea immediately came into play. Jian Wushuang only felt that the power of his soul was wrapped in an incomparably warm force, and the entire soul received a great nourishment, as well as his body, which was also strengthened at this moment. Even his body and mind, it was a relaxed and relaxing time. Like the depression of millions of years, suddenly disappeared. Curious special effect. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Haha, this is iced tea, but a rare treasure of the cosmic boat, just like a pot. Its value is probably 50 source stone, and it is not even the source stone. You may not be able to buy it. I heard Jinyu in the beginning. The Star Master worked hard to get 3 pots of iced tea. Even if he was reluctant to drink it, the old man can still drink this cup with the light of the blood sword, little friend. Guiyun with a smile. When he heard the words of Guiyun, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Is such a pot of tea worth 50 yuanshi? And there is still no price? But following Jian Wushuang's heart, he was still vigilant. The Jian Yuxing Lord first touted himself, and then came out with such precious and rare tea. If the Jian Yuxing Lord had no other purpose, Jian Wushuang would definitely not believe it. It's just a pot of tea. It can be strong enough to be a super genius like Bloodsword Xiaoyu. Even if you take out all 3 pots of ice heart tea, what's the point? Jian Yuxing laughed. Jian Yuxing is really generous. Guiyun smiled, but didn't say more. Xiaojin Xiaoyu, you just said you were in a hurry? What's going on? Jian Yuxing asked. It's true, the 3 of us are not practitioners of the big star field, but from other star fields. This time, I just passed here and knew that there was a sea of laws, so I tried to make a break. Originally intended to break through the sea of rules, and left directly. Jian Wushuangdo. Xiaojin Xiaoyu is so anxious to leave? Jian Yuxing frowned. Why? Is there something wrong with Jian Yuxing who wants me to help? Jian Wushuang tried to ask. This? For a moment, Jian Yuxing didn't know what to say. At this moment, the ghost cloud smiled and said, Haha, let me be the middleman. Xiaojin Xiaoyu, you do and know. The situation in this big star field is very delicate. After all, this big star field is not much. There are exactly 2 first-level astral circles, and the so-called 1-star CANT tolerate 2 tigers, 2 first-level stars. In the same large star field, there will naturally be many battles. After a long period of time, these 2 first-level star circles have been fighting, and the 2 sides have already been in the same position. However, although both sides are first-class stars, although the overall strength is similar, in terms of the strongest, Jian Yuxing's combat power is slightly worse than Qinjian's. Oh? Jian Wushuang couldn't help looking at Jian Yuxing. Ashamed, although they are also the masters of the ultimate level, the strength of the Qingyan star is indeed much better than mine, but my life-saving ability is not weak. He is alone. Although I CANT beat him, he is also difficult. How could I have expected me? Jian Yuxing said. Since this is the case, you shouldn't have to be afraid of the Qingyan star? Jian Wushuangdo. He is not afraid. Guiyun laughed. For a long time, the Jinyu star realm and Qingyan star realm have been fighting, and they have not been in a disadvantage, but not long ago, something happened. He is the master of Qingyan star. He has received a disciple, and his disciple is extremely talented. He has been practicing for only 2 million years. He has not only reached the 4th level dominance level, but he has also learned a bit of the law of the universe. Not long ago, The disciple of Qingyan's star also came to break through the sea of rules and broke through the second floor in one breath. When Guiyun said this, www. Calm, he paused. As for the next thing, although he didn't say it, Jin Wushuang probably guessed it. Jin Yuxing's master had always been fighting with Qingyan's master, and neither side had an incomparable advantage, but now Qingyan's master has an extra disciple who understands a little bit of the law of the universe. This makes Jin Yu the Star Master felt a crisis. After all, the disciple of Qingyan's star has only practiced for less than 2 million years, and is able to comprehend a bit of the law of the universe at the level of the Dominator, which has already demonstrated his talent. It must be the first genius in the entire star field. Moreover, that disciple is already in the 4th level. As long as he is given enough time, he can definitely reach the 5th level in time, and even reach the ultimate dominating level. You know, Jin Yuxing's strength is not as good as Qingyan's star. 1-to-1 he can only protect himself against Qingyan's star, but if Qingyan's star is surrounded by another person who understands the rules of the universe, the ultimate dominator, it must not be the Jin Yuxing master who can compete anymore. Chapter 4051. Second more. The disciple of Qingyan's Star Lord made Jinyu's Star Lord feel a great crisis, so from hundreds of thousands of years ago, Jinyu's Star Lord also began to find ways to dig out the genius in Jinyu's star world, including the whole bone. The genius strong in the pupil big star domain. He is eager to cultivate a genius strong who can also understand a trace of the laws of the universe at the level of dominance, and he can contend with the disciple of Qingyan's Star Master in the future. Unfortunately, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, although the Starbucks star domain has also given birth to some geniuses, none of them can comprehend a rule of the universe at the dominating level, said Guiyun with a smile. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. He is very clear that it is extremely difficult for the dominating level to realize a trace of the law of the universe. Like the Lord Jinyu and the Lord Qingyan, they are the ultimate masters. They have not been able to comprehend the laws of the universe, let alone others. Under normal circumstances, even if it is a large star field, it is extremely difficult to give birth to a dominant level to comprehend a rule of the universe. Often it is dozens, even hundreds of chaotic periods. One disciple was born before, the disciple of Qingyan Star Master, and Jin Yuxing Master now wants to find the second one, which is naturally more difficult. Of course, this is only confined to the big pupil field, but the appearance of himself now clearly shows the hope of Jin Yuxing. Bloodsword friend, Guiyun said so, I don't hide you. I really want you to stay in the big pupil of the bone pupil and help me to fight against the green astral world together. Of course, I am willing to do so. Pay the price. 1 top quality rule top treasure battle armor, 1 top quality soul defense rule top treasure, plus 1 middle class rule top treasure warrior. In addition, in the future, if you need to practice in the Jinyu astral world, as long as there is a need, even if it is proposed, as long as I can get it, I will never quit. Jin Yuxing said solemnly. Jin Wushuang glanced at Jin Yuxing. I have to say that this Jin Yuxing Lord is really sincere. Let us not talk about the iced tea just now, just the price that the Jin Yuxing Lord is willing to pay now. One of the top quality rule is the treasure battle armor. One of the top quality soul defense rule is the top treasure, and one of the middle class rule is the top treasure soldier. This rule of treasure is worth more than 5,000 cosmic source rocks. You have to know that the most common ultimate level masters are all about 10,000 cosmic source stones. Although this gold feather star master is a first level astral master, his wealth is naturally more than the general ultimate master, but one-off the price of paying 5,000 cosmic source rocks is indeed a big deal. Jin Yuxing. Jin Wushuang looked at Jin Yuxing and said, sorry, I can't promise you. Bloodsword friend. The star of Jin Yu was obviously anxious. If you feel that I have paid less, and there are other requirements, you can agree to them, but I will agree to you. It's not a question of whether you pay enough or not. Jin Wushuang shook his head. You said just now, I'm not a practitioner of the big star field. I came here just because I just passed by. Concealed. The reason why I would leave my hometown and go to the universe is largely because I have to rush to the Juyao star field in a short time. I can't stay in a star field for too long, let alone stay in the big pupil field, and work with you to counter the Qingyan astral field. So, I can only be sorry. I heard that although Jian Yuxing's heart is still unwilling, he can only smile bitterly. I also guess that you are from other star domains, but you are only dominated by the genius passing by here. I want to keep you. Indeed unlikely. Master Jin Yu was already mentally prepared to learn that Jian Wushuang came from the Sea of Knowledge in other star domains. Normally, if Jian Wushuang is a native practitioner of the big star field, he is confident that Jian Wushuang will stay, but since he is from another star field, he is obviously a strong man who is roaming in the universe and wants to leave the other party. It is a bit unrealistic. Knowing that he didn't fight reality, the master of Jin Yu still tried it as much as possible, and the result was naturally rejected by Jian Wushuang. The Lord of the Golden Feathers, the little sword of the blood sword, dominated by the second level, and crossed the fourth floor of the Sea of Law. These geniuses, even in the entire vast universe, are bound to be top-notch, most heavenly the kind. You want to keep him in an ordinary big star domain. It is impossible at all. Guiyun also pouted and said, I know. Master Jin Yuxing's expression was more bitter, but after all, he was the ultimate master, and soon Jin Yuxing's face re-emerged with a smile. A genius like you doesn't make a bad trip. That's right. Guiyun nodded. Just then, there were two silhouettes coming out of the void outside the island. The Lord of Qingyin came with his disciple. Guiyun said, Oh. Jian Wushuang looked up. Huh. Jin Yuxing snorted softly. Haha, it's quite lively here. Indifferent laughter sounded, and the two figures came to the Sea of Rules, and then appeared in shape. And it was the Qingyin star who gave the indifferent laughter. As for his disciples, when the figure of the young man in purple clothing emerged, his sharp, blade-like eyes locked Jian Wushuang for the first time. It's him, who understands the laws of the universe, and he is obviously only a second-level master, and even broke through the fourth layer of the Sea of Laws. The eyes of the evil young man in purple clothing narrowed. On the way, Guiyun again sent a message to Qingyan Xingzhu, telling him that Jian Wushuang broke through the fourth floor, and Qingyan Xingzhu also told him, Qingyan Xingzhu, you are much later than Jin Yu Xingzhu. Guiyun smiled. Jin Yu is alone. I got here immediately when I heard from you, but I have to bring my disciple. Of course, it will be slower, but fortunately, I caught up. Qing Yin the Star Master smiled, but his eyes swept across Jin Yu's Star Master, and he also saw the pot of tea on the coffee table. Oh, even Bingling tea has been taken out. It seems that Jin Yu has already lost the blood, but if I'm not mistaken, this little friend of the blood sword is afraid he didn't agree with him? Road. Huh. Does this have nothing to do with you? Jin Yuxing Lord hummed. Yes, it's okay. Qing Yin Xingzhu smiled, but already got the answer in his heart. At this time, the young man in purple clothing has come to Jian Wushuang and said lowly, My name is Emperor Fire. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.